basically, Ashkenazi spies, it makes for Ashkenazics the Shulchan Aruch by describing the sentiment of European customs. But from time to time, he disagrees with the Shulchan Aruch openly as well, just on logical grounds or on source text, not necessarily customary. One of the brilliant aspects of his work, however, I have yet to discover whether this was his intent or whether it was the publisher's intent, but the way they presented it was genius. Instead of producing two separate books, or let's say Shulchan Aruch and the center and then the Mapa around it, they actually interleaved the text so that they used two different fonts and you read the same work. Shulchan Aruch traditional Assyrian monograph, and the Rabbi read in Rashi style cursive right there in the same sentence. And it feels like two people having a conversation. Reading together, the Shulchan Aruch will begin a sentence, the Mapa will add a few comments, and then the sentence will pick up again by the Shulchan Aruch, and unitary whole that brings together Ashkenazi and Sephardic custom. Together with the Mapas, the Shulchan Aruch became universally accepted, and the dissent virtually disappeared. And that's why it has become to this day the most widely accepted book. The legacy of the Shulchan Aruch in terms of the Smicha, before I go on, one of the criticisms of the Shulchan Aruch at the time was that perhaps he wrote this relatively easy code because this was a way of disseminating the authority of the rabbis and spot. But this was a way of describing that this is the ultimate code for the Jewish people forever. It didn't work out that way, but it was a kind of democratization of the specific language. Now, one last very important mention that ties this all together. The Shulchan Aruch, Mr. Kaur, was also a profound Kabbalah. He wrote very little works of a Kabbalistic nature themselves, but quite often introduces the Zohar as a source text in his writings. And saying that the Zohar for him was the essential Kabbalistic work that was discovered in the 13th century, indicated that this has a phenomenal import to his thinking. And in fact, as he confided with students and possibly even wrote an autobiography, some controversy over the actual authorship of it, he claimed not to have figured out the Allah, not to have deduced it from the text, but rather he was visited nightly by a spiritual being called Magid, who would relate to him everything he was supposed to write in the text. There's a lot of debate over whether or not this was actually his position or was ascribed to by others, but there's no doubt that he was deeply influenced by Kabbalist thinking. And his work, although he tended to think of Allah as being fairly dry, straightforward, legalistic, against law, against legalistic, but in reality, it Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate. Oh, hi, how are you? It's nice to see you. Yeah, I appreciate you all coming tonight. I've decided to put a little more energy into these lectures and a lot of my research. So I decided to read a new book of jokes, and it's helping quite a bit. Actually, I'm reading Professor Ruth Weiss's book, No Joke, published by Princeton University Press. That's like a very sophisticated, complicated discussion of it comes from, and I hope to be able to speak more about it later. So this is her opening joke, which is there's a launch pad for a whole chapter of discussion on self-deprecating humor, but it goes like this. Now, I normally don't tell jokes that involve various nationalities, so warning you in advance, this one is okay, don't worry about it. It goes like this. There, 4 Europeans go on a long hike, and when they return back to their hotel in the mountains, they're exhausted from being out all day. And so the Englishman says, I am so thirsty, I must have tea. And the Frenchman says, I am so thirsty, I must have wine. The German says, I am so thirsty, I must have beer. The Jew says, I am so thirsty, I must have diabetes. So she has a long discussion about, why is that funny, and does that say good things about Jews or bad things about Jews? But I'm looking forward to giving a lecture on that topic in the next few weeks. At any rate, tonight's topic happens to be a personal favorite of mine, a subject that I found fascinating. And actually, the truth is, I gave a lecture on Gluckel of Hameln 2 years ago, but I didn't give it in this room. If you were part of the series a couple of years ago, you may remember that unfortunately I had to rush up to Canada because my father needed to have an operation. You remember it? And unfortunately, thank God he pulled through. He passed away, of course. The doctors gave him 6 months, and he took almost 2 years. He was able to take advantage of almost 2 years after that, finally passing away in August. But I was so happy to be able to speak about this topic that a couple of nights before the operation, I just set up a video camera and I sat down in my father's store with a blank wall behind me, and I just talked to the camera for about 40 minutes. So there is actually a lecture online of Gluckel of Hameln, but I thought, now we should do it properly. Which reminds me of several other jokes, actually, that Professor Weiss's book. Like, for example, a skeleton is shown into a doctor's office, and the doctor says, now you come to see me? There's a lot of black humor that we'll have to explore. Anyways, Gluckel of Hameln, an incredibly important source for historical information and giving us a tremendous insight into the 17th century and specifically the world of Jewish women in Europe at that time. This is the most well-known picture. It is, of course, not of Gluckel of Hameln because she died some 150, 180 years before the invention of photography, but this is from a photograph of one of her descendants, Bertha Pappenheim, who was also her first translator from Judeo-German into German, and so a real devotee of her work. And it's what she must have looked like. She's dressed up like a typical woman of Gluckel's stage of life and class in the 17th century. Basically, who was Gluckel of Hameln? She was an otherwise ordinary upper middle class bourgeois woman living in Germany who, towards the end of her life, decided to record her life in a long memoir of 7 notebooks. The purpose of this memoir was to leave something behind for her children. She specifically wanted her children to know something about the kind of people that they came from, and she also wanted to offer a last chance to leave kind of like an ethical will for her children. It's very complex and long ethical will, but it participates in a very strong tradition that persists to the present day of writing such wills for one's children. Let me just take a quick moment to stop talking about Gluckel for a minute and talk to you about ethical wills, and I'll talk to you about something that my wife and I do that I feel very good about. The ethical will, or the tzavah, is a document that we have examples of these that go back centuries, where well before a person passes on, they leave a will that isn't about who gets to keep the tea set and who gets to keep the candlesticks. It's a will in which a person writes down for his or her children what their values are and what they think the children need to know the most for moving on once they pass. My wife and I have what I think is a very beautiful custom. We've been doing it for, I guess, about 8 years now. We write a new one every year for each of our children, and we give it to them on Erev Yom Kippur. Kind of a little bit, macabre, just before Yom Kippur, thinking about what not to live the next year. But my wife and I are therapeutic, and we have one of my children here who can tell you, is it a good experience to get these things, or is it just, yeah, it's okay. It's like, obviously, we write it for each child depending on their age. Like the youngest kid just gets like a kind of a picture saying, "We love you," and that's it. And the older kids get a lot of mussar and a lot of direction. But anyway, so she wrote this kind of book. It was 7 notebooks long, written for over 50 years. And it leaves a tremendous record of what life was like for this particular woman. She happened to be an extremely talented storyteller and writer, so it's a very engaging read. Even in the 21st century, it has a certain level of freshness and appeal and drama to it. So it has offered us a tremendous insight into what life was like for her gender and for her class in 17th century Europe. So that's basically what the story is all about tonight. We're going to look at what she had to say about the world in which she lived and what we can glean from this particular book. So her name, Glucko, is Yiddish. Actually, she wrote in what's called Judeo-German, which is a Western European form of Yiddish. Yiddish, the language that we know and love, was not codified until the late 19th century when the Litvaks got a hold of it and insisted that their way of speaking was correct. But in reality, Yiddish is like, it's a folk language that borrows very freely from surrounding cultures, and as a result, the vocabulary, the syntax, and quite often the grammar is highly affected by languages among which the people live. The Yiddish spoken by Jews in Ukraine, for example, is very different from the Yiddish spoken by Jews in Berlin. They can understand each other, but they will have some very strong dialectal differences. So she wrote in a language that is called technically Judeo-German. It's written in Hebrew characters like Yiddish, but much more heavily influenced by the German language than some of the more Eastern counterparts. The name Glucko in Judeo-German means little happy one. Word Gluck or Glick means happy, fortunate, praised, lucky, right? So, and the little L at the end is a diminutive. Like you name a little baby, Glucko. Oh, this is a little happy one, little fortunate one, little lucky one. And Hamelin, of course, is where she was born and where she spent much of her youth, hence the name Glucko of Hamelin. This was before Jews were given, by and large, surnames, as we discussed last week. So, what do we have in the memoirs? She began writing them in 1690 after she lost her first husband of 30 years. As we shall discuss, she was married she was engaged at 12, married at 14, and she remained with him for 3 decades. And they had an extremely close relationship. When she lost him, she began the memoirs certainly affected by the sense of mortality that she was experiencing when her husband passed away, and hence she wanted to offer her children something for themselves ethically and so on. But it's turned out to be quite a cathartic device for her, and she extended the writing of these memoirs, this family history, throughout the next 2.5 decades until she finally passed away in 1724. It was intended as a private document for her family, but every now and then you get little glimpses that maybe she thought it would be read a little more widely. And there is a slight gap in the text between years 1699 and 1715 because her children convinced her after some time spent as a widow that she should remarry, which turned out to be a disaster, as we shall see as we discuss her life story. So for about 15 years, she stops writing as she deals with the marriage, and then when she deals with the aftermath of that marriage, as we shall discuss. She finally finished the book in 1719, which was 5 years before she passed away. The text remained fairly closed. It was only extant in 2 manuscript copies, not actually in her own hand, copied out by some of her children. And then in the late 19th century, a version was published by Bertha Pappenheim. So I'll show you her pictures in a second. And that circulated quite a while. Bertha also intended it primarily for her own generation, although she translated it into German. And then it was discovered, and scholars got a hold of it, and they published an even more expanded and detailed edition in German. And later it's been translated to English, French, and even Russian to this day. Her ancestor, or I should say her descendant, who translated it, is shown here. We saw her a little while ago when she was wearing the frilled collar, actually dressing up as her ancestor. Bertha Pappenheim actually is a very famous woman in her own right. You may know of her, perhaps if you studied any Freud. She was the infamous Anna O, who was the patient number 1, patient 0 of Sigmund Freud, who has been criticized for, portraying her as literally hysterical, like in the sense of female histrionic syndrome, being, highly strong and easily agitated and so on, which is hard to square with what we know about her as in real life. She actually was extremely active. They have a German postage stamp after Bertha Pappenheim, which belies Freud's characterization of her. She was extremely involved, for example, in setting up halfway houses for runaway girls throughout Germany. And she was one of the pioneering women to set up social services for women who were victims of abuse and so on. So she was definitely not a pushover kind of woman. And you can see her thinking really coming straight from her ancestor, Glucke. Glucke was also a tough woman. And Bertha, also carried a very profound sense of what needs to be done and how to put it into place. Another famous descendant of Glucke, while we're at it, is the great Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who is considered by many the finest stylist of the German language of the 19th century, particularly his acerbic wit. He ultimately converted to Christianity, perhaps the most famous aspect of his life from the perspective of Jewish history. He ultimately converted to Christianity and then immediately regretted it, and he spent much of his career publicly regretting it, which sort of cast shame on those who forced him to convert in order to get a position, which he actually didn't get in the end. And he referred to his conversion as the entrée billet to German culture, the entry ticket to German culture. As Dr. Weiss points out, just by using the French term entrée billet, like entry ticket, wasn't itself saying that German culture couldn't enter world culture. They had to use a French word in order to get in. But anyway, this gives you a sense of some of her illustrious descendants who are really world-class people in their own right. Okay, let's focus on what actually do the memoirs say. Critics of the memoirs have focused on the 2 elements of the text, arguing that it is really a rather mundane statement of bourgeois values, meaning not higher thinking and not earthy, just very middle-class kind of values. They mean that in a negative way. And reading the memoirs, I can tell you that there's a certain element of truth to that, because there are 2 words that occur without a doubt more than anything else in the entire book. The first word is Reichstaler, which means like dollar. It's a unit of currency. She's constantly talking about money, how much this costs, how much she can make doing this, and how much money this person is worth, and how much money that person is worth. So it's really an important topic to her, money. And the second one is, and guess what the second issue is? Shidduchim, right? Marriage, right? she's always talking about how, well, I think my daughter would do this for this guy, or how could this guy throw over my daughter for that woman, and shidduchim and money are the topics on her mind, and it really obsesses her. Now, we say obsess because, perhaps because a much more spiritually refined state at the beginning of the 21st century, we no longer think about money and shidduchim as important things. But you think, she's widowed in her 50s, and she has to take over the family business, and she has 8 children who are not married. 8, by the way, out of 12 surviving children. She bore 14. 2, unfortunately, did not live to adulthood, but she's got a dozen children. She's responsible for feeding them. She's responsible for marrying them off. It really is a surprise. What occupies most of her thinking is, how am I going to, pay all the employees? How am I going to make this business deal? How am I going to marry off my daughters? Those are things that are definitely the key themes of the book. That said, she is a masterful storyteller. There's a lot of drama involved in everything that goes on in her life. And she, you're at the edge of your seat wondering if he is going to propose. Will they be able to seal this deal? Will the boat get through and the merchandise arrive safely? I mean, she tells it with tremendous flair, so you actually get quite up and get caught quite up. Get very caught up and say, I'll have to edit all that out. It sounds terrible, right? Anyways, another aspect of the text that's been criticized, and telling you the negatives first, because we're going to spend the rest of the hour talking about the positives. It's got a lot of heavy religious moral content. Again, if you remember the context in which she's writing this, she's trying to say something meaningful to her immediate children, to her unborn descendants. She's trying to leave a legacy for them. And so occasionally she does wax a little bit long on some of these topics about, the importance of piety, the importance of scrupulosity and honesty and all one's dealings. These are things that are important to her. The editors, I think, have done her a disservice, certainly done us a disservice, because many of the versions that have appeared simply cut out huge chunks of this material. Some of which is simply taken straight from the moralistic literature that was circulating in Europe at the time. She'll read something in a Yiddish language book of Musar or ethical teachings, and she'll just say, I read this in this book, and she'll quote the whole story there and things like that. A lot of editors, perhaps with a more secular mindset, was saying, and so we lost a good chunk of Ruckel's memoirs because they simply were not translated. I personally, a purist, I guess, I would have liked to have slogged through the whole thing, but the text that we have is perhaps more readable by those things. Also, editors, particularly post-20th century, post-World War II editors, are sometimes surprised by the fact that she's not bothered by the strictures of traditional orthodoxy. She has no questions whatsoever about the worldview of traditional Judaism. She is completely sold on it. Very, very pious woman, and you don't sense anywhere in the book that she is resistant to any of the various restrictions placed on her. For example, one very moving moment. Again, I mentioned that she had a very deep love for her husband. And in fact, much of, I think it's the 7th book, describes his protracted illness and eventual death. When he was on his deathbed and very close to passing, Ruckel says to her husband, my husband, you're about to die. Shall I embrace you? And her husband responds, just wait, Ruckel, there will be time for you to go to the mikvah, and then we can embrace. Obviously, in a reference to the harchakot, the distancing, where during the period when a woman is menstruating in traditional Judaism, she does not have physical contact with her husband whatsoever. But even at that moment where he is on his deathbed, and she's wondering what should we put the traditional laws in abeyance, her husband says no, and she accepts it. His last words, by the way, were, he essentially told the attendants around his bed, that my wife is in charge of everything. She knows everything about the business. Let her handle everything. And of course, she did, and there was never any question about who was going to be the president and CEO of their gold and precious jewels business. Okay. Now, let's start talking about the positives. So I give you some of the negatives of text. What are the elemental values of Nicolas Hamel's memoirs? The first are that this is an incredibly rare and rich look into the world of women of 17th century Europe. We have no comparable documents for any person in 17th century that I, in my limited research, am aware of. I mean, nobody else gives us a book. No woman gives us a book from the perspective of just a regular middle-class woman who is not famous for doing anything except writing this book. It's not a work of literature. It is a work of nonfiction in which she's just telling us what it's like to be her at that time in Europe. And that is the rest of the historical scholarship. We have no other primary text which is comparable to it. That's the primary value, particularly for students of gender and so on. Secondly, she goes through some pretty incredible periods of Jewish history. She lived through the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648-49. She lived through the numerous expulsions that Jews had to endure in central Germany. She lived through the false messiahship of Shabtai III, and she writes about all of these things. So we get a very rare bystander's perspective on some of the large currents going on in Jewish history. You know, one of the problems with the sources that we typically work with in Jewish history is usually history is written by the people who win, the people who ultimately survive. And so we never get a perspective of people who are losers or people who are not involved. So she gives us a great look at Jewish history from the people who were not involved in the major events of the time. Okay, I have kind of blathered on for 25 minutes, so let me pause and take some questions. Yeah, Judith, please.
You said that education was not a specific or somewhat higher levels of literacy. Because you mentioned that
Judeo-German.
she read Yiddish, and other documents, so that she's someone who is without purpose. So, and she has writing skills.
Yes, definitely.
Which would indicate some kind of education.
Absolutely. So let's comment on her education specifically. First of all, what did she know? And what did she think about what she knew? And what did she feel was a lacuna in her own knowledge? She certainly knew the vernacular Judeo-German, and she could obviously speak it, read it, and also write it. But she did not feel that was any way exceptional. The Jews, this is the language they were speaking, and it was also a language that had a burgeoning literary culture associated with it. There was actually a Yiddish language women's literature specifically geared at women who were unable to really, basically the language of learning of rabbinic scholarship was Hebrew. She indicated as a kind of a phrase from her father that her father considered it very important that his sons and his daughters received a good education in both Judaic and in secular subjects. And so she obviously knew enough math to get through the accounting and things like that. She knew enough, not only of Judeo-German, but German itself, possibly some French, to be able to communicate with the various people she was doing business with in central Germany. So I would say that her education, just by but just getting from the tone of what she thinks is great and what she doesn't comment on, her education is like kind of solid for the upper middle class Jews of Germany. If she was lower class, she may perhaps not have been able to read even Yiddish, possibly. But for an upper middle class girl, she got an education that was solid both Judaically and secularly. Now, she does refer on occasion to traditional rabbinic books written in Hebrew, and she obviously is able to make some sense of them, But there are also a couple of offhand passages in which he refers to having someone else translate certain learned Hebrew books for her. So her Hebrew was definitely weaker than her Yiddish and not at the level of a rabbinic scholar. But I'll give you an example to show you where her strengths are as well. She describes in one episode where education is really important to her. This is, again, a very traditional Jewish value that we see quite strongly with Buchel. She sends off her son, I think it was Joseph, to be tutored by a young man, a Torah scholar in some other community. And the tutor says, normally I would get paid once 6 months, but I'm wondering if you can pay me up front because I'm going to need the money, that sort of thing. So alarm bells should have gone off at that point, but she pays him 6 months fee right up front. I think it was 6 months. And then a little while later, she gets a letter from her son saying, oh my gosh, things are terrible. The local authorities have put a poll tax on the community, and we all have to come up with a lot more money. Because, you have crazy and prejudicial, discriminatory taxes place a lot more money so that, we won't be evicted. And she felt a little weird. She showed it to one of her older sons, who went and checked it out. And when he actually met with the brother, the younger boy who was studying this, the brother said that the tutor was just pocketing the money. And in fact, he was so hungry for money that he had cut off the silver buttons on his son's Shabbos coat in order to sell them to get money for himself. So right away, that relationship ended. But you can see that she had to have a significant amount of business savvy beyond the literary education. Because one of the things I wanted to mention here, I talked about how what language is. Oh yeah, one thing she always regretted never having learned French well. She felt that French would have been like just a great way to round out her education. And so you can see that if she's worried, then it must mean that her German and her other secular subjects must have been pretty solid. She wanted to learn an elective language. Okay, a good question. Yes.
I'm usually a Christian. It was like but what my children, my husband used to listen to 30 years earlier of British news.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a really simple example, and this is the kind of thing that can really throw off, especially if you're listening to it as opposed to reading it. The word Yid, which is pretty important, right? Yid means Jew, so that's a Lithuanian pronunciation. Y-I-D, Yid. If you lived in Western Germany, you would say Jud, right? From Jude, which like the German word for Jew. And if you lived in Eastern Ukraine, you'd say Yid, like Yiddish, like just without the Y. So that's the same word, Yid, Jud, Yid, and that gives you a sense of how the dialects fit. Yeah. Jid. Well, in the Polish language, Jid, right? So it comes from there. But not in Polish Yiddish. In Polish Yiddish, you'd still say Yid. Yid, yes. Yid. Okay. I read stuff about what was edited out. I read the introductions and stuff like that. But that's a good question. I'm going to edit it out of this video because it won't make me sound smart. Okay. So it's a secondary battle. Well, let's see. Now, what was her life? Let's talk a little bit about her life events. Let's try to understand. I made this a little bit too small a text, but basically, just running through her life. She was born in Hamburg in 1846. The Jewish community, 1646. Thank you. She was born. I'm going to start that over again. We'll edit it out. She was born in Hamburg in 1646. The community was expelled 2 years later. And they made their way to Altona. Altona, they managed to stay there for a few years, but then the Swedes came in. So there was a war going on in the entire region that affected actually far out to the east as well. And so they were driven out of Altona. And you can see right away in her childhood that Jewish existence is highly tenuous. I think one very important idea to underline in this section of her life, we should recall that with the exception of the United States of America, certain parts of actually nowhere at this time, no, pretty much nowhere, Jews were always considered transient nations. They were considered aliens. Jews may have lived in Germany for 600-700 years, but they did not have the right of residency. This continued right up until the 20th century in some places, like in the Russian Empire, until 1917. Jews were not actually citizens of that country, and they could be expelled at will. Kind of like, they had a visa to live there for generations, and then if the state ever wanted to expel them from a region close to the border or anything like that, they had the right to do so. So Jews lived a very tenuous life where, they would show up in a town, try to keep their head down, no one should notice them. They wouldn't build synagogues at all because right away they would be establishing a formal presence. So they would pray in people's houses and hope they didn't get caught. And this would go on for decades. And she describes a lot of the situations, the adventures they had to go through, paying off petty bureaucrats to look the other way because the Jews were convening prayer meetings and things like that. So she spent the early part of her life traveling back and forth between various places from which the Jews were expelled. They finally made it to Hamo, where they had a little bit more temporary respite, and at age 12, she was engaged to a young man named Chaim of Hamo, who was a person who apprenticed and eventually became a dealer in precious jewels and gold. And this is the profession that he lived with his entire life, and one, of course, that Glucko took over after he passed away. Jewels, gold, things like that are very traditional occupation for Jews. They're highly portable. So, when you're traveling from one place of exile to the next place of exile, it's easy to take with you and so on. It relies on far-flung international connections, and with their diaspora are well suited towards that and so on. So, and the age of marriage, of course, was very typical. Jews right up until the middle of the late 19th century, Jews were in Eastern Europe in particular were still getting married at very young ages. There was often a long time between the betrothal, which could be when a woman was even prepubescent, but marriage before 18 was very common. In fact, the Talmud praises early marriage. At one point, they asked Rabbi why he was so great, and he said, I got to be such a scholar because I married my wife when I was 18. And if I married her when I was 16, I would have been much greater than I am now. So the idea of early marriage was very common. We should understand, of course, though, that as a highly developed culture of multiple generation households. So when a woman who's really just a girl would be thrust into childbearing and child rearing, she wasn't going to be 13, 14, 15 years old and doing it alone. She would live in a household with a grandmother, a mother-in-law, cousins, aunts, things like that. So it was it was an extended family that nurtured the young of. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why the Jews enjoyed a much larger population explosion in the 19th century than surrounding cultures because of this extended family arrangement. Ironically, she got pregnant shortly after marriage at 14, and her mother got pregnant almost at the same time. They delivered within 8 days of each other and even shared a room as they were convalescing after their delivery, which was kind of an ironic thing. There's a joke that I'm not going to repeat. I always tried it. My wife said, don't repeat that joke. Okay. So as I mentioned, over the course of her life, she bore 14 children, basically one every 2 years for their marriage. And 12 of them, a rather remarkably high number, which may speak to their social class and economic wherewithal, 12 of them survived to adulthood. At the age 44, in 1689, she lost her husband, a devastating blow, and she remained unmarried for quite some time. Did I do those numbers right? Yes, I did. She remained unmarried for about 11 years, and she managed her husband's business just fine, thank you very much, until her children said, Tov, it's not good for you to be alone. We've got this great man named Sir Rabbi from nearby town of Metz. He was the Parnas, which meant he was the president of the community. He was a very successful banker. Everything looked absolutely wonderful. So she agreed that she would, in fact, marry this Sir Levi. They did so. He borrowed a large amount of money from her to expand his business and then promptly went bankrupt, losing it all and then dying 2 years later. And so her second marriage was a total disaster, at least from the perspective of economics and of companionship, because not only was she alone again, but now she was broke and alone again. And it was much more difficult for her. Nevertheless, she insisted on repaying all of the debts that her second husband had incurred, and she worked incredibly hard in this very late stage of her life to rebuild her business, which she did successfully, squaring away all of her debts at the end of her life. And ultimately, in a development that has great irony for the book, she ends up moving in with her least favorite son-in-law, who would take care of her to her old age. One of the marriages that she was the most kind of like hesitant and even resentful about, because it's a very long and protracted process of, why do you want us to come visit you first? You should be coming to visit us first. And it goes back and forth for pages and pages until finally her marriage to this man, and she's always complaining about her in-law. She always calls her, for the first part of the book, she calls her the wealthy Frau Jachet, meaning the rich one. She keeps on talking about her in this disparaging tone of how much money she has. But it ends up that's where she goes to live after she's widowed a second time, and she's treated with such honor and dignity by her son-in-law and by her mechatenista that she takes it all back and has only very warm thoughts of gratitude to them for the kindnesses they showed to her at the end of her life. Her last entries in the journal are dated 1719, if I remember correctly, and she dies at the age of 78 in 1724. So that's a very quick overview of the major life events she describes. In between all of these events, she's talking primarily about two things. You'll recall Rothschild is the money, right, and the various business deals that she's involved in, most of which, by the way, are now after her husband passes away, and so she's involved with a lot of complicated things. She's involved, there's shipping issues where they're attacked by pirates. We're talking about pirates. This is the 18th century, right? It's a 17th century. It's a crazy kind of time. Corrupt nobles and not necessarily so, honest Jews that she's doing business with. And she's describing all these tribulations of her business life. And at the same time, she's worried about her sixth daughter, who's the right guy for her. And, her seventh son is having difficulty liking his Rabbi. I mean, she's very much involved in his family things. And you can see that she's writing down a lot of these things as she's going through them as a kind of a therapeutic personal experience. Okay.
How are you? Love you. You ready for me? Sure. Two in a row. That's Aquarius. No one's touching it. Get it. Tell them my buddies get more. Got it. That was beautiful. 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 Ooh, yeah. Well, you've got a French boy. Really, really beautiful. Get it. Ooh, look at you in the 90s. Right. Good job, Mr. Lewis. You're going to be approaching your 100th minute. It's going to be any minute now. I'm with you, man. Get it. Okay. Nice spare. Good. Double. Get it. Double one. Get it. Double two. Oh, you good? Oh, come on. Get it. Get it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Strike. Yeah. This is the top split. You're going to get it. You can get it. You can get it. When you win. That's my favorite. That's I love you too. That's my favorite when that happens. When you win and I win, that's the best. That's right, man. That's 1000% right. Excellent.
Any questions at this point? Are you? Yes, please. All the two that passed away. Right. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Honorary wife. Really, that's interesting. Interesting. There's a great book written about American Jews that's called How Jews Became White Folk. I can't remember the title of the author, but the reality is that even in America, when people thought about race, Jews were not included in Caucasian. It was just, they were like Jews, Syrians, blacks. Syrians really loomed large in the imagination of Americans before the 1950s. Here in Miami Beach, you see a lot of restrictive covenants where people are not allowed to buy property in Bal Harbor or, south of 41st Street if they were Jews, Syrians, blacks, Canaanites, all those kind of things. It's crazy, but true. Okay, so two major observations about the memoirs. The first is that she gets involved in the business as a matter of course. She does not in any way describe her business activity as something exceptional. She doesn't say, like, most women sit at home and knit and bake cookies or something. She says, well, and then it was time for me to go to work. And not like she was in any way special. So you get this impression from reading her book that of course women were involved in business. Of course women were involved in the day-to-day affairs of whatever economy was supporting their family. This is certainly a traditional Jewish approach. If you will recall the hymn that is recorded in the book of Proverbs and is read every Friday night, I'm going to ask you for a translation of the term Eshet Chayil. Don't translate the first thing that comes to your head. What does the term Eshet Chayil actually translate as? That's what the first thing that comes in your mind, but no, that's not what it means. Eshet obviously means woman of, right? Isha is woman, it's in the smichut form in its next network. What is a chayal? A soldier woman, that's right, thank you. A warrior woman. It's not a woman of valor. Okay, if you think of valor in the sense of like courage and like, soldiers, then it makes sense. But an Eshet Chayal or Eshet Chayil means a woman who goes to war, a woman who's out there in the Milchama Shel Parnasa, going out there and duking it out with all of the others. It's not your, Mrs. Cleaver kind of image of a woman. She is a tough woman who, when you read through Eshet Chayil, you can see that she's involved in real estate, that she's involved in agriculture. She's got a lot of employees. She's, directing them and managing them. She's even involved in import-export. She's got boats going on. So this is already from the period of Proverbs, the biblical period. Glickle was right within that mold. She was totally in charge of all of the business, and there was never any moment to say that was exceptional, because it was not exceptional. Because every woman, we can imagine, from whatever class they came from, were involved in the business. Right, okay, so that's the first major observation, I think, is you read from the fact that it's unexceptional that it must be the norm for women to be involved in these kinds of things. It's interesting to contrast that with the way maybe we think as a result of the American experience with the 40-day work week, and the so-called weekend and things like that, which is very different from Jewish approaches in general. Secondly, and I haven't talked about this very much throughout the book, it's filled with a deep, pervasive piety that in no way comes off as inauthentic. It's very clear that she is a truly religious woman, that she has tremendous bitachon, or trust in God, and they're not just throwaway phrases for her. She really deeply believes in the power of Torah, the power of the sages to be able to, convey meaning to life, and that one should strictly adhere to the halacha in every way, the way of Jewish life. So she's actually expressing at the same time a hard-nosed attitude to the realities of commerce, and at the same time, a very pre-modern sense of this is the Torah, and I'm going to keep it just like that. She is clear. We discussed a little bit of her education there. She is clearly heavily influenced by the moralistic literature that was circulating for women at the time. She cites widely from books like the Tzanorena, which was a Yiddish language digest of rabbinic literature that accompanied the weekly portion of the Torah. And it was pretty much standard reading for any pious woman to, Saturday afternoon sit on the porch and open up the Tzanorena and read in Yiddish the kind of abbreviated version of what happened in the Torah reading that week, amplified with stories from the Talmud and else written in Yiddish. And she also is deeply moved by tchinas, which are these very beautiful liturgical creations designed pretty much exclusively for women. These are prayers which unfortunately have been largely lost to the tradition in the 20th century, particularly after the demographic upheaval of the Holocaust, and also the linguistic shift away from Yiddish to English that we suffered in this country. There are a few remnants of these Yiddish language prayers which were intended primarily for women. Like if you look in an art scroll siddur, you'll see the prayer Gott von Abraham, God of Abraham, that is typically read on Saturday nights. That's an example of a Shekhinah. These are typically relatively short but uniquely heartfelt personal prayers, almost always written in the first person singular, and often associated with life cycle events, births, deaths, miscarriages, menopause, all kinds of fascinating things associated specifically with women's lives, and offered women a very profound spiritual outlet that is not present in the traditional rabbinic text of the Siddur. So she's quite often quoting Tchinas and materials that come from Tchinas. So you see that she really, this is not literature that she's read once and put on the shelf. This is literature that she goes into every day in terms of prayers for her own personal spiritual uplift. There are a couple of offhand passages in the book where she mentions how she was on her way to the synagogue for morning prayers during the week. So they get the impression that here's one woman at least who was going to sit on the women's section and say the Shacharis prayer, which was fairly uncommon in the 17th century. In fact, many synagogues did not even have women's sections. It was just the synagogue was the boys' place. If they ever had to have a women's gathering, then the boys would clear out and the women would have the whole thing. But it was typically a men's club. That's what my wife calls it. You're going to the men's club in the morning. All right, see you later. That kind of thing. She has a tendency towards the supernatural. There are quite a few passages in the memoirs where she speaks about, the sighting of illustrious ancestors who have passed on, and premonitions and things like that. So I don't like to use the word superstitious because that tends to be a derogatory term, but she clearly was a believer in, the extrasensory perception that is possible through the panoply of demonic and angelic beings that are present in the mystical tradition. Oh, that was a really good sentence. So I'm going to have to write that down. Okay, I can't believe I actually monopoly, sentence. Did I say that right? Panoply or monopoly? Panoply. Panoply. Wow. My daughter heard it too. Okay, anyways, let's go on. Okay, so the other thing so those are like my two main observations, my two takeaways from Ruckel's book that say a lot about, living as a woman in the 17th century. What about her bystander's perspective? Well, that's also fascinating. I'm just going to look at two of the most important things that happened in her lifetime on the largest, stage of Jewish events, and give you a sense of how she reacted to them. The first of them is the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, when this man, not Khmelnytsky, sometimes horribly mispronounced Chmielnicki, because that's the Polish spelling with an American pronunciation, but the actual pronunciation is Khmelnytsky, led an uprising of Ukrainian peasants against their Polish overlords. This is a gathering of some of those peasants, the so-called Cossacks or Kozaké, who were basically runaways from Polish authority, and they were setting up these camps called Siche in the river, the rapids region of the Dnipro River, and they went on a tremendously successful and bloody rampage against Polish authorities in Ukraine. This is not the place to go into a larger discussion of why this was, but suffice to say that Jews suffered tremendously. Jews were essentially the middlemen between the Polish landlords and the Ukrainian peasants, and so when the Ukrainians ran amok to protest against the kind of exploitation that they had suffered tremendously from, the Jews were a much more convenient and close by target, and the Polish landlords were living far away in Warsaw. Now, the Ukrainians did make it all the way through Poland, and they ravaged the entire place for a few years, until finally in 1654 they made a deal with Russia, and things changed, but it was a period of tremendous agony for the Jews, with literally tens of thousands of casualties. The period is known in Hebrew literature as Gezerat Tach, the evil decree of 1648-49. From Ruckel's perspective, she described, and this is, of course, she's a very young child at this time, so she was born in 1646, but she describes how her family took in tens of refugees from the Khmelnytsky riots. So these riots or rebellions are occurring in Ukraine. She's living in central Germany, so these Jews, it shows how far a refugee movement has penetrated. And the fact that she talks about tens of refugees gives you a sense also of her socioeconomic class, if her father could afford to put up such a large number of Jewish refugees. But they brought with them disease, possibly tuberculosis, and in fact some of her family members died as a result of caring for some of these refugees. So early on in her life, she's affected by pogroms that occurred far away, and loses relatives as a result. It reminds me, it's a totally different connection, but my father, in a similar way, he grew up with kids from the DP camps, because my grandparents took in people who were Holocaust survivors, and so my father grew up with kids his own age after the war. Anyways, that's just an aside, totally irrelevant, but nevertheless. Okay, so she described, and we get a sense of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, how it impacted Jews so far away, and what that meant to them. The other event, which is especially important for us to look at, is the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which in many ways is related to the Khmelnytsky riot. Basically, there's a man named Shabbatai Tzvi, who is a rather brilliant young man, well-liked, good-looking, a Kabbalist, highly intelligent, who appears to have developed some kind of bipolar disorder, some kind of manic-depressive sort of disorder. And at first, in his youth, he seems to be pretty stable, but then, like with a lot of these mental illnesses, their onset can be in the early 20s. He begins to develop these messianic pretensions. Unfortunately, he runs into a few people, one in particular, Nathan of Gaza, who encourages these delusions, he begins to start saying that he can levitate and that he has a mission, that he's canceling certain fast days, things like that. And amazingly, he gets a following and a backing. And the Jews of the world who are so broken and so risen and so shattered by events in Ukraine, they begin to believe that this is it. Finally, the Mashiach has come. Finally, the Messiah has come. And Jews from all over Europe prepare to greet the Messiah. Gluco's experience is especially interesting. She describes how her father-in-law became a devotee of Shabtai Tzvi, and whenever a letter arrived from the Mediterranean, this, by the way, is a prayer book published. It says here at the top, Ateret Tzvi, here's the Shabbatai in the center here, here's all these angelic beings, and here's the Sanhedrin, and so on, all listening to him. When a letter would arrive, describe how Shabbatai was doing, Jews would put on their best clothes, they would go to the synagogue, and the rabbi would read the letter in public to everyone as they stood there listening. So they were really very, attached to what's going to happen to Shabtai Tzvi. Finally, she says, her father-in-law sold all of his property. He transformed a lot of it into movable goods, dry goods, and he stored them at Gluco's home, right, her father's home, and he waited for news that it was time to move to Israel. So he actually made a physical commitment, like many Jews, selling their property and getting ready to make Israel. What ended up happening, of course, it's a terrible story, but Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan and said, here I am, I'm the Jewish Messiah, give me Jerusalem, and I'm going to begin the Messianic era. The Sultan said, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counteroffer. How about you become a Muslim, or I cut off your head? And he said, and then he decided to become a Muslim. And a lot of the Jews who followed him at that point realized that it was all for naught. Some Jews, however, continued to follow him, and they were called the Dunya, and they maintained their own existence and identity even up to the 20th century. But he died lonely in exile in Albania, which is, I guess, a pretty terrible place to go into exile. But no offense to Albanians, I'm going to cut that part out. I get a lot of Albanian watchers, believe it or not. The Latvians have disappeared. But so anyways, she described, we got a sense from what the Shabbatai Tzvi story was like in her eyes as well. So if we bring all these things together, we get a sense of the legacy of Gluco of Hamel and what specifically her memoirs mean. On a literary level, it's a great read, and I encourage all of you to pick up a translation of this work and to read it, because it is absolutely fascinating. You follow her story with tremendous anticipation of what's going to happen next. She's also a gifted storyteller, bringing in parables and stories from many, many different sources and using them to try and illustrate her message. For example, I'll tell you one that I rather enjoy. It's probably not from a Jewish source, probably comes from the German literary sources of fables, things like that. But the fable apparently goes like this, and she says this right at the beginning of her memoir, by the way. She says, it's a parable of a seagull who's carrying its young over a large river, one at a time. And every time the seagull has one of its chicks on its back, flying over the river, the seagull says to its chick, will you take care of me in my old age? Promise me. And the chick says, absolutely, father, I certainly will. And the seagull says, kind of savage, liar, and then dumps the chick in the water and goes back to get another one. Brings them over one at a time. Each one claims to take care of his father in his old age. The bird says, no way, he's dumped, throws him in the river, until the last one is finally in the middle of the river, and the seagull asks his chick, take care of me in your old age, will you promise me? And the chick says, father, I cannot promise you that I will take care of you in my old age, but what I can assure you is that I will take care of my children as well as you have taken care of me. And so the message that she's saying to her children is, you may not be able to take care of me, but please take care of your children the way I love you and the way I want you to be raised. So this is the kind of style that she develops throughout the book. It's very beautiful and engaging as a whole. It has tremendous value as an early Yiddish text as well. We didn't talk so much about the linguistics of it, but that's for the scholars of the period. It also gives us tremendous insight into the life of women in the 17th century, specifically Jewish women, and a source which is unparalleled in its richness and scope for those main elements of the money and shidduchim. And finally, it's a book of great moral instruction, just reading about her life and getting a sense of what she personally had to go through and how she persevered. That story in itself, I mean, if it were fiction, it would still be great. The fact that it's non-fiction really gives you a sense that this is a woman, a real sense of purpose, a sense of destiny, and someone who, with strength of character, managed to persevere despite tremendous obstacles. And with that, I want to thank you tremendously for your audacious endurance, the fact that you lasted through all hours, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Okay, great. Thank you all for coming. Why don't we get started? So tonight's lecture, this is a fascinating lecture. I'm going to speak slowly because some of the material here is totally new to me, and I had such a charge studying this week. I just learned this name Babata myself, 7 days ago, or maybe a little bit earlier when I was doing the Bar Kokhba research. I said, wow, mind-blowing. What basically is this? Babata was a name of a woman who was hiding out with the Bar Kokhba rebels that we studied last week in the Cave of Letters. And in that cave were discovered this archive contained in this kind of like leather sackcloth bag buried under a rock that were an entire legal history. 35 documents that extended from her marriage contract through custody disputes and property disputes involving all kinds of people, husbands, sons, co-wives, nieces, step-nieces. It's just totally fascinating and gives us a really rich glimpse into the life of a woman in 2nd century Israel. So I put the pedal to the metal. I did a lot of research over the last week. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of things wrong, but popular first-time lecture, I think this is really an exciting thing because it's not often I get to lecture about something I never heard about before. It's never stopped me before to speak about things I don't know anything about, but this thing I really did know nothing about this 10 days ago, and now I'm talking about it. Fascinating. Good and Welfare, tonight's lecture is anonymously sponsored. Thank you to our anonymous sponsors. And I did get on the internet, I'm happy to say, a couple of complaints. Where's the opening joke? So I was really waiting for someone to say, how come you can give these lectures with no opening jokes? So those of you who are watching us on the internet, if you really just want to get to the material about Babata, I will try and put a little marker saying go to time marker X, and you'll miss the joke entirely. But for the rest of us, let me start with a joke. So this joke is, it involves a little bit of background information. You have to know, for example, the difference between the Hasidim, who are the outgrowth of this 18th century populist movement that favors spontaneous worship through joy and through camaraderie, sometimes through alcohol, dancing, singing, things like that. Much more kind of loose, spontaneous, excited form of Judaism that developed in Poland in the 18th century. Contrast them with the traditional Talmudists, known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents, who favored a more stern, law-based, Talmudic approach to texts and Judaism and life and so on. And they had quite a rivalry that existed in the last few quarters of the 19th century, of the 18th century really, and into the 19th century, but it's calmed down quite a bit. And they debated in particular things like halakha, Jewish law. Any matter of Jewish law was something that they argued over fiercely, whereas, for example, the Misnagdim argued for earlier times of prayer. The Hasidim said people should get a good night's sleep before they daven. It's more complicated than I'm giving over right now, but they did all these things. And one more piece of information, you should know that one of the things that is characteristic of Judaism is the respect for the name of God. Of course, it is one of the commandments not to take the name of the Lord in vain. And so, we take prayer very seriously, and when you say a blessing, for example, you take the name of the Lord in that blessing, you really have to take it seriously with full intention and so on. You certainly don't want to waste a blessing. So, for example, if you were thinking of eating an apple and you said the blessing with God's name, and then you decided not to eat the apple, that would be a terrible sin because you just wasted the blessing. So the joke goes like this. It's in the Holocaust, not jokes you can tell them, it's set in the Holocaust, you'll see it makes sense. And there's this Misnaged, one of these Talmudic Jews from Brisk, who gets away from the ghetto, he runs off into the forest, and he happens to join a group of Hasidic partisans. And they're like involved in fighting against the Nazis, they're like, blowing up bridges and, all kinds of activities like that. And during the day, they spend their time fighting the Nazis, trying to disrupt their movements. And at night, they have extensive and heated discussions about Jewish laws. And this goes on for quite some time. One day, as they go to attack a Nazi squadron, the fight gets heated and they become separated. And the Misnaged runs in one direction, chased by several Nazis, and he realizes he's at a dead end. He turns around, he's looking at the barrels of several Nazi guns, and he realizes this is going to be the end of his life. So, because he is a brisker Misnaged, and he holds very strongly to opinion that, if you're going to die as a martyr, that you should say the blessing, Al Kiddush Hashem. Let's read the Lord of God, King of the universe, sanctifies us with the commandments, including the commandment of martyrdom. So with his full concentration, he gathers his energy and he pronounces this blessing in Hebrew out loud. He finishes it with a great flourish, and just then his Hasidic compatriots jump onto the Nazis, take away their weapons, and he is saved. And he looks at the Hasidim and he says, "No, I said a bracha." Okay. All right. So at this point, I'm going to. This is the spot where, if you're watching on the internet, you just want to hear about Babata. This is where you jump in. Okay. So first and foremost, I have to give thanks to a librarian at Turtle College. This is Carol Shapiro. I wrote to her the morning after I learned about Babata. I said, "Oh my gosh, you have to give me all these articles on Babata," and they were like in really bizarre journals written in Greek and Latin and all kinds of stuff like that. And she pulled together at a moment's notice a tremendous amount of data. So I'm very grateful to Carol for finding all this stuff for me and giving us the material that we can talk about tonight. Now, let us recall where we got these documents. We spoke about it last week in the lecture on Bar Kokhba. These were discovered in a so-called cave of letters. They are named so after Babata's find because there are all these letters in this archives. It's an extremely remote area north of the southernmost part of the Dead Sea. Here's a map. You can see here's the cave of letters located here. The sort of oasis town of En Gedi, which is going to be very important, is just to the northeast of it. And here you can see it within the context of Israel proper. Extremely remote area, very difficult to get there. You have to climb along a mountain path, and then you have to go up a 60-foot sheer cliff wall to get to the cave, and it housed quite a number of rebels of the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Romans for quite some time. Here you can see a view from the opening. You can see a climber coming up at the bottom. It's in a deeply inhospitable part of Israel. The Dead Sea happens to be the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Temperatures there are regularly above 100 degrees. And it is, and the nearest water is miles away, potable water, that is, as opposed to the Dead Sea, which is heavily mineralized. And it was in this cave complex, which extended for 300 meters, 3 distinct chambers deep into the cliff wall, that these several hundred Bar Kokhba rebels, including men with children, lived for some time before they were eventually killed. It appears, maybe I shouldn't say they were killed because it's not certain exactly how they died, but there were ossuaries there, or like, we'll talk about it towards the end of the lecture, but there were bodies found there, skeletons found there, and Babata was plausibly buried there as well. Most likely from starvation, perhaps from disease, but she met her end in the cave. It's also important to note, of course, that these are really important documents to her, and she left them behind. So it's hard to imagine she would have left them behind for any other reason except for her own demise. So this was likely her last resting place. I had some interesting correspondence with the author of this book, Richard Freund, over the last week, putting together this lecture. He was one of the stars in an extremely useful documentary made by Nova. I'll put on the internet, I'll put the little URL. You can watch this 1 hour video where you can see the cave itself and meet the people who are excavating it. It's really quite fascinating and wonderful. And I wrote him to congratulate him on such a wonderful achievement, and he was very friendly, and we had a nice exchange. Here's a picture of Richard Freund. One of the things I like about this picture is that you can see that I think he has a bit of an affectation for Indiana Jones. You see the leather jacket, the hat there. Let's see, this is Richard Freund. This is Indiana Jones, right? So, but he really is Indiana Jones, and he's going out there into the Dead Sea and like climbing these cliff walls and like digging around for finding these treasures. Really, it's an amazing thing, and he's a great scholar. I highly recommend his book. Question?
Is he an archaeologist?
Yes, he's an archaeologist. Correct. Okay, so, one other cool thing. So, when the archive was first discovered by General Yadin in the 60s, they were using 1960s technology, which most of you probably remember. That was back when we were making fires by rubbing sticks together, things like that. But, in the 30 years since then, a lot more devices were invented around penetrating radar and things like that. And Richard Freund had this brilliant idea when he was getting his colonoscopy, because they have these places and floor of the caves that are like fallen rocks that have fallen over the centuries. There's some earthquakes there, and there was no way to understand what's at the bottom. So he asked his colonoscopist, is that the right word, colonoscopist? His GI doctor, hey, could you use that thing to get into crevices? It wasn't really asking to get in any kind of crevices with this thing. And sure enough, so he brought a GI doctor along with him on this trip in the 1990s with one of these colonoscopy devices to look in the rubble, and they found tremendous things, so it just goes to show you I don't know what it goes to show you. Anyways, they found all kinds of amazing things there. I mean, it's a huge and amazing trove of artifacts, including slippers. They found children's shoes, like this is the bottom of a sandal here. So there are people living there, cooking fires, all kinds of things were going on inside this cave for who knows how many months, maybe years. They had a whole civilization there. One of the more fascinating finds was this amazing collection of brass and other implements that pose a tremendous amount of questions. This was discovered because they found a little bit of rope sticking out of the ground, and so they started, gently brushing away the dirt, brushing away, and then they found it was attached to a basket, and they started lifting up the basket, and they found the latrine. It was actually the human latrine, the people living there, and that was kind of gross. But the rope went down further, and underneath the latrine, Dr. Freund says it may even come from a cave that was used well before the Bar Kokhba period, perhaps by Jews who had fled the destruction, some 60 years earlier of the temple. And there was this trove of these materials underneath it, including these ritual implements like these incense burners, highly ritualized objects, very flat kind of hands and things like that. And he was arguing that possibly this may have been some of the materials rescued from the temple and buried there before it was used as a latrine. How ironic and unfortunate. But it poses all kinds of questions. Like, for example, this serving bowl has a very clear little sort of decorative element that shows some Greek gods at the center of the platter. So it's hard to understand in the context of, 2nd century Bar Kokhba rebels, who we talked about last week, as seeming to be very pro-Pharisaic Judaism. They were involved in asking for lulav on Sukkot and things like that. They would think of the traditional rabbinic Jews, and yet at the same time, they've got these kinds of implements which we would not normally associate with Jews from this period, because we tend to think that they have an intellectual allergy to graven image, again, based on the Ten Commandments. So there's still a lot of questions surrounding many of the finds that come from heroes. Oh, Mr. Rodriguez has a question. Uh-oh.
It's about those Greek idols that are used for idolatry, but very specifically for the
That's a possibility. I thought of that idea as well myself. No, I didn't. I want to take credit for it. I thought of a few possibilities. For example, in the video, which again I highly recommend, they take this item here and they compare it to other items that are held in the Israel Museum. It may have been some kind of household implement. Dr. Lauren Schiffman, who's perhaps the world's greatest expert on the Dead Scrolls, opines that this may have been an incense burner for hygienic purposes. Like back then, before dry cleaning, as discussed in the Mishnah, if you wanted to make your clothes smell a little nicer, you would burn incense and then just leave the incense burning under the clothes in the closet to kind of freshen them up a bit. So it may have been, these might have been just simple household uses. It's still a big question that hopefully we'll resolve over the next few decades. But fascinating materials, and we haven't even touched on Babata. Okay, last question. I should go on. What exactly is in the letters that are found in the Cave of Letters, the Babata archive particularly? So we have 35 documents written in multiple languages. Greek and Aramaic are the most common. Those are the lingua franca of the times. And they describe, as I mentioned, basically Babata's personal legal history. When I looked at it, I was reminded that we have, in our own apartment, we have this one plastic Tupperware tub that has all the passports and the kids' birth certificates and social security, and that's our Babata archive, right? That's what. So when this is hers, these are all the documents that they found in that relate to her. It appears that she was illiterate because they are written for her, and some of the documents. And by the way, if you go on some of the websites, I'll try and put them in the posting. You can actually read direct translations of them. They're fascinating. They're written by, appears lawyers or perhaps advocates on her behalf, presenting her legal claims to whichever court or individual that she is dealing with. So it's most likely that she was illiterate, and illiterate in several languages too. Not just literate in Hebrew, but unable to write in Greek. And it appears that this is a fairly consistent thing, even though when we place her socioeconomic class at a fairly high level, it's strange to note that she nevertheless was unable to read or write. Might have something to do, I'm just guessing now, with the date that her father died. Perhaps she was very young, and her mother did not undertake the education. I'm not sure. But at any rate, highly likely illiterate. She came from the town of Mahosa, which I'll show you on this map. It's right here at the very southern end of the Dead Sea. And this was part of the Nabatean kingdom. This was a Semitic kingdom, pre-Muslim, of course, where a good 400 years before Islam would develop. And it was not part of the Roman Empire until the year 106. And so one of the things that we're not going to talk about at all, but that other scholars use the Babata archive for, is that it's interesting to note how she adapted to the change in legal systems, because she was, first she was born in this Nabatean kingdom, and then it became part of Roman Arabia. And so there's some interesting arguments by the way, the most important scholar in this field has written, maybe a dozen articles. It's a woman named Hannah Cotton. And she's really spent a lot of time analyzing every single aspect of the Babata archive. It's quite fascinating. This is one of the articles that I read. At any rate, the Nabatean kingdom are most famous for these amazing palaces that are built, or carved right out of the cliff faces near Jordan, the Jordanian border. And That's what they're most famous for. It's at the city of Petra. If you visited there, there's quite a few of them. They're beautiful. What we know about Mabasa is she was upper middle class. She owned property in Petra itself, and also later in her life, she owned property in Gedi. So she was landed. She had some source of income that was based on real estate. Specifically, her first holding was a date orchard that we have in a will of her father Shimon. Shimon left this date orchard in En Gedi first to his wife, and then when she was deceased, the orchard was to be given over to her daughter, Babaka. So this is fascinating because in traditional Jewish law, the inheritance usually passes to a son. And as long as there is a son, it doesn't matter how many daughters there are, the sons inherit to the detriment of the daughters, as it were. The son has responsibilities for the upkeep of their sisters, but in general, when you look at women in the classical world, in Jewish society as well as many others, women traditionally lived within the shadow of some male figure, either their father, their husband, their adult sons. They very rarely went out and mated on their own. Rabatha was a partial exception to that rule, as we shall see. But it's interesting to note that the will does not seem to employ any of the traditional kind of legal mechanisms that the traditional law would require. Like, for example, I have daughters, and I certainly want to bequeath my massive wealth to them. That's a joke. But, I want my daughters to share wealth with their brothers. So there are various legal devices that I can do to make sure that they get the wealth, but within a halakhically acceptable way. I can give them a mana mechaya, for example, a gift while I am alive. I'm allowed to give them as much property as I want while I'm alive. And there's discussions in the halakha of, can I create a document that says, 1 moment before I expire, I give, my holdings in Cancun to my eldest daughter, and my holdings in Switzerland, second daughter, and stuff like that. Can I do that? So what's interesting is that these are absent in the will written by Babata's father. Babata's father just gives it straight out to his wife. Now she's normally the beneficiary. And then after that, he says it should go to my daughter. That's also a problem in Jewish law, that you cannot will things after your death. You can't say, I want it to go to Reuben, and then after Reuben dies, I want it to go to Shimon. You have no control over it. Once you give it to the first person upon death, then it's whatever they want to do with it. So the will that is the first dated document that we have in the Babata archive does not seem to conform to Jewish law in its particulars. That itself has a lot of ramifications that we'll return to towards the end of this lecture. Then, so Babata, though, whether she had sons or not, whether she had brothers or not, she was likely the eldest child, maybe even an only child. There's no real reference, if I recall, to any siblings of Babata at this point. Now, she grows up and she marries a guy named Jesus. I kid you not. The name they use constantly in the literature is Jesus. It was really easy to find pictures on the internet of Jesus. This is what he actually looked like. But his name was Yeshua, and for whatever reason, the archaeologists like to use the term Jesus, even though it's kind of like begging the question when you first see it. Anyways, she married him in roughly the year 124, she married him a little earlier. By 124, she was a widow. I believe, what was her birthday? Do you remember, Mr. Rodriguez? It was around 104, right? 104. So she was already at 20. She was a widow with a son whose name was also Jesus, by the way. Here they are. It's also easy to find pictures of mother and child if you put Jesus in baby. One more note I wanted to mention. So what happens is she married Jesus, and then she inherited some property in Mahoza. So that's where her father left her the property. And then within a year, she married again. Now, so she's married to a second guy whose name was not Jesus. But we have Jesus, her son, and this is another interesting aspect of the archive, is that right away she gets into a custody dispute over her son Jesus. Specifically, there were two men who were appointed as apotropos. That's a singular. Apotroposim, I guess, would be the plural. This is a Greek word which has entered the Hebrew lexicon as well. It's in the Talmud all over the place. And apotropos is like a guardian, someone who has custody. It appears that the boy Jesus, the baby Jesus, was allowed to live with, I enjoy that. The baby Jesus was allowed to live with Babatha, but they controlled the child support. And so she took them to court, demanding that they should pay more monthly stipend for the upkeep of her child. This also has some fascinating implications here. Once again, it's not entirely in keeping with traditional Jewish law. Like in traditional Jewish law, to my knowledge, certainly the mother gets custody. It's not even a discussion. If both parents are alive, then there's a possibility that a husband could get custody if there was a divorce or things like that, but it's unlikely. Definitely the preferential custodian is the mother. But the idea that the wealth would then be distributed through other people seems really strange. Like, why should you separate the money that she legally inherits from her husband and send it up through a trust managed by two other people? So this is, again, not necessarily in conformity with Jewish law, but we see that, as one of the articles put it, even though she was illiterate, she was certainly no wallflower. She was absolutely ready to take people to court, very litigious, and she was saying, hey, this is not enough for my son Jesus to get everything he needs. And what do you expect? There's going to be loaves and fish and all that. But what's going to happen? No, sure. I'll have to cut that out. This is really also one of the big issues, which I was going to save till later, but we'll talk about it now. Where is she suing her plaintiffs? No, defendants. Where is she taking them to court? Well, no, she's got the documents in the cave. All this is happening before the revolt, which broke out in 132. So this is in her 20s. There certainly should be a Beit Din, right? She took it to, well, at this point it would be the Roman courts, but she took it to the non-Jewish courts. And that's also really surprising, because in Jewish law, that's considered like really over the line. We have a perfectly good legal system. We have a system of justice with judges and, plaintiffs, defendants, rules of evidence, all kinds of stuff like that. What are you doing bringing it to the non-Jewish courts? It's considered like kind of a betrayal of Jewish values to take it to a secular court. That said, we do it all the time. But let me take Fred's question, then we'll come back to this point. There's plenty of evidence Jews. Yeah, definitely. They're referred to as Jews in various contexts. There are some non-Jewish players. There's a possibility that one of the guardians was a non-Jew, for example. There's no question referred to as Jewish. The name Babatha is a little unusual, that TH sound, which you don't normally find in Hebrew. In ancient Hebrew, the letter Saf pronounced that way, so it's not so crazy. They're definitely Jewish people. And they're definitely, look, they're hanging out with Bar Kokhba. And Bar Kokhba was a rebel against the Romans, but vis-a-vis the Judaism, he was mainstream, right? Akiva was his sponsor. So she's going to secular courts. And he's going to secular courts before the Bar Kokhba revolution, right? So before that. So, I have a lot of sort of like unformed thoughts about this, but why don't we touch on them right now? Definitely, Jewish law favors solving Jewish problems in a Jewish court. And there are lots of like strong messages of warning throughout our religious texts that say, don't take all of your dirty laundry and air it out in the street. Or as they say, it would be a shanda for the goyim. It would be an embarrassment in front of the non-Jews to say that. The word goyim here not used in a derogatory sense at all. It would be a shanda for the goyim if you brought your Jewish problems. If you're suing your synagogue, for example, you don't want to do that in a secular court. You want to do it in a Beit Din. But the problem is, if you are suing your synagogue, do you feel you will get a fair hearing at Beit Din, right? There you want to go to a secular court maybe because you feel you have a better chance at it. And in fact, we see that for various reasons, some very celebrated cases in Jewish law have been settled in secular courts. I'm thinking in particular, for example, of the notorious library case in the Lubavitch movement, where there was a thief who was stealing really valuable manuscripts from the Chabad library at 770, and he was caught, and there was a big question as to whether or not he would actually return the goods, let alone the material that he had already sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so, in what appeared to be a controversial decision, the Rabbi felt it would be more effective, he would have a better chance of enforcing the decision if he took it to a secular court, and that's what happened. He went to the secular courts, they decided in favor of the Lubavitch movement and the Rebbe, and they had to, all those books had to be brought back to 770. So that's a modern example of going to a secular court, and Babaka also did so as well. Okay, so we'll come back to this a little later. The story goes on now. So Babaka, you'll recall, she married Jesus, had a baby Jesus, and then Jesus died, and so she married another husband within a year. His name was Judanis, and he had a wife at the same time who was living in En-Gedi. So he had Babaka, who was apparently living in Makorda, and he had Miriam in En-Gedi. And there doesn't seem to be any objection to this in any of the texts. So even though the text, the articles refer to it as bigamy, that's kind of a strong word. Polygamy was certainly allowed among Jews for another 800 years yet, so it's not that unusual that a wealthy landowner would have more than one wife. However, Judanis maybe was not so wealthy because Babaka loaned him 300 denarii in order for him to marry off his daughter. He needed to have a certain amount of funds to give his daughter from his first wife, Miriam. It's like a place I have to keep all these names. She loaned him 300 denarii so he could pay off his daughter's wedding, and then he died before he could repay the debt. So Babaka, reticent and retiring woman that she is, she seized her husband's date orchards, 3 of them, as security against the debts that her co-wife or co-widow, Miriam, owed her. And in fact, the last document we have in the Babaka archive is a summons from the court, from Miriam, summoning Babaka to appear because she wanted the orchard back. She was saying that, it's not right for you to take the orchard because my husband borrowed some money for you. That document is dated 132, which is right at the beginning of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So it's at this point that we assume Babaka went into the cave shortly after receiving this summons. We know, for example, that Judanis had an adult daughter who was getting married. He borrowed 300 denarii, so that would make him probably 20 years older than Babaka. If she is roughly, she's maybe 27 at the time she's married. We know when she's married. She's married in the year 125, and she was 104. 21, right? So she's 21, and let's say he's 41. So the argument from the back is that maybe those apotropos were actually custodians for both her and the baby Jesus. I like saying that. I don't know if Rabbi Grinstein would appreciate me saying the baby Jesus over and over again. It's cool, but I don't know, it feels good. But that's an interesting point. Although in Jewish law, again, I don't know if that's reasonable. Once a girl becomes bat Yisrael, bat mitzvah, 12 years of age, she's fully adult in Jewish law. And you don't appoint an apotropos for someone, unless they're mentally incapacitated, which we don't get any, there's no indication that that would be Levada. Unless they're mentally incapacitated, once they are 12 in a day, a girl is an adult. So if they were apotropoi for her as well, that would be another indication that it's not being handled according to Jewish law. Yes. So let me summarize that with the microphone on. It's a very valid observation that women clearly don't have the same level of legal standing as men in either Jewish or in classical Roman legislation. We could have an interesting discussion, I think, trying to compare them. I think that Jewish law would hold them to a higher standard than Roman law would, but certainly not to a 21st century standard. Nor would it be appropriate to try and, retroactively project our values onto the second century. However, there's a bigger question, which I've been trying to save for the end of the lecture, but I'll tease you a little bit of it right now. The real question is, what happened with rabbinic Judaism? Like, when you go to Sunday school and you study the traditional Judaic approach to the ancient world, you have these heroic rabbis who have, this vision of Judaism, which is exactly the same as the way we observe it today in every tiny little detail, including chillent and including electric timers on your Shabbos clock, things like that. And that's the kind of image you get. But when we actually look at the ancient period, it's a lot more messy. There are a lot of Jews who are not doing the way they're supposed to in rabbinic law, and nobody seems upset about it at the time. The documents don't say she's a heretic because she went to the secular courts. So one more detail that Hannah Cotton in particular points out, our most reliable early texts of rabbinic Judaism describing itself were not really recorded until the end of the second century with the Mishnah of Rabbi Yehuda. We have some earlier texts to be sure, but the Mishnahs are really much more solid to understand on. So in other words, Babata's archive predates the serious doctrines of rabbinic Judaism by 70 years. So we know more about the ancient world from Babata in some ways than we do from the rabbis. Is it possible the rabbis' version of the way things should be is kind of like tunnel vision? So let me return to that towards the end of the lecture. That was just a little teaser. Let's go on. Okay, so what ends up happening? Okay, so we have this whole story. We have the first marriage, the custody battle, the second marriage, the battle over the property, over the date palms, things like that. One more detail. This man's Pinchas Korat was on the 1961 excursion into the caves with General Yadin, and he was kind of like an adventuresome sort, and he was told to go and look for any other cave formations that they had not yet found. He found one kind of crack. It was a little bit smaller than his waistline, and he decided to push through it anyways, and he found himself in another large opening, and he picked up his flashlight, and it turned out he was in a room filled with human bones that were laid out on these reed mats, and it appears that this was an evidence of the ancient Jewish practice of secondary burial. This is the way it's actually described in the Mishnah and the Talmud. It's not that controversial at all. The way the Jews used to bury their dead in ancient Israel is they would place them in one secure place, sometimes covered with lime, and they would let the flesh decompose. And then a year later, they would go back and perform what was called likut atzamot, the gathering of bones. It was considered a simcha, and you would take the bones of your ancestor and you would bring them to a crypt or an ossuary where you would put them in stone boxes, and then you could come visit your relatives in these stone boxes, as it were. Once when we were living in Israel, and our eldest daughter, who's now she's going to be 23 in a couple of days, she was only about 2.5, 3 years old, and we were visiting Jason's tomb, which is in Rabbi in Yerushalayim, and it's like on the street. It's like they're right in the street, and they have these bars on kind of like a hillside, and there's houses all around, but there's bars on the hillside. You can look into the bars and you can see the crypt. You can see all the holes in the walls where people would put their bones, their families, from the Hellenistic period. And as we're looking through the bars, Rafaela walks through the bars into the crypt. And there's my little 2 or 3-year-old daughter in there, wandering around the crypt, looking in the holes and stuff like that. And we could not get in. The bars were locked and everything. So finally we had to tempt her out with some candy, but scary. Anyways, he goes in there and he finds this secondary burial site filled with bones. Most likely, these are the remnants of the Bar Kokhba rebels who could not be taken out of the cave for burial. And so they were situated there. Gives you a sense of how long they might have been there. And then the plan was that they would later be taken to their final resting place. There were several female skeletons in this, what was called the niche of skulls, that could have been Babatha herself. There are a couple of possibilities that come from this as why was Babatha there in the first place. According to General Yadin, again, the first person to discover this cave, he felt that Babatha must have been a political sympathizer with Bar Kokhba, that she identified with their cause, and so she hid out with the rebels and things like that. And, you know, we have to place this in the 1960s, it's before the Six-Day War, and there's a lot of nationalist excitement and a lot of like Zionist energy and things like that. And of course, it makes sense that, sure, she would want to go make the last stand with Bar Kokhba rebels. The only problem is that nothing in the archive gives us any sense that this is kind of Babatha's worldview. We have traditional Jewish marriage contract and things like that. There are some variations of it, but basically it's Jewish and so on. You know, why would we think that she's going to be politically motivated like that? Richard Freund, on the other hand, says probably a more pragmatic reason, which I find personally a little more convincing. One of the other documents found in the archive was the ketubah, or marriage contract, of her second husband's daughter, which was included with Babatha's art. Now we know that Babatha had a hard time with her second husband's wife, Miriam, but she apparently had some relationship with her second husband's wife's daughter, Shlomo. Now, what Freud argues is that perhaps Babatha was in the Ein Gedi region, which was a real hotbed of the Bar Kokhba military activity. She was there perhaps in the context of that last summons that we read. And when the war broke out, she sought refuge in this cave with Shlom Tzor, because according to Jewish law, a woman is not allowed to be away from her ketubah for more than 30 days. Like if you go, the ketubah is a marriage contract, that is a woman's legal surety in marriage. That if the marriage is dissolved for any reason, that's her document to prove what her rights are after wedding. So that's why most families today, they'll actually put the ketubah on the wall and they make them decorative and things like that. But it's a legal vice that has real standing. So a woman would not travel for any long period of time without her ketubah. So if Shlomo Sion, who is from Ein Gedi, takes her ketubah with her to the caves, it sounds like they ran away. They ran like for refuge there. And she may have gone with Babatha. And then since Babatha decided to bury her documents, Shlomo Sion said to her older, really aunt figure, put mine in there with yours. And so they were buried together as a result. So Dr. Freud's thesis is that she was living her own upper middle class life with all of its legal dramas and things like that. And when this war broke out, she decided that the safest place for me is to go to this cave, and that's how these objects ended up there. Very interesting kind of thesis. But again, we're all piecing these together from little bits of evidence. So let's try and understand the legacy of this find, because it is a lot of things. I mentioned earlier Hannah Cotton's observation, Dr. Cotton's observation, that this says a lot about the transfer of Nabatean Arabia, or the Nabatean kingdom to Roman Arabia, but that's not really our main concern here, and of course on Jewish biography. There are two elements that I find especially fascinating and relevant about the Babatha archive. The first is what it has to say about the status of women in 2nd century Israel. The archive says a lot about Inhera, that apparently she was not able to control all of the assets related to her son, but she did have sufficient power to even seize property from another woman, from Miriam, over a dispute. And that she was regularly assisted in this regard by a whole team of lawyers who are putting together these documents in various languages. By the way, there are multiple copies of some of the documents because she obviously expected to have to deposit them with the court, and she would keep other copies for herself. And that women even though they were clearly of a secondary status, they nevertheless had significant power that they could wield in the courts as well and expect to have their rights upheld. We see this unusual thing about custody, that the role of the apotropoi, which is in contrast to Jewish laws, we'll see in a second. We also see that, her illiteracy evidently did not hold her back from, getting the things she wanted done. That may be something that's more true of her because she had the material wherewithal to carry out her wishes. We could not necessarily generalize this to, let's say, a lower class Jewish woman, working for a living in a day job. She apparently was not in that class. There seems to be no problem with the polygamy. There's no comments whatsoever on, her being married to a man who had another wife and so on. So these kinds of things are fascinating. History of gender, the history of women in the ancient world. From a Jewish perspective, there's a lot to say here about the status of rabbinic Judaism. Again, recall, as we've discussed in a few lectures, this is a period of tremendous spiritual tumult when there are so many different expressions of Jews, of their attachment to God, including Pharisaic Judaism, which has become normative rabbinic Judaism, Sadducean Judaism, which denied, for example, the existence of the world to come and made the temporal rituals absolutely central and essential to Judaism. The Jewish Christians who still, well, by the time we get to the Babata's period, it's becoming more of a Gentile movement, meaning a lot more people who are not born Jews are joining the Christian movement. But certainly in the first few, overwhelmingly Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. Look how many Jesuses we have just in Babata's lifetime. And they're all sort of like intellectually competing for the minds of. So one way of understanding this is that rabbinic Judaism was kind of like one of prima inter pares, first among these, they happened to win. And for whatever reasons, the features of rabbinic Judaism made it more portable, more adaptable to diaspora needs and things like that. And this just happens to be the one form of Judaism that succeeded. That's an approach that many of the scholars take. I would like to suggest, however, something that kind of keeps the value of traditional Judaism in place while without denying the realities of people like Babata and their activities. Like, for example, you can still say that, to use a modern term, Orthodox Judaism is the quote-unquote authentic Judaism. But if you went to everybody's kitchen, even in an Orthodox synagogue in America, how many of them would you find are not keeping kosher? They're still belonging to the Orthodox synagogue. They're still affiliating Orthodox. They're still considering themselves Orthodox, but they are antinomian at home. So does that necessarily invalidate the central ideological track? Not at all. All it says is that Jews are not so pro. Jews are not necessarily so inclined to be compliant with the rabbinic authorities, which is certainly nothing new in Jewish history. Jews not listening to rabbis, you just got to read the Bible for lots of evidence of that kind of thing. So I would like to tender that these documents indicate, once again, an illustration of my father, Harani Kavar's Mishkavo, always used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. That in the 2nd century, we should not have this idea that everybody is walking around in a big black fedora, with a gartel and all that stuff. Jews in the 2nd century were also quite diverse in their approaches to religiosity. And although we have this strong tradition of rabbinic Judaism that certainly survived that period, it may have, as the rabbis say, predated it all the way to Sinai, and just that Jews are not necessarily paying attention to it. That's what we see quite a bit in the Babata archive. So that's the quick lightning tour of the Babata archive. Tried not to insert too much of my own interpretation in this, but I want to thank you very much for your intelligence and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Well, I hope you found that lecture as fascinating as I did doing the research. Once again, a big shout out to Carol Shapiro, the librarian, for helping out with so many great materials. Now, if you're watching this, it means you lasted right to the very end of the video. So, a couple of things. First of all, if you look at the comments section, especially in videos like the Khazarian video, particularly on YouTube, you'll see there are a lot of crazy people out there who write really nasty, awful things. You don't even know, don't include on the website. So if you are one of those crazy people, I'm going to tell you right now, the rule is that if you write, add comment attacks, if you use profanity, if I feel that your comments are not, really trying to seek the truth and in a scholarly way, then I'm just going to delete them and don't want to know the existence. So don't even bother commenting. If you disagree with me, that's great. Go ahead and write whatever you want. You can say it in a slightly nasty way. I will err on the side of generosity and let those comments stand. But for the rest of you, if you're not among the crazy people, then please write something nice to counterbalance some of the nasty things we say. And I would really appreciate it if you share these videos with your friends. I think it would be fantastic if we could spread, a little more knowledge of the tremendous wealth of information that's contained in the Jewish heritage, and it would make me feel really great if I knew that a lot of people were appreciating these videos. But I certainly appreciate that you enjoyed this video, so please like, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have an excellent week. Thank you very much. All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. When I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And this is a difficult challenge for the ancient period. Once you've talked about Luria, once you've talked about Rothschild, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through, I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures, to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously we're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that, when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome, and why are we talking about her? So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Luria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually has a really tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources other than Josephus, who is a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod, gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly, and I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the gospel, the one episode that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss, made her quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years, but as I mentioned, not all of them are complementary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever, that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod, so it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods we're talking about. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Vazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs the dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century. The metaphor for forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this opera, this play, in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless, it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who's written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally 2. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are 2 specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the 1st century. You'll recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the First Roman-Jewish War in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the 1st century, and then was very well read, and Romans read it. He received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews of all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so they're not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect
that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra, meaning tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro. Thank you. And arch means like leader, archos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, is a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right? Also named after Herod. He liked to name a lot of his kids after himself. At John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from a Idumean family, which was Edomites, but that's already, four generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of pagan-based place that we can imagine. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which is forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding, casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I'll edit it out, right? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting there, and Herodias gets an idea. How about this? My husband, Herod, is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for her to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. And so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and mother said, "Quick, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter." Herod's distress was palpable. I wonder what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the bank with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, possibly so young she's a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist was so grotesque it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you can see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day. There are tons of these examples. It seems they're having a huge field day with what's right. Here is an early 20th century example from one of these staged in their plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I should as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, is insight, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and and again, this is not in the original text, this is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is, but she was walking on a pond, she fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but that's how she meant her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. Now, to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, it's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact. He also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist, and that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives in to her mother's wishes, and she has him decapitated, and there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerful. You connect it back to Wilde's personal history. It makes a lot more sense, and so on. So the fascinating story that gripped the imagination of connection beats and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in a Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish history? Okay. So, first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background, and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a period rendition of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that deserves an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting.
The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English, common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things, and by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. They would have to use force of arms and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees and in charge of the temple ritual, we talked about them in the previous class, were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his, role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that we have this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the western wall, he built the Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, the Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones in the reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud, Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple, it's nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by, his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation, things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nonetheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada, which you can see here are hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good works. And he's like giving to the whole population. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. Like that donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of grand, do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes, taxes. Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but otherwise it was put together by taxes. If you look at in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The North was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes for Solomon, where he built the temple and things like that, huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your father's practices and taxes like this, or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the North revolted and they created a separate kingdom. Yes, Judith. Mm-hmm. Yes, interesting. Very good. The parallel to Ruth, the parallel also, I would think, to Esther, right? A parallel also, and you can even include the decapitated heads to Judith and Holofernes, right? In fact, some of these earlier artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. So that's a story where there was a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of princess, and she got the king of the Syrians, I think, drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. Yeah. That was Sisera. Yael and Sisera, and Yehudit and Holofernes is a similar story. Yael is with the 10th peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? This is the head thing. Okay, let us go on. Okay, so back to, so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we'll just kind of, is there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah. What exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu and Navi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is, the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either in the River Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body water like the ocean or lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes into one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah. I mean, he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. And of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought, and it's based openly on the idea of Eliyahu and Navi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured into the Christian term, or modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because think about it, we're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men, that is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of tzniut, of modesty, of the way people should comport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory,
on openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what the Torah demands of us. And they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the first Roman Jewish War, the second Roman Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who are primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus as the Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. And so the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to the open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. And one way, which I don't want to focus on for the next 10 minutes or so, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's, was it Wilde's depiction? I think it was Strauss's depiction. I'm not sure offhand. Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, having no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, what was his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism in the post-Christian era, that is, in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before. But just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Verben from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see, there's certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. I could do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, so there is like a crucifix in the middle and Jesus on the cross, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open and looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word, regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing her through the top of her skull to really get the point across, so to speak, that he's an utter favorite. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head that she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis. Judith, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent? Very good. Yeah, no, you can. There's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact, but I'm going to say that in the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience that Judith said this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews though is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. He blows the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yes, holding it by the horn, which is very significant. Okay. Interesting. Yes, I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours named Keene in North Miami Beach, the one year they decided to do actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach. And so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went to her and said, "Mom, there's a dinosaur in the kitchen." So the chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above those things. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carne, meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. That Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of it. That it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, we have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot. And you could do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday. All of these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue, for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? That's all physical. Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the more medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual, material vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually more a generic representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism, Christianity, and so on. So it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also recall, you're absolutely right, that, the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training and so on? You come to the larger villages, big city, and you see these cathedrals and stained glass art and colors. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Here, by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. The coin was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like. Hard to tell. She's sort of unintelligent and arid, but at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty and she had enough to have the coins minted after her. But we should put in this context the legacy. So what do we understand from this story, vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated legacy because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for moving forward. And she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier from most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about Bar Kokhba, a fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and it was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out that he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in more conventional Jewish time next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Yes, get them after us. Right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I have it right there, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started here. So thank you for coming to the final pre-Pesach lecture of the season. Next week, we will, of course, not be meeting here. We will all be very busy getting ready for the holiday coming up, God willing. And we will resume a summer session, God willing, at the end of April 30th. My lovely assistant and the brilliant Eliza Abramson will be collecting email addresses if you would like to receive the schedule via email. You'll also, by the way, if I get your email and I put you on the blog, you'll be able to simply receive updates as the lectures are posted as well. So that's a good well for the beginning. Let me start with just a little story. Of course, we are going to be, this is actually a true story about Passover cleaning. As you know, the holiday is a tremendous amount of work as we cleanse our houses of all leavened products, which on a symbolic level is understood to refer to, our sense of arrogance and our pride and all of these inflated things like, yeast causes the dough to rise. We also have to get rid of the pride and arrogance that is so corrosive to our own humility. And so that's why people, especially in the holy city of Jerusalem, tend to go really over the cliff when it comes to methods of cleaning. And they're taking Q-tips and cleaning out the electrical sockets and, filters in their water and all kinds of, amazing things, repainting everything. So this actually happened to a friend of mine. I hope I didn't tell it to you last week. He lives in Neve Yaakov, which is a suburb of Jerusalem in the north. And on Erev Pesach, the day before Passover, his toilet seat breaks. Oy basement. I did tell it last week.
Tell it again.
I'm going to tell it again. I noticed that nobody watched from Latvia this week. So this is for the Latvians. So anyways, he goes into Jerusalem, into the main city, to get a toilet seat. He goes to the hardware store, he buys a toilet seat, he puts it on his arm, he gets back on the bus. He's riding on the bus back to Neve Yaakov. He hears two Hasidim talk behind him, and one of them says to the other, well, that's a stringency I've never heard of before. Right? That's a chumrah I've never heard of. Right? Okay, so that's the joke. Yeah, it's cute. Okay, right, that's it. I won't tell it again until next year. Tonight's topic is Henrietta Zold, who is a fascinating topic. Her life career just begins to take us into the 20th century, where we'll look at some really fascinating people after the break. Oh, and by the way, let me also suggest that I am, currently researching people to study after the break. So if you have any particular requests for 20th century, send them my way. Hannah Arendt has come up actually in a couple of suggestions. Thinking that might be an interesting person to look at. The Piaseczna Rabbi from the Warsaw Ghetto is someone I definitely like to look at. So please send me your suggestions. We'd like to look at figures in Jewish history that made a significant impact. Okay, so Henrietta Zold was one of those people. Her life follows a very interesting trajectory in that, she is hugely undervalued for the first 4 decades of her life. Even though she has phenomenal talents, which are exploited mercilessly by people around her, people who you would think would know better in the Jewish establishment. She's consistently underpaid and undervalued, underutilized. But then all of a sudden, in her late 40s, she has a personal crisis, which ironically transforms her into this activist extraordinaire that creates organizations in Israel and in America, most notably the Hadassah Women's Organization in this country, and also the Youth Aliyah in Israel, that was responsible for saving 30,000 lives of German Jews between the ages of 15 and 17. And this all happened in her 50s and onward. So it's really interesting to see a person who is really, towards mid-career, when most people start thinking about retirement, she all of a sudden exploded and made phenomenal contributions to Jewish history. So I'd like to quickly scope out her career, places within context. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about the crisis that changed her so and allowed her to transmit her values and her energy to the Jewish population as a whole. So her years are 1860 to 1945. She is a child of America. She was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Her father was a recent import to this country. Actually, this is kind of the summary slide that I'm going to go right past. She was actually, we might have to talk about it a little bit. Why was she so great? Okay, I mentioned Hadassah, I mentioned Youth Aliyah, things like that. But she is an American Jewish leader who first made her mark primarily in scholarship and primarily behind the scenes. She was quite talented as a writer, and she had facility with, of course, the American language of English, which was something that most Jewish scholars of the time did not have. Most of them were coming over from Germany and had facility in Hebrew, perhaps in Aramaic, and perhaps in German, but in English that was an entirely different matter. So she was the behind-the-scenes editor and translator of so many works. I had my daughter Elisa in my office at the university today, and I read that Henrietta Zold was extremely involved in the translation of Heinrich Graetz's works from German into English. Graetz, of course, is a great 19th century encyclopedic historian of the Jews. And I have a 1909 copy of of Graetz's history published by the Jewish Publication Society, with which Henrietta Zold was very active. And I pulled volume 1 off the shelf to see who translated it. It says in the biographies she wrote it more than Graetz did almost. And I looked in the preface, and it quotes one person, I forget what her name is, but she says, I only translated the first part of the first volume, and everything else of the other 6 volumes were translated by other hands, and they go unnamed. So clearly this is a reference to Henrietta Zold, she just does not get the credit she deserves, as we shall see. She later went on after this personal crisis to found Hadassah and be very active in Zionist causes, where she is a great hero to the early Zionist movement. Okay, so let's place her family background in context. Her father was Benjamin Zold, shown here, who was a Hungarian rabbi who was a modernizing figure within the rabbinic context. However, within the Baltimorean context, he was quite a traditionalist. The congregation that he came to lead with his young wife, they had just married the year before, was known as the most Sabbath observant synagogue in Baltimore in the 1850s and 1860s as a result of his tenure. And he spent quite a bit of time as a scholar, publishing several works primarily in German and in Hebrew. He and his wife had 8 daughters. Henrietta was the oldest of them, and she fell into a kind of a demographic trap that was highly unfortunate for her. Born in 1860, she was of a generation where there were very, very few American-born Jews at all. You had the German Jewish migration that had started in the 1840s and had peaked into the 1850s. And then you had later the massive Jewish migration in the 1880s. And it happened that she being born in 1860 meant it was actually difficult for her to find a suitable mate. We talk about the shidduch crisis today. We normally don't worry so much about whether or not you're born between waves of immigration, but this happened to hit Henrietta Zold very hard. And in fact, she never married, never had children, although her, which nowadays that's not necessarily the sequence I put it in, but I'll probably edit that out when I get back to the editing table. But thank you for laughing anyway. But this was something that affected her deeply. She did have a romantic heart, as we shall see shortly, but she was never able to fulfill that aspect of her life. At any rate, as a child, she had an exceptionally strong education at the hands of her father and was quite well schooled in Hebraic sources. She translated several of them into English, and she was also well trained in secular subjects as well. Later on, her education was signal in terms of her later career, as we shall see in the next slide. But perhaps it's important to note that her father was a modernist in the sense that specifically, even though he was a traditionalist rabbi, being Shomer Shabbos, he was still a Zionist. And to be a Zionist, I'm not sure if Orthodox is the right word to use for her father in this context, but to be a traditionalist rabbi and to be Zionist in those times meant that you were kind of bucking the trend. You could either be like well, I'm not going to go into too much detail. Let's go on to concentrate on her. At any rate, she went, yeah, I know, in that picture, it's a problematic one. All the photographs and John says he's not wearing a yarmulke. It's strange. Maybe he's, I don't know. I'm not sure what to. No, there's several pictures. Yeah, if I were bald, I would wear a kippah. Yeah, I wear a kippah now, even. So, it was funny. I had an aliyah last Shabbos, and the very first line says that something about a person who is balding is pure. You know? So I thought, oh, perfect aliyah for me. I felt very good about that one. Okay. Anyway, she went to Western Female High School, which is an interesting name for a term, and then she went on to teach at several high schools. She taught German and French. German was the language spoken at home. And she also taught science and math, so she was really quite a broadly educated young woman. She also taught Jewish subjects at her father's synagogue over at Shalom, where he, by the way, was a rabbi for several decades. She went on to a significant number of adult education classes, never earned a degree, although she did receive honorary doctorates later in her life. She took public adult and continuing classes in Johns Hopkins. Remember, we're talking about now the 1880s and 1890s. And later on in her career, when they moved to New York, she wanted to study Jewish subjects more intensively so that she could participate more in her life with the publishing arm of Jewish Publication Society. So she actually applied for admission and was readily accepted to the Jewish Theological Seminary on the condition that she signed a document indicating she would not apply for rabbinic ordination. It's kind of an interesting thing. Here it is. In the early 20th century, a woman accepted to study Talmud and so on, but she has a promise not to apply for rabbinic ordination, which reminds me of a different joke altogether. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It goes like this. It's a high holidays, and, many synagogues, you have to buy a ticket to get a seat, and they have a gabbai at the door who will take your ticket to make sure that you have paid the dues to be able to be with the congregation on the high holidays. So Goldstein goes up to the gabbai at the door and he says, I have to go in. And the gabbai says, where's your ticket? He says, I don't have a ticket. He says, well, I'm sorry, you can't go in. He says, but I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. He says, it doesn't matter. You can't go in without a ticket. He says, it's a matter of life and death. If I don't talk to Goldfarb, something terrible, and I really have to go in there. So the gabbai finally says, okay, fine, go on in, but don't pray. So she was accepted to JTS, but she has a promise not to graduate, as it were, with a rabbinic degree. And then in 1880, her father took her for a trip to Europe, and she was quite appalled with many of the things that she saw there. First of all, she was appalled with the poverty of Eastern European Jewry, with the sheer desperation that they experienced under the very arbitrary administrative anti-Semitica of the Russian Empire in particular, with all kinds of restrictions on Jewish trade, concentrations in where they can live, banishments from certain regions, borderlands, things like this. And of course, just 1 year later, after she had returned, would begin the massive pogrom waves of 1881 to 1884 that would kick off all of the great wave of Eastern European migration to America. So she had some knowledge firsthand as a young woman of the state of privation of the Jews in the late 19th century in Europe. And she was very moved by the plight of her people, something that would motivate her throughout the rest of her life. Secondarily, she was also appalled with the status of women's education in Jewish Europe. She prayed at the Altneuschule of Prague, which is, of course, a major pilgrimage site of Jews associated with the great Maharal, Rabbi of Prague. And she was amazed with how cramped and dark and really second-class the women's section was. So she felt that women's causes clearly needed to be championed, within a very traditionalist viewpoint, and they simply had languished in Eastern Europe. So the motivation towards benefiting the Jewish people as a whole, particularly the impoverished masses, and secondly, benefiting Jewish women, were really the two lodestars of her thought, or the two northern stars. I don't know if you're going to have two northern stars, but together they formed the northern star of her thought, the Jewish people, Jewish women in particular, and that really informed a lot of her choices later in life. One particular incident stands out. There's something of a halachic controversy. For people who feel passionately about these things, there's a lot of ink spilled on the question of exactly who should say Kaddish for a deceased relative. And specifically, what exactly is the obligation of a woman to say Kaddish? And there's a whole range of opinion on that particular statement. To towards the right end of the spectrum, there is a consensus that it's not appropriate for a woman to pronounce Kaddish publicly in front of a group of men, and so then women should use other avenues to discharge the obligation to memorialize the dead. Towards the left end of the spectrum, certainly well within the Orthodox spectrum as a whole, there's a feeling that, well, why shouldn't this be said? And women will say the Kaddish on the other side of the Mechitza or something like that. So at any rate, when her father died, there were several well-wishers who offered to say Kaddish on her behalf for her father, and she politely refused. In writing, we have her words on this, indicating that no, she feels that it's something that she personally must take on, and she insisted on saying Kaddish herself, even though that was somewhat a-traditional. So she's kind of like finding the line that is appropriate for herself, not necessarily trying to be a rabbi, but on the other hand, being very learned and taking personal responsibility for her father's Kaddish. I might add, kind of as like a side point, I think I have kind of an interest in the history of Jewish feminism, and it is a recurring theme among American Jewish feminists, how losing a parent and then some well-wisher, well-meaning observer indicates that a woman in America should not say Kaddish. That usually provokes a tremendous counter-reaction that sometimes turns into outright rejection of Judaism. If you have to have a look, for example, at Letty Cotton Palmerman's autobiography, which I think is called Divorce, Sarah and Me, Devorah Golda and Me, I think it is. Right? She has a very powerful description of how she felt when some rabbi told her, sorry, you're not allowed to say Kaddish because you're a woman. And it's a very caustic and dangerous thing to say. I know. So she had no brothers, 7 sisters. Okay. So, anyways, this was a turning point in her life in terms of getting her to dedicate herself entirely to the Jewish people. And initially, she took this as a charge to develop her scholarship and to support scholars. She took on traditionally very supporting roles until, as I mentioned, the 40s when she had this turning point. Let me pause for questions while I take a sip of soda. Is Abram saying you have that I have a question look on your face? Yes. No, Hadassah is a women. It's an organization of women dedicated to Zionist causes, and within that, those Zionist causes, there's a whole range of projects they take on. Yeah, but I think it's fascinating that you should question. First of all, because I always find your questions fascinating, but also I think we should note. This came up also at the college day. We should note that one of the great losses that American Jewry has suffered as a result of the feminist revolution, which has generated tremendous positive gains for the Jewish people as a whole, but one entire sector of our workforce has disappeared as a result of the feminist revolution. And that is specifically the massive number of women who used to volunteer their time for organizations like Amit, Hadassah, Emunah, all of these organizations. Now that women are working and earning money, that's fantastic, great economic benefit, but our volunteer base has been emptied out as a result of that. Now, I'm not sure that we want to turn back the clock on this, but it has affected our community dramatically because all those valuable, woman hours of labor are gone. Uh-oh, watch out, we have a dissertation on this?
One of the more interesting aspects of this program was that by allowing people to work with and find volunteerism, one of the options was rethinking of what was happening. And many times the women were only allowed to rise in these organizations to a certain level. The executive director was always male.
Right.
And one of the things that happened is that you had feminization the upper echelon in many of the traditional national organizations as paid leadership positions.
Interesting.
And it's everything from the numbers of women going in as executive directors of congregations,
Federations. Yeah.
Right, it also led to the rise of very active women's division within the Black generation where they had more money to donate.
Interesting. That's fascinating. Yeah, so we need more money, not necessarily more time commitment. So I'm not sure what's going to work out. Okay, guys. Yes, please.
It must be a good question, but I'm sure because she has plenty of class with Rothschild, it brought in her alignment extremely in that the fact that women which has a medical treatment particularly during childbirth, there was tremendous quite incident of mother and child death.
Sure.
Post
Postpartum. Yeah.
Postpartum. And one of the first things she's going to work on, the nursing institute,
Yes.
and
Big health causes.
Causes whether they were Jews or not,
Right.
and that ends their lives.
Don't forget she was a science teacher. So she had, unusually broad-based space. Last comment, Ms. Averson, and we will go on. All right, that's it. Well, the activism we're going to see in a moment, how educated her siblings were, I didn't do any research on that, so I don't know. I would assume that they probably had a similar kind of background that she did, but usually firstborn children tend to excel in terms of reading skills and stuff, like, that's just one of those things. Her father was a brilliant rabbi. He spent a lot of time. I mean, what daughter of a brilliant father wouldn't you expect to be similarly brilliant, right? Okay, let's go on. Right. Now, she got involved in the Jewish Publication Society. This is an extremely significant and influential institution that translated and distributed so many works. The Tanakh was one of their great publications in the turn of the century, the Jewish King James, as it were. Went through several editions. All kinds of really important scholars were associated with the JPS. She started out as a volunteer, and she had a significant literary background. She used to write articles for newspapers under a pen name, Shulamit. And she rose up in the ranks to a secretary. So this got a paid secretariatship. But the reality is that she was grossly underpaid for her qualities. We know from some of the archival materials that she was forced to accept a salary that was 20% lower than other people in the institution were earning. And her requests for raises were regularly refused. Even though she was a tremendous overachiever in terms of what she was doing, she was essentially director of publications. She was translating, she was editing, she was writing articles, she was deeply involved in all aspects of this. Nevertheless, she was underpaid hour for hour, which is, and once again, this is for the benefit of Lisa, that this is a constant in American history that women are typically underpaid for the same work. I think the last figure was, Judith, maybe 77 cents on the dollar in 2012 or so. So it came up a little bit. Okay, so you've come a long way, baby, right? Okay, there we go, 5% up. But women, you got to really put your foot down and get paid the same as a man, right? So she was mostly underpaid, and ultimately she was the editor of the American Jewish Yearbook, the #1 yearly publication that describes the entire activity of the Jewish community of America. An extremely influential publication that was published throughout the 20th century. She's the editor, and she's making $10,000 a year. Yes. Yeah, I think it stopped publication with the internet. So many things. But 20th century, we're in the 21st now, so we're still okay. Now, let's go to her personal crisis, which is really the important part. Her father died in 1902, and that's when they moved to New York City, and that's where she started specifically to learn with the JTS, the Jewish
Publication Society. That's also when she made her application to the JTS because she really wanted to improve her rabbinics, even though her father had given her a really great basic introduction. At JTS, she came into contact with their number one scholar at the time, pictured here, Louis Ginsburg. You may be familiar with his magnum opus, The Legends of the Jews. I think it's published in 3 volumes. And in reality, those who were behind the scenes say that Henrietta Stoll wrote it probably more than Louis Ginsburg. Ginsburg did a lot of the background research. He's a German Jewish professor. He had very limited skills in English. In fact, it was commonplace that when professors came over to teach at JTS or elsewhere, they were allowed to teach in German for the first year because it took them that long just to understand how to speak the language. So she basically wrote the whole book. In their personal correspondence, which was very, very deep, he used to refer to it as our book, and he readily acknowledged that her contribution was phenomenal to this work. He was 13 years her junior. She met him in her early 40s, and she fell head over heels in love with him. Remember the demographic crisis where there were just no men around for her, and she was completely smitten with him. And we have to understand that this is kind of an incubator environment for everyone who is New York still, but it's a turn of the century New York, and everyone who is anyone in the Jewish world knows what's happening at Jewish Publication Society, knowing the personalities. There's really only a handful of people really working there. The great distinguished Professor Louis Ginsburg, the secretary Henrietta Stoll, who is, everyone knows who she is, but she's quite a bit older than he is, and they had this platonic relationship that everyone knew about, and he ultimately rejected her. He was interested in being a bachelor, but his family insisted that he marry, and they found him a much younger woman, a German Jewish woman, and he rejected Henrietta Stoll, and this is late in her 40s, and she was absolutely devastated, so much so that she had a small nervous breakdown. Let me just read to you a little bit from her letters. You get a sense just from this passage of, first of all, how powerful a writer she is, and secondly, how deeply, deeply in love she was with Louis Ginsburg. A love that was completely chaste. Next to him, she confided to her journal, "All other men seem to me like sawdust, stuffed into coat, vest, and trousers. I am a timid woman with a keen emotional nature," she explained. "A distinctly feminine woman, not an intellectual abstraction. A woman with red blood running in my veins." Now here's the author of the collected unpublished diary. This is Bela Rothschild writing. Attention from Ginsburg became the font of her happiness. Every encounter with him produced a somatic reaction. When they barely know each other, she, quote, thrilled when her sister Rachel addressed him. Stoll described herself as, quote, quivering and palpitating, unquote, at the very sight of him and trembling at each physical contact, however inadvertent, however innocent. A veil he once knotted to prevent her hat from flying into the wind became a precious keepsake. She became a bundle of nervous energy. Whenever she, quote, flew to the telephone or to the door, she kissed his books and clasped his letters to her heart. And when she thought he loved her, she, quote, jubilated and, quote, sang. A graphic example of a very physical ardor is the following memory from 1905. "There were times when my passion absorbed and mastered me. One evening, it had been snowing and raining and sleeting, but it stopped, and a high whistling wind arose. I could not stay, and the pain in my heart drew me out at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I raced around Morningside Park screaming at the top of my voice whenever the wind was noisy enough to drown my agony." So here's a woman who is deeply and passionately in love with a younger man, a great scholar, but their intellectual relationship was not reciprocal, and ultimately she was crushed by his rejection. She has a nervous breakdown. She quits her job, and her sister takes her on a tour of Europe to try and clear her mind of this disastrous relationship. And this is really what turned her around, specifically her visit to Palestine, Israel. This is in the year 1909, so we're very early in the Yishuv period. This is when Israel is still desperately struggling to even clear the proverbial malaria-infested swamps, to build Dizengoff Street up from a dirt road to the major, thoroughfare that it is today. And she is completely transformed by her experiences there. She sees the desperate poverty of the Jews who have made Aliyah, many of whom are, even at this point, the remnants of the Zion movement, who had attempted to transplant their religious settlements into regions like Petah Tikva, and yet we're very unfamiliar with farming, particularly in Middle Eastern climates. And she resolved to use her prodigious organizational and literary skills to provide aid to these Jews living in Israel. When she comes back, comes back to America in 1912. She transforms all of her frustrated energies into the creation of what was originally called the Hadassah chapter of Daughters of Zion. And you'll notice that she's still thinking very much in women's terms. She's not like kind of going beyond what society would allow her. She's organizing women rather than men. This organization, which was later changed to the Hadassah Women's Zionist Organization of America, ended up becoming extremely successful. And within a few short years, she had 4,000 members in this nationwide organization, mobilizing women, tapping into a pool of talents, resources, and time that no one else had really understood could be organized on a national level. She started engaging them in fundraising efforts and in promoting specific causes dedicated, as we mentioned, to health and to education in particular, and channeling a lot of funds to Israel, and also mobilizing the Jews of America to this very important Zionist cause. In many ways, she was the prime figure of Zionism in America at the beginning of the 20th century. She was a homegrown figure who was in America at the time, unlike many of the great figures like Golda Meir and so on, who had already made Aliyah. But in 1919, she was eventually called away because the Zionist Organization of America demanded that she go to Israel and conduct her work there. Yes, Aaron.
Membership of a professional together is no more in the Northeast than Africa.
That's an excellent question. I don't offhand know the answer, but I would guess it's more in the Northeast because that's where the demographics were. You don't get the huge shift in Jewish population until the 1960s and 70s, down to the South and the Southwest, because of one major technological innovation. Air conditioning, absolutely. Most Jews, they come down to Florida. You have the famous story of Jews who were stationed here in World War II, in training, and they say, well, it's not very nice down here. And then once air conditioning was invented, that was it, it's all over. But this is early, this is the beginning of the century, so we still have concentrations in the Northeast. Yes. They saw her organizational talents, and they felt that, not demanding that you leave, meaning get out of America. They were saying, we need you in Israel now, that's fascinating. Okay, great. So, education and health were primary areas of concern, but one of the major areas where she was quite active was in the creation of a youth Aliyah movement. Because in 1932, although Hitler had not yet become chancellor, that would happen in January of 1933, it was very clear that the anti-Semitic tenor of the Weimar Republic was growing apace and was extremely dangerous and becoming increasingly dangerous for Jews in Germany. So she organized a movement to specifically target teenage Jews in America to encourage them to come to Israel. A movement that was incredibly successful. By 1943, they had 30,000 Jews who had taken advantage of this and had come to Israel. That's a tremendous number of young people. We can include in this group, for example, Hannah Shenesh, who was the great heroine of the Holocaust, who later perished back into to fight the Nazis. And she was a typical example of young people who simply say, life for Jews in Europe is over, and they would take advantage of an organization like this. This is kind of like, as it were, the nefesh of the 1930s. It was kind of this organizing movement that brought so many people to Israel. Her leadership skills were valued, and several people promoted her cause, nominating her to the board of Hebrew University when it was established, but she was denied a position, like Judith mentioned earlier, because she was female, and only men were allowed to sit on the board of Hebrew University at that time. She also had, like everybody in Israel, a very strong political sensibility, and in this regard, she was walking on a different path than many of the Jews of the time. She formed a party called Ichud, which means like unity, and but it was an unusual kind of name for a party because she essentially believed early on in a two-state solution. She argued that, again, this is in the 1930s. This is during the period of the White Paper, the period when there's a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews, and everyone seems to be taking an all-or-nothing position on Israel. The Jews saying we have to control territory and that's it, and the Arabs saying that the Jews may live within an Arab country, but there will be no Jewish state in Palestine. And she believed that the ultimate solution would be a two-state solution, which is ironically what a lot of obviously American and European theorists hold about Israel as well. Her views were not extremely popular at the time. Steve, you want to say something? Yeah, right. Like they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus ça shows. Okay. So I'm coming actually to a conclusion. I'm not sure why I'm coming to a conclusion so early in the evening today, but perhaps it's because I'm anticipating the Passover cleaning that we have. But, here's an interesting, the last image, by the way, this is her on an Israeli stamp. Henrietta Sold, you can see over there. And then here she is on a 5 lira note. Lirot, of course, are the old currency before the shekels were introduced. And I don't think that the actual denomination is worth very much today, probably in pennies, but it is pretty amazing to have your face on a bill, even if it's, Israeli currency from before the inflation period. Her legacy is like it's something that you see this pattern with a lot of great leaders of the 20th century. There's so many people who never had children of their own, and yet managed to sponsor so many children, either spiritually or economically, or in terms of their affiliation with Jewish people. I'm thinking, for example, of Rabbi Schneerson of Chabad. I'm thinking of there's several great rabbinic leaders as well, and Henrietta Sold was definitely in that tradition. She had perhaps an unfulfilled romantic life, but she was able to divert those energies that she might have otherwise diverted to a family into the entire Jewish people. Her indefatigable, it's a hard word to say, her tireless work on behalf of Zionism through Hadassah, her work in the Yud Aliyah, her work even before that in scholarship and the production of so many great works, including the work with Louis Ginsburg on the Legends of Jews, is a fundamental and lasting contribution to Jewish history, and we must be grateful for everything that she's done. So with that, I will formally conclude the pre-Pesach season. I'm sorry that we're a little bit faster. I could have talked a little slower tonight, but I guess we'll have to end a little early. I hope you all have a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, and God willing, we'll see you in late April. Okay. Okay. Today's topic, was anonymous with classics, writers, so-sounding voice. I'm going to show you the slide that says it all. If you want to leave and go home, just look at the slide. Many other branches also Rothschild elsewhere. Incredible growth. 10 years, she would actually got 26 yes, this is right. 265 institutions giving us it appears that well, I think it's because I used the iFile. It's 265 institutions with a total of 3,700, 37,900 patients with 10 years. Truly astronomical. I mean, this growth is faster than let's say the dollars, franchise ability, and the impact on the world is it's also such a far off comparison because what I really amazes me is that how she was able to finish the year such phenomenal growth, but she was even able to keep all of on the table. With that, all of these was so effective because the two product as the word graduate and embodied the same kind of values that she started with. Really amazing. Okay, let's go straight to it then. Okay, so she was born at the 1980s in Poland, and she was graduated Krakow in 1990s. Let's bear in mind that by today's standards, the educational attainments were quite modest. To give you an example, the nearby Russia, which had slightly less significant, actually Poland this time was part of Russia, offered Poland, but educational attainments were slightly lower in Poland. In 1897, they had a massive census and discovered that were the most literate at more literate than Russian citizens and so on. But that literacy rate was only 60%. Basically, 6 out of 10, but 3, and that was the highest level of the entire empire. So our standards here obviously is much higher over something because I'm choosing to close to 100%. But during that time, educated education represents something it is a fallacy that there will be no education conversion with pre-communist Russia. Primary school level private schools that are organized on a casual basis and understood that they were typically co-ed, or typically girls out of Adora by the time they finished second or third grade. And that's the goal was for girls to learn how to read from the city. That was considered an adequate payment for a moderately Orthodox Jewish girl. This had a level to consider otherwise so a boy at fourth grade was considered to be twice. Then they would also learn the mathematical rotation work in business, they were intensive things like that. So the vast majority of male and I'll look it up. Yeah, so, what was the religion? What was the education at the time? Established this stuff, but went to a secular state school and asked for the Congress privilege hours of religious instruction as mandatory part of the there's so many Jewish rural institutions that separate them. Maximum goals, then everything else she got. She was not listening to the clients and women. Her friends called her the little prophet. Not meant as a compliment, meant as a bit of a religious recognition. So pious that the rest of the point saying were acceptable of the full expression. She combined it, however, with intentional this was a spiritual practice. The sun, Shanto, Japanese, the love point is the mountain. Very interesting connection to nature. Observing the wonders of God through the natural. What she's going to say is very interesting to feel that it's interest and how the vocation for her generation. And she spent 7 years working as a youth teacher. Now, we have the places within a context and educational crisis that are passing at the time. There are many competing movements that are looking to attract young minds and schools, especially science and social issues. Following history of at the same time, there was accessibility of higher education for some as well, exceptionally wealthy would have the university. So you have several universities. Was a privilege of all the Jews were allowed to enter. However, pride itself allows them to take classes in subjects and university. The institution of an institution People's University, which is kind of like a free university, is not at the performance, and they were supported by their donations and evidence a lot of people simply finds away from it. It's broadly seen that we stand for online, online, but the real research is online. So you can put the rest of the world, that's a nice thing to do. So that was a popular lectures of the name. However, there are still gender disparities despite these abilities. There are also very significant economic pressures based on a little bit later, but from adaptive resistance, of all time, study how that relates to women is that women are slowly being pressured by their family, whether it's in their house, to enter the workforce and to bring home to meet with their deaths. Even though women have all various forms of employment, they typically tend to be full gigs, helping out in the business, some kind of cottage industry, like at least for them to actually go out and get a job. That would be something that was so fun for the pressures that we had at the time. I tried to create it. It doesn't make sense. So there has been something that's conscious of these decision spices. So instead of showing just colors of the sugar, sugar, on this economic decision spices. So decision spices occurs when they say price is going up, but the truck goes down. So it's not that let's say that the tax base our expenses have gone out, our tax base has gone down. So prices are going to make it again. Prices are different renters that is. So it turns out the Jewish forces educationally there are serious decisions prices. And there is a stronger Jewish education is being encouraged. Partially because of the economy, some of those students who are because whereas the men tend to be a very low sector. You can have one family where you have young men who are like really religiously motivated and very knowledgeable about Torah and Talmud and so on. And their women know nothing about it. Their sisters are saying know nothing about it. They know about maybe French literature and how they can skip Polish literature and things like that. Who are thinking married? There's almost like two population growing one gender. And this is something that I feel like was very conscious. I'd like to read through something from the Zalta Shrift collected by this is something how she describes the feeling of girls that she didn't feel without this time. And as the parents, this is what I'm talking about, anti-focus and arguments like learning, women, and the study of and as we pass the other ways, the trains which once little Steckler or the representatives are crowded. Thousands of people are on their way to the business of Hawaii. Every day sees thousands of old men and young men and people, even to secure a place in the train, even to spend the holiest days of the year in the atmosphere of the weather. Every smart woman as much women as possible. Fathers of the sun's travel, thus their content there, bells, Alexandria, and Lobo. All those places are there for being synagogues and religious life, dominated by the figure of the Rabbi's personality. We stay at home, the wives, the daughters, the children. We have an empty picture. It is there a Jewish intellectual content. The women have never learned anything about the spiritual content that is concentrated in their Jewish life. The mother goes out to synagogue, with the services are proclaimed and the sits, one down, one down. There is much crying by the unliving. The young girls look at them as though they belong to a different section. Youth has desire for these women shoot up violently with a strong will youngness. Outside the synagogue, young girls stand chattering, walking in the synagogue with the mothers pouring out their day and telling something. Leave behind them the wailing of the older generation, as well as the urge for freedom itself. Further and further away from synagogue, they go further away from dancing, dancing light. She's describing the gender nature of the Jewish world where men especially if succeeding men who leave their families before becoming reliant. So these are women behind. The women, because they don't have education to be able to have a percent of what they're doing, are kind of like left understand. It's surprising that they use disaffected and be attracted to the same societism and socialism. This is the world into which stars are stepping for ideas and business. Also, the chances are, for a resident, let's go to Vienna. So what happened? Which is not time, but not really except for kind of secular ideas, especially taking this idea of the revenge, Jewish, which argued that Jews should not be simply demonstrated in or without looking at the outside world. Drama exists in a multicultural society, and Rothschild argued that the idea is well adapted to what has to be multicultural adaptation in society. This is in many ways the foundation of how the educational university is a model of Torah's conduct, like Torah studies and secular studies. So she thought this was absolutely fantastic. It was one of those and lectures, and then she brought this back to Poland, where she went lots of opposition. She went back and said, okay, she thought, why don't we get together? She started to go to study open girls, high school girls, let's study these ideas, let's study geography and history and literature and things like that. And within a Jewish context, always used them in Torah, and she went up and said, left and right. Opposition on the left wing, primarily largely not Torah, and then you finish the right. And there were educational opportunities for women in the Torah, for example, on the left wing, and scientific, some actually had a socialist effect at the same time. And they felt that when idea was exotic and doomed to fail, how can you possibly combine ultra traditional attitudes women in the home and women being traditional life with modern pedagogy? So they took the idea entirely. On the right, it the connection that the socialist was, there was a lot of suspicion about the idea of taking teenage girls out of the home and having them school educated. Strange idea. Never in his whole life has a good sometimes higher education. So the right described the vision of the project and one of the was a very broad and very described. This is something back then. Months, this is a deal. So they would like to know. That way the laptop is like how the spa is okay. I guess what happens something like that. Anyways, the brother on therapy went out to the Rabbi and asked him what he thought of this idea. And Rabbi had the children respond to him. Rafa asked them, blessing and success. So then the student world needed to be sensitive. I don't too much matter, but I just asked him the time. Why so blind and you don't it's always the same. God will brother. But apparently, it was like I was looking at enforcement. Yeah, I allowed churches to say, hey, but the boss Rabbi said, what's love, love all that, what's that's an attraction for ideas. Then the also initially moved the idea that they have absolutely all the ideas. One by one, the others. They're ready. The six arbitrary raise a couple of clients both two guys and there's also one thing this the picture that popular for a long time, I didn't know you should anyways, so she starts the idea that she begins with 25 students. Later she would make the fun of my college on 5 times. And she related it to the first so far there's the alcohol. But that's ago, thus shall you say to the house of Jacob, and so shall ye instruct the children of Israel. She says there, Rashi, what's this? Yaakov and Israel. Then Israel to the masculine, that puts the men, that complement. Before that, the house of Jacob is the Christian word. Hence the name in the school system is Yaakov, house of Jacob. So, as I mentioned earlier, the Israel is clearly right-wing, religious, quasi-political party that we talk about various intellectual, political options of Jews. This is a highly traditional mentality that Jews want to be Zionists, they want to break, they want to have some kind of body that will articulate their political views on the national scene. And they actually were the political party forward. They actually won up in elections. They had seats. So the struggle controlling very much a when they met their first case of Zola, their first great assembly in 1943, they were so impressed by Sargent's place that they elected to take over the saying this is educational arm of the citizens it came with a big price tag. They really given a lot of financial support with this, but it also created more of a ripple effect Because now it's not just back out the signature now it has the And so, was not starting out just out of changes. Not starting out with an imitation. It's the brand. They very heavily on the first she did was she hired Dr. Daniel Rothschild. So Dr. Bush, the broadline doctor, is able to actually and a package by 1922, it received accreditation from Rothschild. It was a status as an executive graduate with diplomas and tertiary. When it came to these questions of what about all the secular material that's in the curriculum, is that kosher? Well, it's quite literally and just started take what's worthwhile in it and everything else in the story. Don't discard the entire inside and discard the and also consider your pedagogy. What is happening here? Unable to document things. Do your things. Okay, here we are. She integrated a lot of environmental education. Lots of now shut up over doors, outside this. Besides the question of my daughter, here's the curriculum. Obviously, Bible, not just adopted prayer, which is language of the book. Psychology. Psychology. And this is more pedagogy. Fundamentally, teachers college. Create with teachers who's and language studies. Be literate in four languages. As a spoken language, and of course, the Russian. They also have two accents and this would be quite successful, attracting a lot of students. Part of the way in which she attracted students was that she built into the model of the education system perpetuation. In several of the schools, she only accepted students if they would agree with it. And what she would do is she would take one of the classes throughout some Chaco, actually gather a meeting of the local community, and she had this young woman who was a recent graduate give them a lecture on some topic which God or consciousness. And after they listened to them, they have an eloquent presentation. So our yes, they want to God and have learned like this, teaching for God. They were like, yeah, this page available right now. Find them where they're buried in that town. I'll start with the one that as principal of the base guy. And it was a model that these graduates was really taught, and that's what really helped it on a structural level to grow this subject. But again, the graduates really imbibed the philosophy of this movement, and they were true representatives of what she was trying to do. She also quite adept at fundraising, particularly when her brother was first building. Cards of Bausteins or bricks. It's like a picture of a building with a brick. And she thought that she would sell these Bausteins to whoever wanted to contribute to the construction of the building. One was in 1967. They actually were sold as demands on the facility. They moved in before the upper floors were completed. And every day, even long after it was completed, the general contractor would come back and would spend all of the buildings, all of those created. And Sarah Schneider, when they asked him, well, why would you come back and check out for the drywall and lighting after everything? He says, because Mr. Schneider, I have done many buildings, but after I die, I will leave all of them behind except for this. I make sure it's exactly. She also was a publicist, quite prolific essayist, as you know, plays as well for the students. And plays have become beside a really important part of Asiana's curriculum. They call it productions. Production. I always thought when I was first I always thought it was a school play. I was in secondary high school, a school play. But they calls them productions. And I teach them the way my grandmother learned how to use that word. Such a production. It's like a thing. Only a bunch of it. It had so many details. It's a some steps to it. Theater was very cool. How to do it. And she did it. She created a journal called the Yacht Journal that not only was widely successful, she sold it as a one book tutor for girls who went to the middle environment. So they have no access to a base yacht book. The parents would subscribe to the yacht journal, and she would have the dinners and some sort of very material to read that was related to the philosophy. She also created a supplement that was online. The base yacht notes still exists. Also, it's thrilled and not and this group had its basic convention also in 2007. And it was the largest challenge it says, nice the official educational institution. I'm glad you're paying attention. Now, let me ask you a more fundamental question. Who exactly was Sarah Schneider? I say when you read the literature, there are really two flavors. One flavor is basically all exotic literature published mainly by Orthodox presses that are especially interested in old about the world. And they point, for example, to the sexual studies of the which was fairly controversial. A lot of people thought that actually was very advice for a person. If you look at, I'm going to give you a quotation of hers to illustrate this very well. She used to tell her students that the Jewish girl has to have two pieces of paper, one in each pocket. This was an allusion to a passage of the Talmud that says everyone should carry on two pieces of paper. One paper should say check payable, two one check, one check should say the doctor says Ishmili Imra because of me the world is created. And the other pocket should have this piece that says I have trust in nations. In other words, they down, they got paper that says what is it? To Americans, they got paper that says she says the Jewish girls got two other pieces. One says all the story of the says within internal knowledge, private, which is very traditional on the body. On the other hand, I would say case class or slash time for to act for God, which is a quote whenever people do something unorthodox, radical, something challenging status quo. So on the one hand, she wants girls to be caring, modest, and really traditional boundaries of just behavior. But on the other hand, girls should be powerful, forceful, unafraid to take a stand. So who's the real Sarah question? I would like to think that's true. But that's an ideal that she it's an ideal that she articulated in the modern world. We need someone to understand what I'm saying. It is not a diminishment of our daughters if they are citizens. She did speak for the election. And that's the fascinating, it's a fascinating question. Is basically more like that. I almost don't know what's called. I have to just say, and down to the detail. Girls at base they're not allowed to cut their hair. They do not wear the popular cloths, for example, with the style of the flowers. Today, they stopped the fashion. She said, "Oh, it's just like today. It's fashionable. What do you guys do?" I said, "Because." So, and she said, "So the long hair had to be held up for a one or a day. That's it. So if they wanted any pretty details, like, what you think of it, that must be very traditional. But on the other hand, she's also telling you that they should not play at us. They should go to school. Great emphasis on readiness to the public school. She was also Zionist, which was not so one step with other movements like Israel that was actually supported. She supported a series of movements called Shabbat, where the notes consider a big prepared themselves for Haftarah. And she gave them all kinds of encouragement and frequently she regarded Israel as a very high ideal. Something which a lot of the Israel rabbis were opposed to. We had this discussion also with girls today. Women in my class today, there was a hesitancy that some show the headline, tell the ability to show us how she wants to and she was challenged. And I can appreciate maybe she never challenged them, but on the other hand, if you have 37,000 students, you don't really need to challenge them. Just say, I believe this. And by the way, I have 37,000 students that I say, unless you're going to say something incompatible, you had a phenomenal amount of power because of this realize this massive. So it's really, I would say, probably the most powerful student person in education. As I mentioned earlier, she got married late in life, by 6 months out. Was a but her health began to deteriorate. Literature is not reported specifically so guilty that she had a series of operations that led to the obedience. In 1932, she was actually commanded the reins of this guy was the all-time ultimately, she succumbed to a death at an early age of 65. I'd like to end by specifically referring to something she wrote very shortly before passing. She wrote a letter to the students, and she did exactly that. Well, with her mind, that she felt was exceptionally important. She wanted them to remember her 5 years prior. You as a shepherd citizen, serve God and serve. Second, a shepherd next to soul, and consider God your equal. All my actions must be in the same sense. God breaks my this. Gracious, come my dear Hashem, giving a wisdom, first to fear God, then to serve Him. Then we know that teach us to count our shame. Now, every day, understand it. And finally, purpose of the truth of knowledge. Torah of Hashem is pure and it relies on the source. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everybody. Today's topic is a little bit different than some of the other lectures that we've been just rather than approaching this in a historical manner, from one point in time to another, perhaps a specific individual or something. Yeah, and take a little bit more of a thematic perspective to discuss the phenomenon of women in teaching. And what I'd really like to address in this brief lecture is some of the challenges that we have in trying to understand the unique elements of women's history and long saga of the Jewish people, and give some sense of how these things have changed in the last 150 years in particular, and that'll be it for our topic today. So really the topic is women's Jewish history. I'm not going to speak a lot about individual women, but I'd like to speak a little bit more about the trends and themes in women's history. Okay, so to begin with, the first thing that we know when we're looking at women's history in Judaism is like, where are they? The majority of our sources for women's history are essentially written by men for men. Male leadership, male authorship, the entire chain of transmission of skills on women and on their perspective is unfortunately handled almost exclusively by men. Now, there are some distinct exceptions to this rule. For example, the memoirs of Nicola Travis. Here's a great picture. This is not actually Nicola himself. We don't have photographs from that time. This is a much later photograph of one of later descendants of the 19th century, dressed in clothing that would have been appropriate for in the 17th century. But besides her memoirs, which are quite fascinating in themselves, we have very few examples of women actually writing for themselves, either for another audience or in the window of her memoirs on her own. The majority of the materials that we have in with her essentially we find, and that presents a lot of historiographic problems, make it difficult for us to tease out what exactly is going on. But, you know, with that major caveat, we can identify a few larger phenomena that are common to most of Jewish women. First of all, Jewish women tend to be a silent majority with an exceptional minority. That is, women in general in history tend to take a very passive or at least hidden role in the unfolding of events. We occasionally hear in the sources like the Talmud of women in general wanting this or wanting that, or arguing for this or arguing for that, but very rarely do we have new voices, and again, they're handled by men, so we don't know exactly how they were phrasing themselves. Nevertheless, with that silent majority, we do have these exceptional minority figures that we call all specific individuals, women who stand out against the crowd and often adopt leadership positions. For example, patriarchs, that is the wives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Moses, Deborah, the judge. Most of these women, as I just mentioned, that you guys have been saying, you know, a lot of their authority derives from the men who they are willing to keep through marriage or through birth, but that's not always emphasized in the text. What is also common about many of these women, besides their intrinsic value, they are revered for their leadership and for their strength of character and so on, is that they often use power in a subversive manner, primarily because they do not hold, again, with some exceptions like Torah, they do not hold conventional types of authority positions of power. So if you look at Rivka, for example, who manages to, fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than Esau, and she's not rather Esau, or Yael, of course, who's so wild to be able to feel no fairness and things like that. There are women who use their positions of authority, and rather than forcing a situation, they will use some kind of deceit or trickery to get their way. This is a trend that we see quite often as a result of these strong women finding more avenue to achieve their objectives. They are generally trapped within the male narrative. We only hear of them through what the men provide for us, of course, for understanding that the divine doctrine that's also quite problematic. But their unique expression often comes, especially through one of my favorite biblical characters, Uriah, the wife of Rabbi Meir. He was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar in her home, and she is exceptional not only because she identifies one of the problems in women's history in Judaism is that women had very limited access to the form in the traditional text. This is especially the case of the 19th century and the 20th century. We'll speak about this in our lecture. So Sarah was able to go beyond that, and in fact, she appears many times as a unique, distinctive voice in the Talmud, teaching men, often with a very acerbic way. We might have about that. But I want to mention to you specifically in this context, there's a discussion in Tractate Sota, I believe, in which the rabbis debate the appropriate amount of learning that a woman should have. And it would take me far beyond our discussion here to discuss why it is that some feel that she should have more learning, because she should have more learning of Torah, and others disagree and say, no, know it's not a specific verb to Bertolon Torah, but the conclusion of that Talmud passage is that it would be better for women not to learn extensively, specifically Talmud. This would be something that would change her fundamental character and expose her to wiles that rabbis are not recommended, and so on. Now, this passage is significantly revised in the 20th century, and in fact, many women, even in the most orthodox extreme, have access to texts and traditions, even in the Talmud, that are far beyond anything that their grandmother's great-grandmother ever had. But nevertheless, looking at the general scope of Jewish history, the vast majority of Jewish history, women were formerly excluded from learning Talmud. Luria, for example, hints at this when she is greeted by some men who look for directions. They say to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please tell us the way to go?" And she answers them back, first of all, quoting the passage from the Mishnah, saying, "Fools, haven't you read what it says? Do not speak overmuch with women. You should simply say, which way look." Rather than the excuse me, how are you? Going on and on, she says, if you were to really be a scholar, you would say which way look. Obviously, she is poking fun at not only her interlocutor, but also this implicit limitation on learning. This is an interesting photograph that I tried to look for the actual issue, but I did not find it. But this is a passage, a little photograph from a film called Sensitive Elder, which was later adapted into Picture on the Roof. You probably familiar with the 20th century. But this is a 1930s edition. And in the scene, you have Ted Tevye, who's a dairyman, who is trying, with very little success, to teach his son something of a blockade, the passages in the Bible. And meanwhile, his daughter, who was formerly excluded from learning, looks over his shoulder and is answering all of the questions correctly, which Tevye finds amusing, but he keeps on trying to move her away from the table where he's attempting desperately to learn with his son. And the whole message is, here the woman, the girl is always more cool, more clever than her, but she is denied access to the text. A theme that occurs throughout much of Jewish history. Now, the element that's very important to try to understand the Gulaga, the foundations of but really the foundations of history is the relationships they have with companions, which are distinct from male relationships with companions. Specifically, looking at this chart here, you see that it divides the commandments, that is the 650 commandments given in the Torah, divide them into four basic quadrants. Those that are defined by time or not defined by time, meaning those that must take place within a certain period of time, let's say the Sabbath or holiday, something like that, or those that are, generally, let's say. Then you can also, that's the up and down line. Then on the x-axis, we have those commandments which are negative, meaning thou shalt not, do not do these things. And we have positive commandments, these are things that you go out and do. So let's give a few quick examples and see how they relate to this. So under the positive and not defined by time quadrant, we have, for example, honor your father and mother. This is something that you should do. You have to actually go out and do things for your parents. So it's a thou shalt, a positive commandment, but it's not defined by time. So long as your parents are alive, in fact, you're still obligated to honor their memory. So men and women are equally obligated in this category. Then you have the negative commandment of not steal, which is thou shalt not steal. And at the same time, it's not defined by time. There are no times when stealing is permitted. So therefore, men and women are also equally obligated to these commandments. Then thirdly, we have negatives that are defined by time, such as, for example, do not eat bread on Passover. Obviously, the holiday of Passover, 11 products of bread, beer, things like that. my favorite joke. I'll tell you very quickly. I know I shouldn't short things, but I can't help it. I was once talking to a Israeli consular official. He told me that he was a very left-wing socialist. I should have had that either. And this was a very anti-clerical, anti-religious. He said that it's like farming. He says, when you lose a child, he's had everything on the table. So all forbidden foods on the table on Passover. Nowadays, young people, they just don't do traditions like these. Okay, so thou shalt not and define my time, like not Passover, men and women are equally obligated. Now here we get to the important one. If you have positive commandments, which are also defined by time, for example, the commandment to shape the lulav on Sukkot, four species that have like palm and citrus fruit and leaves of various types. And there is a commandment specifically to shake these things together on the holiday of Sukkot. So since it is positive, thou shalt, and defined by time, men are obligated, but women are exempted, which means women do not have to do these commandments. The observances for most communities understood as optional. That is, should they so desire to do these commandments, they are welcome to do so. They're so accepted to that as well. But in general, they're able to do these things, but they are not required to do these things. Now, there are exceptions to the rule as a whole. Like, for example, lighting the Friday night candles, that's fine by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men. Men may do so, especially if they're wives, they do like it's primarily a woman. First, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, also positive, but women are obligated. So there are some exceptions to these rules, but the general thing is that if it's a positive time-defined commandment, women are exempted. Now, what that means anthropologically or sociologically is that women are not tied specifically to the ritual calendar of daily observances, particularly those that require a gathering instead of a separate issue altogether about whether or not we can count in a minute. We're not going to go into that. But what this means is that women have greater freedom, or used in a different way, greater responsibility when it comes to the activities in the home, in the private sphere, because they are not so easily interrupted. One cannot simply leave the baby with a dirty diaper and say it's time to go to synagogue in the morning, although husbands go do that. Women, as they're exempted, they're second priority, and they may stay home with the child. Some would say they have to stay home with the child while the husband must go to synagogue. But this means that there's a huge bifurcation in women's daily life that reflects this divide as a result of the positive commandments defined at the time. One can understand this bifurcation as a private versus public sphere bifurcation or split. Women are given higher priority in the home. And this is traditional for Judaism. And in fact, if you look at some of the most important things that go on in the home, specifically in the kitchen, in the bedroom, to a lesser degree perhaps in the dining room, women are in charge. Again, this is sociologically and anthropologically, but also a lot. There are many areas where women have much more leadership and authority than men. Beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless pronounced phenomenon. In the public sphere, however, in the area of the marketplace, area of the synagogue, that is generally ceded to men. And since that is an area that garners much more attention, it stands to reason that more status associated with it. So, nevertheless, there's a lot of emphasis in the Jewish tradition on the concept of all the glory of the princess is within Psalms that says that there is value for those things that are hidden. Again, it would be far afield in our topic to go into great detail, but there's this concept of something called speech, which means hiddenness, sometimes translated as modesty. And women are associated more with skill than men in much of Jewish literature. Skill is an emphasis to keep things more private, more hidden, kind of like the Torah. which is something that is highly valued and it is kept under various coverings through the mantle and inside the ark and inside the synagogue and so on. So there is a valorization of the public sphere in Judaism, but especially as the value of Judaism declines in the modern era, that valorization of the public sphere tends to be lost and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere than before. Now, a lot of this changes when you get to the 20th century for many reasons that are associated with larger changes like industrialization, increased urbanization, and so on. But perhaps the most important change for the sake of women is the opening up of formal educational options. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the Beis Yaakov movement, which was pioneered by Sarah Schenirer, which if you look on my website, you'll find I have a whole hour-long lecture on her specifically. But basically, she argued effectively early in the 20th century for the introduction of formal education for women. That is regular classroom-type education, which was largely closed to them in a Jewish context past, let's say, fourth or fifth grade in most Jewish communities. And she said that women really need higher education in Jewish subjects. This was contrasted from the phenomenon a lot of upper middle class Jewish women simply not getting Jewish education whatsoever past fourth or fifth grade, and they were going on to secular university, and they were getting, in Europe, they were still getting a very strong education, things like French and grammar and whatnot, but they were lagging behind immensely in their Jewish studies. So Sarah Schenirer really recognized this with them, and by enlisting the support of very important rabbis like Rabbi, the Rothschild, she was able to argue for the opening of the schools, which were incredibly popular, exploded throughout Eastern Europe, and had a major ripple effect on Jewish women's education as a whole. With education, came a lot more power, significant changes, even in the area of women's studies in Talmud, as you can see in this image here. Again, beyond our discussion here, but women's history, specifically with regard to education, has changed dramatically in the last few years. It's also changed in terms of a fairly strong critique, which is pioneered by Jewish women, often in rebellion against the Jewish tradition. Perhaps the most significant is shown here, Betty Friedan, who wrote a devastating critique of the what could be called traditional Jewish feminism, although she was couching it really, the general cultural milieu of 1950s America. She basically argued that the valorization of women and the relegation of women to the private sphere was something that undermined their authority and their power. And her thoughts really opened up much broader movement which affected women of all religious backgrounds and secular women as well, of course, and has transformed women in the last 5 decades, 6 decades since that book first appeared. Returning to Judaism, where we see perhaps the most significant impact of this at the denominational level, the gradual acceptance of the idea of women acting as rabbis, certainly in liberal denominations. You have there's some debate of the first Reconstructionist woman serving as a congregational rabbi, but certainly the Reform movement in 1972, the Conservative movement in the 1980s, and in the first decade of the 21st century, there's a lot of heated debate ongoing as I'm recording this video, and the role of Orthodox women in against non-Muslims are topics today, but and tumultuous changes throughout the Jewish world, really tectonic level changes as a result of greater access to education for people. So, taking all these things together, at this point, even though this is sort of step back to look at the topic, this brings us to reflections on future history. There's no question that women have had a phenomenal impact on Jewish history since the beginning. But that tended to be an impact that was expressed through the collective voice of often anonymous mass of individuals with Sarah, Flora, Luria, and so and in the modern era, of course, people like Sarah or so on. But as we see in the last 20, in my lifetime, women would have gained more and more authority, more and more power, and they are beginning to leverage a lot of those added strengths towards shaping the future in a much more powerful way than they ever have. So, we're looking at very exciting times, and thank you very much for watching this brief thematic introduction to Jewish history. Take care. Okay, now that I got it off my face like that, here we go. So I thank you all for coming. I'm going to retell joke number 7 again. I don't have a very limited repertoire, but certain jokes are especially appropriate for certain topics. And so for those of you who recall the last time I told this joke, I think it was about a week ago, then you'll forgive me, but let me tell it anyways, because it's very appropriate for our topic. Basically, we're going to speak about American Jewry, a topic that I hope to return to after Passover in the 20th century. We will dip a little bit into the 20th century as well today, because we're going to look at some of the results of the Pew study in the context of colonial and revolutionary American Jewry. But since we're going into American subjects, perhaps the most significant issue is that of passing, that of Jews attempting to simply fit into the larger society. This is a joke that also applies in many ways to 19th century Europe. I'm starting it with in America. So the joke goes like this. There is this underemployed Jewish actor in Las Vegas. Very rare occurrence, but in this case, it actually happened. He was underemployed. He was waiting tables, and he was feeling rather desperate about his future as a thespian on the West Coast. And so, did you like that, Lisa? Thespian? Yeah. So he's desperate. He's looking through Variety or whatever, trying to pick up jobs, and he's not having any hatzlacha whatsoever. And finally, he sees there's an ad. He realizes how low he's sunk, but he actually considers this ad to be a guerrilla impersonator. Never. So he calls up, goes to the audition, excuse me. That's funny. He goes to the audition, and it turns out they give him the part. So, he's going to do it. It's a job. It's a living. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo has recently lost its gorilla, and while they're waiting for a new one to be shipped from Africa, they hired an impersonator to, dress up as a gorilla and keep the show going. So, he's a Stanislavski actor, and he's in the cage there, and he's using the method, and you know what? It's actually going very well. The parents crowd around, the children squeal with delight, bangs on his chest, things like that, and walks around in his knuckles, and the kids are loving it, and he's actually enjoying this role, really investing himself in it. Gained some weight for the part, all kinds of things. Then what ends up happening, however, one day when he's really enthusiastically declaiming before his supporters, he's swinging on a vine from branch to branch, and he accidentally lets go at the apex of the swing, and he swings right out of the gorilla pen, and he lands into the lion's enclosure. And he lands there, and he looks up, and he sees he's facing directly the mouth of this huge feline staring him down, and he realizes this is it. This is the end of his life. So since he is a Jew, he recalls his Seder lessons, and he covers his hand with his eyes, and he says the last great proclamation of God's unity, which of course is incumbent upon Jews the last moments of their life. He says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. He takes his hand off his eyes, and the lion says,
And here's the punchline. Then the giraffe says, shut up, you'll get us all fired. So it's been a while, right? Okay. So the point is, this joke relates to our topic because we're talking about, fitting into a new society and the range kind of costumes that we wear. Sometimes they're rather ill-fitting costumes and sacrifice quite a bit of our own personality and our identity to conform to those costumes, which is in many ways the story of American Jewry. What my goal is for today is to look specifically at the life of Vilna Abiel Levi Franks, who left behind some tremendously important correspondence that sheds light on the life of women in the colonial period, Jewish women in particular. And then I'll use that as a springboard for a larger discussion of the trends and trajectories of the American Jews at that time. And I hope to include a little bit of 21st century information in the context. But we will end around the 1840s with the great German emigration and save further discussion of 19th century America for a later topic or a later lecture. Tonight's lecture is graciously sponsored by Alan and Miriam Fieldfreund. We're very grateful to have sponsors to make it possible to have a couple of students here to film the videos and to serve the mandelbrot and things like that. So thank you once again for your generous sponsorship, and appreciate it very much. But your presence in this room is a tremendous sponsorship. It's always better to have an audience, even though we put these things on the internet. Lately, by the way, I'm getting a big following in, of all places, Latvia. So say hello to all the Latvians who are watching tonight. Hope you find this entertaining. Don't laugh. It's a big deal, these Latvians. Yes. We can, but you'll find that if we do that, then the people in Latvia do very poorly. So what we need to do is we need another building. Luckily, we're constructing one just a block away that will have a much better classroom for us, and we'll be able to project these images a little more significantly. At any rate, to move on to one more important good and welfare before we begin the lecture proper, we have a significant schedule change. I've changed it on the website. For those of you who check the web, it's jewishhistorylectures.org. There are brochures around, and it's posted outside. So the schedule changes that next week we're going to look at the life of the Alter Rebbe. This is the first Rebbe of the Lubavitch Chabad movement, a very influential scholar who really changed the shape of modern Eastern European Jewish history, and by extension, really world history, through the influence of the Rebbe's after him, most notably the seventh Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. It's interesting, if you look carefully at this picture, we have in our community, it happens, a direct descendant of the Alter Rebbe. Rabbi Citron is actually a great grandchild, whatever. And I think it's uncanny how similar they look, that kind of ethereal look to the eyes, the large forehead, the prominent beard is rather impressive, right? Anyways, so next week will be the Alter Rebbe, and then February 19th, I have to go to New York, so we will not have a class that day. And I always have trouble, I know I'm going to be delayed flying to New York because every time I try to fly in this kind of schedule, I'm a victim of racial profiling. It happens every time. Because I go through security and TSA always pulls me over because they say, how is it possible for a Jew to be flying north from Florida in February? So that always happens. So that's February 19th. We will not meet. It was on the schedule, but this trip is unavoidable, and so unfortunately I'm going to have to cancel class that night. And then on February 26th, we will return, and the topic will be the Vilna Gaon, the great leader of Lithuanian Talmudic Jewry, in many ways who stood in opposition to the Alter Rebbe. There's a lot to say about the nature of that conflict between the early Lubavitch movement, or the early Hasidim, and the so-called Misnagdim, the so-called opponents, or as the Chabadnikim call them, the snags. I really enjoy that term. I'm a snag. So those topics will be changed as per the schedule. Okay, so let's go directly to our topic. Thank you for your attention during the good welfare. We're going to speak about Bilhah Abigail Levi Franks, who comes down to us primarily as a source because of the letter she wrote her eldest son living in England. Um, we know nothing about her really except for this correspondence. We don't have the other end of the correspondence. We don't have her son's letter to him. And of course, as a woman, she was not especially prominent in these, such that there would be tertiary or secondary documents that refer to her, except in a very tangential fashion. But we must get a view of her very powerful personality, her wit, her insight in American politics, and through these letters, which are very intimate, communications between herself and her son, we get a sense of what it's been like for a Jewish woman to live in actually colonial America. And so it's a really interesting window into the Jewish world and the Jewish world of a woman in New York City. So that's what we're going to explore for tonight. A little bit of her background. Her father was English, Moshe Levi, who was a merchant and came to New York City with his young family, including his infant daughter Bilhah, in 1703. There's some doubt as to her birthday, but she was likely about 6 or 7 years old at the time. She grew up in New York City, and you can see its impact on her almost immediately. She dropped the use of her given name Bilhah, which is rather an interesting name. I don't know any Jewish name. It's a very, very traditional biblical name, but I don't know any women who have ever been received it. Bilhah is, of course, one of the handmaidens of was it Leah or was it Rachel? Elisa? Leah. Okay. But she is a handmaiden. She was like one of the four mothers, four mothers that was the whose offspring constitute the 12 tribes. But she was not one of the two stars, Rachel and Leah. She was one of the two handmaids, Bilhah and Zilpah. So at any rate, she dropped Bilhah like a hot potato, and she never used that name formally after her adolescence. She chose instead for herself the name Abigail, with that Americanized spelling. The Hebrews, of course, Abigail, but she liked the sound of this, more American-sounding name, even though it was clearly a biblical name as well. Abigail was one of the wives of King David, for example, and she even added kind of like a little personality quirk by adding a second L to Abigail. She always adds second L in the thing of her name. She grew up with first, and then at age 11, she experienced tragedy when her mother passed away. And her father remarried a woman who was much younger than he, and went on to sire 8 children. So this is a family now, a blended family of 13 children, and she is among the older. The family got along fairly well, although after her father's passing, there was, as often happens in families, blended or otherwise, some significant controversy between the children over the disposition of the estate. Nevertheless, she had a generally happy childhood and got along well with her siblings. Her marriage was at age 16 to a British immigrant, a Jewish British immigrant named Franks, who had come to work for her father. So it was kind of the classic tale of, marrying the boss's daughter. And perhaps the letters say more about her husband and her relationship with her husband than anything else. You can't read these letters for really, dense, thick information about the internal workings of New York society. You have to read it kind of sideways and infer things to try and garner more relevant social history. But what is clearly comes across in the first reading of letters is her affection for her husband and her loyalty to him. She is not about poking fun at him in her letters to her eldest son. That this is a marriage that was very stable and that both husband and wife had their own idiosyncrasies, but they managed to work around them. They dealt with personal tragedy in a way that was typical of the age. She went on to bear 6 children at least, seven. Naphtali is the oldest one we know most about, and 6 additional children, 2 of whom died in childhood. Although it's interesting to note that she does not even mention the death of 2 of her children in her correspondence to her son. And I've forgotten exactly, how do we know that this? I'm definitely have to edit out because how do we know that they died if it's not in the correspondence? We must have other correspondence, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, I'll give you the microphone. This is what you've heard the joke about the Rothschild and the wagon driver. I'll distract you with a joke and then we'll go back. So the joke goes like this: there's a Rothschild, a Rabbi wagon driver, and the Rabbi, the wagon driver takes him into town. And by the way, in Eastern European Jewish culture, a balagala, a wagon driver, is considered like a very low status individual. Typically very low level of education, probably illiterate, Jewish, but very low status, a balagala. So the balagala takes the Rebbe into town, and everyone showers affection on him and honors him with all kinds of difficult questions and gives him gifts and so on. And so they're going on to the next shtetl, and the balagala says, Rabbi, it's really not fair. How come you get so much attention and so much, adulation and so much respect? Me, they just ignore me, like I'm not important at all. And the Rebbe says, you know what? You're right. Before we go into the next shtetl, let's switch. I'll wear your clothes. I'll be the balagala. You'll be the Rebbe. And we'll handle it like that. And so the balagala says, that's a great idea. Let's do it. So they come up. And, right away, the townspeople come and they give all kinds of honor to the wagon driver who's dressed in the Rebbe's clothes. And they come up to him and finally they say, oh, Rebbe, we're so glad you're here. For weeks now, we've been waiting for this very, very difficult question in Jewish law. And they pose to him this mind-bending, difficult question. And so he listens to the question. He sort of thinks for a second and says, this is such an easy question to answer. Even my wagon driver knows this. And just go ahead and ask him. You'll see. Okay. So anyways, the key thing about the life of Abigail Franks is this relationship she has with her son, who heads off to England to study the family business. They're traders. To study the family business with her uncles, his uncles. And so he's gone back to London, and she never sees him again for the rest of her life. I mean, think about the distances and about the 18th century. So it's not something where people can easily go back and forth. So their relationship is confined exclusively to the correspondence that we have today. 35, dating between 1730 and 1748. From the correspondence that she often sent along care packages, including, little treats that her son liked, certain kind of smoked meats and things like that, all the way across the Atlantic to her son, and clearly had a relationship of great affection with him. We see from the text of these letters that she was apparently quite well read, although possibly only in English. She requests frequently books from her son. Please send me this or that book. She requests a 2-volume history of Poland, for example. So she reads widely in nonfiction, things like that. And when he sends her one novel, she says that it was garbage. She threw it in the flames. So she has a discerning taste in literature. But there's no indication that she knows any Hebrew or Yiddish, which is surprising given the times. That even, she doesn't even write in English characters that are Yiddish terms, because chances are Yiddish was the language of their home. We see that she has an acerbic wit and is a very acute observer of the social niceties of town. She spends a fair amount of time speaking about her friends who are mixed in their ethnicities. She's very close with a lot of middle class and upper middle class Protestant women, as she is with Jewish women. I get the impression that, reading about her and reading her letters, she sounds a little bit like my mother, who
who lives in a predominantly non-Jewish town in northern Canada. And, she's my mother, first of all, my mother is a malach. My mother is a saint. She is, I'm not just saying that because I'm a Jewish boy. And my mother really is, she sends birthday cards to all of my family. She knows all their birthdays, stuff like that. And she just had relationships with everybody around, the French Catholics, the English Protestants, and I think that Abigail Franks was a little bit like that too, just able to get along with everybody. Maybe a little bit of a gossip, that they're interested in some of the controversies going on in town. She describes them with some salacious wit, but nevertheless, very much interested in the social life of New York City at the time. When, by the way, we're talking about there's roughly 400 Jews living in New York City at that time. If you kind of put that in your mind, 400 Jews in New York City is amazing, right? You got 400 Jews in a block in New York City now, but within that time. Okay. Also, something that comes across very strongly in her letters is, despite her probable lack of Jewish education, not surprising for a woman of the 18th century, because access to certainly higher education is unheard of, but even anything beyond, let's say, a fourth grade education for women is would be more appropriate. She nevertheless has a fierce attachment to Jewish identity, maintains with tremendous verve and vigor the requirement to marry Jewish, something that did not happen to any of her children who remained in America, actually. But very, very insistent in Naftali to find a Jewish girl in London. She's also very concerned about kashrut and is extremely demanding that her son follow the dictates of the Torah according to diet and so on. And these are the kind of personality and the values that come across from her correspondence. What I'd like now is to back up a little bit and look at the situation of American Jews in the colonial period in general, and then we'll come back to speak about her correspondence once again. So I'd like to sort of place this within the context of the work of Jonathan Sarna, who is pictured here. He's certainly the greatest living historian of American Jewry, and in particular, we're going to rely on his interpretation of our history called American Judaism, which won the 2004 National Jewish Book Award. Really impressive piece of scholarship that's worth reading. So I'm going to plagiarize freely from his research for the purpose of our lecture today. And one of the things that comes across in his research is this concept that, as they say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I think we had Mr. Rosen here a little while ago. He's already gone. Got a Canadian in the room. Anyone translate plus ça? Oh, Bev, please. Exactly. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. It's ironic, as Professor Sarna points out so amazingly in his book, many of the burning issues of the 20th century were burning issues of the 18th century, of the 19th century, and many of those problems that we are so worried about today, we've been dealing with these problems for 300 years. Now, that's not to say the problems are not real, and in fact, as I'll show you some numbers shortly, they're definitely measurably worse than they were years ago. Nevertheless, it seems to be kind of a trope, sort of a motif in American history, that we live in a state of perpetual urgency, of perpetual crisis, and we find a modus vivendi to work with that crisis to a greater or lesser sense of success, but nevertheless, it's not something that we've just fallen off a cliff in the last 20 years. We've been falling off this cliff for a long time. Baruch Hashem, so far we haven't hit the bottom, but we can see the bottom a lot more clearly now than we could 200 years ago, as I will show you. He points to some of the catchphrases that we use today that are highly problematic from a historical perspective. For example, the term assimilation, which we regard with a considerable degree of toxicity. We think that assimilation is automatically identified with something bad, and certainly there's a point where, it represents a
net loss of Jewish identity. But in reality, assimilation is a spectrum or a process in which there are many elements of assimilation that we would find perfectly appropriate, and in fact, we question the absence thereof. The fact that I'm speaking to you today, for example, in an Orthodox shul, and I'm speaking in English, that in itself is a huge concession to modernity that right up until the middle of the 19th century was hotly debated among Jews, whether or not, you should have any kind of events like this in a synagogue space, and in English, in the Lashon HaZara, the language of the strange people, that was unheard of. A sermon as well. Traditional Judaism, believe it or not, only countenances 2 sermons a year. One in just before Passover, and one between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And the Rabbis Union didn't like that, so they sort of broke that rule. But, the idea of having a weekly sermon and in English, basically something we borrowed from the Protestants here in America. It's become not a traditional Jewish activity. Finally, if you look at my shoulder here, the speakers, can you get the American flag? That's right here in the synagogue space. That's in there. Right. It's also, can you imagine in Imperial Russia having the Russian flag in the synagogue space? These are things which are typical of American Jewry, which you cannot speak to other cultures. Oh, and by the way, the Israeli flag over here as well. At the same time, not with meaning the fact that these are placed in a traditional synagogue. So is that assimilation? It's definitely in the spectrum of accommodation to the host culture, but few would argue that these things represent a capitulation to group identity. There's not necessarily a loss of Judaism through some of these methods of communication and so on. The last thing that's very important, Sana in this book really emphasizes one idea that I think is more important than anything else about American Jewry, in my humble opinion, that American Judaism represents a movement from the traditional synagogue-type community to a community of, this is something that we don't see anywhere else in the world, although we see it incipient in certain parts of Germany in the 19th century. So the idea of moving from a single monolithic coercive synagogue authority that encompasses all Jews within a municipal boundary to the idea of a democratic and denominative organization, local synagogues, that is more typical of American Judaism. That's really the process that evolves over the last few hundred years. Well, I'd like to return to that idea shortly. Okay, we're about halfway through, so I can pause for a question or two. Is Dr. Weissman, you have a question? I think that's a very fair assessment. I'll repeat it for the people in Latvia. That on the one hand, we have the Pintele Yid, which is kind of like the essence of the Jew in Yiddish. The fine point, what is that Jewish identity, which may be very, very infinitesimally small, but it's indestructible. And at the same time, we hold on to that, whereas we get used to the idea of adapting to our cultures, because we might have to pack up and move somewhere else. We want to learn how to, modify our behavior if necessary. It's a complicated topic, but I think it's a very fair observation, and we will return to it shortly in one of the 3 strategies that American Jews have used to deal with this. I will mention kind of like a joke in this context, though. It's no longer true, but it used to be true that there were no great Jewish pianists, no great Jewish piano players. And why was it so that there were no great Jewish pianists? It was very hard to run carrying a piano. It's much more practical. A clarinet, that's okay, but a piano. Right? So that's what we get. Okay, Judith, and then we'll go back to lecture.
It is possible that the language impact with respect to Abigail was the fact that on that time of Jews in the Roman time, they primarily send Portuguese Jews who came out of and that out of Portugal, Yiddish was not a language of the Iberian Peninsula, nor was it a language yet with the Jewish population in England, which, as I remember correctly, was not as, we're not teaching your kids more out of the German game as the English allowed them to come back in. So that there is a possibility that English was not spoken at all.
That's an interesting observation. Again, for the lack pointing out the lack of Yiddishisms, not necessarily Yiddishkeit, because she definitely had a lot of type of Yiddishisms, but she also lacked Hebraism as well, like Hebrew terms. Judith points out that that may have to do with the fact that most of the Jews there were Sephardic, basically coming from Recife, and they would not be using Yiddish as an idiom, which I think is a useful observation. I'm not sure I buy the assessment of English Jewry, because her parents were from England, of them not having Yiddish literacy, but it's a fair observation. Let me go on so we can catch up. Okay, so back past Dr. Sarna, Judaism, right, here we go. Okay, so the origins of American Jewish community, the famous first Jews in America, as Judith has pointed out, was a boatload of 23 Jews, or a boat that included 23 Jews who arrived in New Amsterdam, which was the old name for New York, in 1654, and they were fleeing the Portuguese Inquisition, which had recently made inroads in the New World, and they were afraid that they would be subject to the same kind of persecution that Jews had endured in the Iberian Peninsula beforehand. They were not technically the first Jews on American soil. There were several Chinese restaurants that were established already in the 14th century. No, but we do know of at least one Jewish metallurgist who was on the ill-fated Rona community in 1589. He was there in 1585. In 1589, we know that he was indicted for blasphemy, which indicates that he probably held fast to at least Jewish ideology, if not necessarily Jewish practice. And we do have scattered references to Jewish traders, intrepid businessmen who made their way across the Atlantic well before even the larger group of Jews in 1654. There was a considerable amount of controversy over whether you should allow the Jews into New Amsterdam or not, but the general consensus, particularly in the Netherlands, was the idea that, you know what, Jews are to be good for business. Jews have national connections. Jews have financial. Jews have numeracy. They're able to deal with currencies and so on. So let them in, because this community needs to have a burst in its economic activity. But nevertheless, you know, despite these scattered numbers coming in the 17th century, the Jewish community was remarkably weak, really throughout the next 150 years, with very, very small population of Jews scattered throughout the region, concentrated perhaps in the Northeast, but no real critical mass. So much so that, with the exception of the Spanish and Portuguese community, not much is happening in America really until the 1800s. I'll give you some figures in a second to see what the population change was. But the most important change that America represented, and this is what Dr. Sarna uses when he talks about moving from a synagogue community to a community of synagogues, is the collapse of the old Tehillah system of organization. This is a municipal organization that had been developed by Jews already in the Babylon, an extremely old form of self-government that was exceptionally powerful and effective in keeping the Jews true to their traditions, maintaining root integrity, but at the expense of a very coercive and often undemocratic flavor. Basically, the way Jewish communities have been organized historically, until we get to the American experiment and really the 18th century in Europe as well, when it begins to break apart, is that when Jews arrived in a municipality, they were treated essentially as a corporate group. There was no possibility of individual Jews simply deciding not to affiliate with the Jewish community. The only way not to affiliate with the Jewish community was to convert to the dominant faith, be it Christianity or Islam, depending on the region we're talking about. So the Jews organized themselves as a collective unit called the Kehillah, or congregation in Hebrew. Many synagogues tend to have the name Kehillah Kadosha, or holy congregation. And at the top of this Kehillah, they would have a group of typically 7 men, always men, and usually wealthy elements of the city. They were called the Tuvei Ha'ir, the good people of the city. They would elect from themselves on a rotating basis a president. The word parnas is probably related to the English word president. And they would be in charge of the extremely important task of assessing taxes for all members of the Kehillah. That is, internal Jewish taxes that would be used to support Jewish causes. There was no appeal of the assessment of the Tuvei Ha'ir. They would come, they would essentially visit your house. They would say, oh, Masatov, you have another cow this year, so your taxes are going to go up by zloty or whatever it is. And you could complain, but you could not object. And there were tax collectors known as Rabbi, which literally means collectors or enforcers. You know, we have in a synagogue today, we have an official called the Gabbai. And people tend to think of the Gabbai as someone who just, organizes things, chooses who gets the first aliyah, the second aliyah, things like that. But in reality, the Gabbai is a very powerful figure viewed within the context of the Kehillah. They were the ones who were the strong arm of the Tuvei Ha'ir in demanding payment of taxes. If people failed, for example, to pay their dues, then the Beit Din could be invoked. That was the court, typically comprised of 3 rabbinical judges who also had Gabayim, and they would make sure that the dictates of the Tuvei Ha'ir were followed. Now that's kind of like the stick aspect of it. That's kind of like the nobody likes to pay tax aspect of it. But the beautiful aspect of the Kehillah, which was incredibly useful for maintaining Jewish solvency and cultural advancement, was a network of associations called chevras, or chevrot in modern Hebrew. These were dominated by women, and they were associated with whatever task the community assigned. For example, providing for the local poor, providing for orphans, widows, providing for travelers, setting up schools, setting up primitive hospital communities. The chevros would deal with them. The most important of them was the Chevra Kadisha, the so-called Holy Association, that was in charge of providing for Jewish burials. And in fact, one of the coercive tools that the Tuvei Ha'ir had at this was that anyone who refused to obey the dictates of the Beit Din, the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury them. And Jews took that very serious, and usually they would cave after they were threatened with this. So on the one hand, the Tuvei Ha'ir maintained this undemocratic, patriarchal authority over all Jews in the community, and there was no way out, as they say in French, huis clos. It was completely sealed off. But on the other hand, it was a very supportive and warm cocoon of economic and religious and intellectual self-government that allowed for even the weakest members of society to advance and to fulfill their needs as a valued member of that society. One last detail, the measure that the Tuvei Ha'ir could use to enforce their will included, on the one hand, monetary fines, but also a very powerful tool of social ostracism, that the Tuvei Ha'ir could simply demand that no one is allowed, for example, to give this person a synagogue honor, or even stand within 6 feet of. As you were here a few weeks ago, we talked about Spinoza. That was part of the ban that the Tuvei Ha'ir placed on him. Nobody could stand within 6 feet of him. Very strong levels of social ostracism. And so, and they could even use corporal punishment as a tool to ensure that everyone behaved. So if you think about this kind of governmental system lasting for literally 2 years and keeping this tiny minority alive, thriving, and even flourishing in often hostile environments, it's really quite an impressive achievement that this is how the Jews managed to keep themselves alive. In America, however, everything is, as they say, arois gemorfen von der Finster. everything is like thrown out the window because this whole model of a non-democratic, coercive authority, Fenster, right, or the I think the American Jews, right? Otherwise, we're on front their right, window. So that's essentially the big change. Ms. Abrams, any other question or observation? The two here were typically picked by themselves. Okay, they were like a wealthy class. First of all, it had to be men. Second of all, it was like, well, it was a big kavod. It was a big honor to be on the Tuvei year. Kavod costs money. So if you want to be on the Tuvei year, and they say to you, listen, we want to honor you with a seat for the next 5 years in the Tuvei year, you are expected to write a check. That goes along with it. And by the way, synagogues today keep the same organizational model. To be on the board of a synagogue means that, you pay something for the synagogue. For government costs money. And it's a symbiotic relationship. It's a beautiful thing because it means that the weaker members of the community are able to have access to synagogue services and classes and financial support. And so the 2 a year, they deserve the honor that they get for supporting the synagogue. Honor and honor, right? It costs money. It all goes together. Right? We can't all be just good looking. Okay. Thank you, Judith. Okay. So here's just to give you a contrast in terms of the architecture. This is like a traditional wooden synagogue that you would find in the shtetl. This is the famous Pearl Synagogue, one of the greatest synagogues built in 18th century America. You can see it's designed to look a little bit like an upper middle class residence. Doesn't look obviously as a synagogue from the outside. Very unique in that way. And it's kind of interesting. If you look inside the synagogue, one of the most prominent changes is the use of a balcony for the women's section, which was something of some controversy at the time because they were very concerned about what was called vertical fitting. If women are completely visible in the upper section and men can, lay out people stand around the shulchan. They don't all face from one in the liberal synagogue. So there are men who are literally easily have a full sight line of women and vice versa and so on. It was good for in marriage, maybe not so good for prayer, but this was one of the, not really innovations, but one of the stylistic adaptations to American life that the early Jews in America adopted. It's also really important to note, and we have actually, Dr. Sarno brings some useful reference here, we can actually measure out the relative space allocated to women in American synagogues compared to Europe, and there's no question that women begin to play a much larger role in synagogue life. Women attend synagogues far more frequently in America than they did in Europe, and their presence, exerts a force for change that is felt certainly to the 21st century. I wish we had more time to go into greater detail. At any rate, what were the kind of big issues in America at the time? So if we look at the colonial period, that is up until 1776, intermarriage was a big issue. It was about 10 to 15% of the population. Now that may not seem like a staggering number, but when you think about the scope of the Jewish population, if we're talking about, in the hundreds, a 10 to 15% intermarriage rate is really devastating. It's not, we don't have a critical mass of millions of Jews, that 10 to 15% is not inconsequential, very consequential. Looking at the revolutionary period up to 1840, which is when the big German wave comes in, the figure increases to 28.7%, which is broadly comparable to, let's say, Weimar Germany, 1920s and 30s in Europe. But if we look, just to jump ahead to the Pew report, this is from the study that came out just a few weeks ago from the Pew Research Center, Jews, or as I like to call it, American Jews, give or take a pew. Thank you. Okay, well, sorry. Anyway, an interesting graph that shows in America based on year of people who were married before 970, 17% of Jews intermarried with a non-Jew. This is, of course, not involving conversion. This is where one partner remains not Jewish. Between 70 and 1970, 35% of marriages, and of course the number increased steadily until people married between 2005 and 2013. The figure is 58%. So a really solid number. It's well over half. It's been over half for over a decade now, and that's a scary number. But it's been scary for a long time. Even in 1990, it was 46%. So this is something that our leaders, the Federation, are trying to deal with, our rabbinical leaders. But it's not a totally new issue in America. 30% of your marriage is also a very significant number. So the synagogue community, again, returning to Dr. Sarna's thesis about moving from a single monolithic synagogue community to the community of synagogues, the early American Jewish synagogues were struggling to deal with some of these issues, like intermarriage, by using the methods of Europe to force Jews to conform, censuring them, ostracizing them, denying them synagogue privileges, and in some cases rather quixotic attempts, like, for example, trying to fine all Jews living within, I think it was Philadelphia, if they did not affiliate with the synagogue, that they had to pay a fine, and they wanted to get secular support for that fine. It was just a non-starter. That's just not the way America thinks, to allow a synagogue to coerce its members to do anything. These techniques worked in Europe before the French Revolution. They were not going to work at all in America, largely because of the influence of American Protestantism, which was really a scattered movement with many different denominations. People were fluid, moving between different churches. That was the model that was considered, rational and civilized, not the European medieval Jewish rabbi in charge of everything, so to speak. Here's the 5 basic constitutional principles that informed this early Jewish community in America were really those that were enshrined in the Constitution. And Jews took these things very seriously. The early Jews of the Revolutionary period read the Constitution with great interest, and we can see in many synagogues they encoded their own constitutions for the synagogues, which we would call today perhaps bylaws. But back then, the term constitution was fraught with heavy meaning, and they believed in 5 basic principles. For religious freedom, which is not only the freedom to observe religion, but also the freedom to refrain from observing. Again, unheard of in Jewish communities in Europe, at least officially. Church-state separation. To give you a sense of the contrast, in the 1840s, one of the more dramatic moments in the history of Orthodox Judaism was when Samson Raphael Hirsch, a great Orthodox thinker, successfully petitioned the Austrian government for the permission to set up a second Jewish community in Frankfurt am Main. Because the government, the secular government of Austria, recognized only one Jewish community, and Rav Hirsch said, wait a second, everybody is becoming too liberal. They want to start bringing forth to the synagogue, they want to start doing all kinds of things that offend traditional sensibilities. We cannot coexist as one synagogue, and he petitioned successfully for what was known as the Austritt, the exit, where set up for the first time 2 distinct communities of Jews in Europe. On the one hand, it was a great blow to the concept of Jewish unity. On the other hand, it represented a strategic retreat for the Orthodox that allowed them to create a community that they could define the norms in a more traditional fashion. What happened in America? Is asking the government for permission to build a shul? Are you crazy? That only happens in Surfside. Who asked the government if you can build a shul? Right? Denominationalism, again, from the idea that, just like there's so many different Protestant churches, why shouldn't there be so many different Jewish churches, so to speak? Why shouldn't there be different kind of movements? Again, unheard of in Europe at the time. Voluntarism means if I choose to belong, I will belong. If I choose to affiliate, that's up to me. It's not up to somebody else to tell me that I must belong. It's a very American attitude that we see in the colonial period in particular. The only exception, of course, I think I mentioned is if you get on the mailing list of the UJA. The only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. It's amazing. I'm sure I told that joke like 6 times in the last 3 weeks, but you still laugh. It's very kind of you. And finally, patriotism, as we saw even in this synagogue with the inclusion of flags in the sacred space, is very significant. To look at what it looks like today, again, going to the Pew Report, here is the breakdown of denominational affiliation in America as of 2013. About 35% of American Jews affiliate with the Reform movement, 18% with the conservative movement. This number used to be much bigger in the last survey about a decade ago. And so the conservative movement is having kind of a crisis of conscience. How did they lose so many numbers? A fairly large number, 30% declare denomination. The Orthodox remain roughly stable at 10%. Again, Orthodox Jews only about 10% of the overall American Jewish population. They tend to have fairly strong staying power, as this interesting graph shows. Unfortunately, we kind of lost the count there, but basically, this graph measures if you were raised in one denomination, how likely is it that you still are in that denomination now? And as you can see, the Reform movement, about 55% of Reform Jews today were raised in that movement. And the other 45% spread out all over the place. About 6% of conservative Jews trace their denominational origin to Reform. 1% of Orthodox Jews consider themselves Reform. I know in the Orthodox world, a lot of hoo-ha is made of the so-called Baalei Tshuva, those who return to Judaism, as it were. But the numbers are still pretty small. I mean, we're talking about 1% of Reform Jews overall and 4% of conservative Jews overall, which reminds me of a short joke. I won't take too long because we only have 10 minutes, but the joke goes like this. There's these 3 guys who get together every week to play poker. And they're sitting around playing poker, and Sam begins to sigh. And the other guy says, Sam, what's the matter? How come you sigh? He says, you know, my son, he's in 3rd year law school. He decided to go to Israel for the summer, and he got caught up with yeshivas, and he says he's not coming home. He says he wants to spend another year studying there. And I say, oh, Sam, it's okay. He'll come back. He'll finish law school. The next week, Sam's sighing again, and they say to him, what's the matter? Sam says, you know what? So my daughter, she went over there trying to convince him to come back for the beginning of classes. She's staying too. She got involved in one of those cults, and she's also studying and learning Torah there as well. I don't know what to do. Next week, same thing happens to cousin. So finally, one of the other poker players goes to his son and says, listen, Sam, maybe you better have your Mezuzahs checked. All right, so we do see some really, the top graph, which is kind of cut off. The Orthodox Jews have a pretty significant staying power, not quite as large as the Reform, because 48% Orthodox Jews remain Orthodox, which again is less than half, but nevertheless it's a big chunk. It's also especially qualitatively significant. I think the demand of Orthodox lifestyle are quite a bit more significant in terms of markers of behavior, kashrut, Shabbat, so on, than necessarily in Reform or Conservative. So a number of 48% represents a very significant lifestyle commitment. Anyways, there you go. Okay, to give you a sense of the overall numbers, so 1820, we've got about 3,000 Jews living in America total. That number increases 5-fold by 1840. There's a big jump over the next 2 decades, which is primarily a result of German Jews coming to this country as a result of the punitive legislation imposed on Jews in certain parts of Germany. For example, in Germany, only the oldest son was allowed to marry from Jewish families. And so that meant that second and later born sons had no chance of establishing a home, and it made sense for them to simply leave Germany. This was kind of like a benign way of trying to exercise population control and limit the growth of the Jewish population by encouraging them to leave, which they did. So we have a significant number of German Jews come to this country after the 1840s, and they really established the first major communities in America. By 1877, we're up to 250,000 Jews in America, and within 3 years, we'll have some massive waves of Eastern Europe, which will be measured in the millions, And most American Jews, about three-quarters, trace their lineage to that last massive immigration between 1881 and 1928, and we'll discuss that, God willing, after Passover. Now, with a few minutes left, what I'd like to talk about is Dr. Sarna's thesis that there were basic strategies for survival utilized in colonial and revolutionary America. And we see those strategies really alive today. So I have a couple of minutes left. I'll do these three strategies. First one is what they call the time regeneration, which we might call today, re-energizing traditional Judaism. This was a favorite strategy of Isaac Leeser and several other important rabbis who essentially argued that the way to solve the threats posed by the American environment go back to that old-time religion as much as possible, to try and reinforce the importance of keeping kosher, of maintaining the honor of the Shabbat, and so on. A fairly unsuccessful attempt, at least if we measure it in terms of bodies in synagogue. In Cincinnati, for example, which was one of the strongest Jewish communities of the era, there were 4 synagogues there in the 19th century. Only 22% of the 22% of the Jews in even that town were unaffiliated. And how much more if you go outside of the large communities, you see a much larger number. And in 1850, measuring, Dr. Sarna looks at the actual number of seats available in all the recorded synagogues. Only 35% of American Jews could fit in them on Rosh Hashanah, which means 65% of them were either not going to shul or they were standing. Chances are they were not going to shul. I thought it was funny when it was in my mind, but it wasn't before I actually said it. But here's a picture of Isaac Leeser, who is perhaps the most important proponent of this regeneration movement. The second major strategy is, of course, reform, which was extremely influential in the 18th and 19th century in America. And this is the idea that, the only way Judaism will survive in America is if it changes, if we adapt Judaism to the environment, which was obviously anathema to the regenerationists who said, no, you're going the opposite direction. We have to stay fast to the old, not change them. But the German liberal movement, which in this country was known as Reform, was extremely influential, and they introduced tremendous changes in the liturgy, the removal of Hebrew, changes in the demands for truth, synagogue architecture, the removal of the pizza, the transformation of to a kind of proscenium audience environment. Of course, men and women sitting together. The Reform movement was perhaps the most prominent in pushing forward a women's agenda to this day as well, of course, where the conservative and the Orthodox kind of sometimes catch up after a few decades. But this was perhaps the most prominent push in America. Later on in another lecture, we talk about the middle of the 20th century, which is really the heyday of the conservative movement. But in the 19th century and earlier, it was all reform. That was clearly the most popular moment. Here's a picture of Isaac Meyer Wise, definitely the most prominent reform rabbi of the 19th century. And then finally, an interesting strategy, which may be unique to America, a strategy of ignoring religious disputes and concentrating on peoplehood. And perhaps the most profound example of this in the 19th century, the establishment of an organization known as B'nai B'rith, or People of the Covenant. I'm sure you're all familiar with this organization. They set up the Hillel houses, for example, around university campuses and so on. And the concept of B'nai B'rith was, we're not going to agree on religion. We're not going to agree on whether or not to have an organ in the synagogue or not. So let's just set those things aside and let's focus on our common concerns as a people, as a family, as an extended tribe, as it were. The movement got out popularity after the horrible Mortara affair in Damascus, where in 1840, we're talking about the 19th century, believe it or not, Jews were accused of blood libel, that old 13th century canard that Jews needed to drink Christian blood. And as a result, Jewish communities around the world tried to muster energy to refuse of this heinous false crime. So American Jews also said, we have to be organized here. How are we supposed to deal with kinds of international threats if we're nice? How can we be organized if we're going to do it along religious lines? And so B'nai B'rith said, let's just try and create a non-denominational Jewish association that is based on peoplehood. So these three strategies, regeneration, reform, and the emphasis on peoplehood, are strategies that American Jews continue to use in our own day. So now coming to the conclusion, we want to just focus once again on our starting point, Vilha Abigail Levi Franks. We don't learn a tremendous amount from her correspondence about these larger phenomena that are shaping character of American Jewish lives, but we do get a sense from her correspondence of the eternity of the Jewish people, their attachment to their ancestral traditions, the importance that they associate with, Ahavas Yisrael, communal love among Jews, and hope that we can live up to those highest ideals. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a good night. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? We're actually, it looks like about 49 seconds behind schedule, so I will try to speak fast to make up for that time. What a rowdy group we have today. Let's get started. So this is a joke that I'll edit out the first couple of minutes. It's easy to edit it from the end. Okay. Tonight's actually, I have not run it past my joke censor board yet, but I will tell you that I tried to go over to two of my daughters. Elise was one of them, and neither of them could remember that joke. So that's a good sign. It means that chances are you will not remember it. The problem is that they both said it wasn't very funny. So I'm going to tell you a joke you may never have heard before, but it's not very funny. So tonight's class is going to deal with prayer. And so this joke, it has to do with Jewish prayer. I'm sure my censor board has heard this joke anyways, but here it goes. So the joke is about the first three clergymen in outer space, a priest, a rabbi, and a minister. And believe it or not, this is not an off-color joke. A lot of those jokes start that way with a priest, a rabbi, and a minister, but it's not one of those jokes. So the minister, NASA sponsors a metaphysical tour of the universe where they're going to put these three carefully selected theologians onto the space shuttle, and they go up into outer space and they orbit the world a few times, and that's the program. And I forgot to mention one thing which should be obvious to everyone in this room, but for the internet audience, particularly my 7 people watching in Saudi Arabia, just to give you a sense of Jewish prayer. Jewish prayer is relegated basically by times of the day and the position of the sun to the horizon. In the morning, there is the shacharit or dawn prayer. In the afternoon, there's the mincha prayer. And then after the sun is set, there's, of course, the ma'ariv prayer, mariv. So the joke goes that the 3 clergymen go out into outer space, they orbit the world a few times, they come back down. When they land, the journalists crowd around them and they come out of the space shuttle and they're transformed. Their faces are glowing from the experience. And they go up to the Catholic priest and they said, Father, what was your impression of your experience? And he said, well, I was overwhelmed with the hugeness, the vastness of God's creation. Absolutely astounded by the phenomenal infinitude of the universe. And then they go to the minister and they said, Reverend, what did you think of your experience? He says, in the scope of such largeness, I thought of the tininess of humanity. I thought of how humble we are in terms of the great cosmos of God's creation. And they go up to the rabbi and they say, Rabbi, what did you think? And he says, well, I have time to think. Chakras, mincha mara. Chakras, mincha mara. Yeah, it's not cute. I think it's fancy. Okay, so tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I wanted to speak about this topic for a long time, and I'm very grateful to have an audience who's interested in sharing this aspect of Jewish history. We're going to look at a not very well-known figure in history. I believe this is the first video on the internet about this figure, and that makes me feel very proud. Her name is Sarah Bas Tovim, or pronounced in her time, Sarah Bas Tovim, right, from the Yiddish pronunciation. She is an unknown author of Techinas, which are basically Jewish prayers for women, a largely lost aspect of Jewish history that we'll explore over the course of the next half hour, 45 minutes. And it says so much about what has been lost since the Holocaust, because it speaks to the depth of Jewish spirituality and an entire range of spirituality that has been flattened and disappeared with the loss of so many millions in Eastern Europe in particular. So that's going to be our topic for tonight. We have an anonymous sponsor, so I'd like to thank that sponsor. It is wonderful to have all of you here. Your presence is sufficient sponsorship, but if you would like to help support the shul and help support our students who graciously film the video and greet you at the door, then sponsorships are wonderful. Young Israel is setting up an internet sponsorship thing where you can actually click on the website and there'll be a little donate button and away you go. So thank you, anonymous sponsor. Okay, so who was this Sarah Bas Tovim? We know remarkably little about her life, and in fact, just about everything we know is what she tells us. But it's more complicated even than that, because many figures otherwise have interfered with the literary record and have intervened to add details that has made her so legendary in scope that, in fact, many people believe it didn't exist. Although, as we shall see, scholarship today has proved without much doubt that, in fact, she was a woman living in Ukraine in the probably 18th century. She tells her audience that she is descended from Jews in Poland, Brest-Litovsk and Brisk, and Satanov, although there's some questions as to exactly what her lineage is. We don't know very much beyond what exactly she puts on paper for us to read. And one of the most problematic aspects of her biography is the fact that, because she wrote these basic liturgical poems in the 18th century, they became wildly popular, so popular that all kinds of other people started writing them themselves and placing them in her name so that they could get the royalties. So in other words, it's like, for example, many of you may not realize it, but I often write under the name Stephen King. The next Stephen King novel you buy on the internet could actually be one of my novels. But it's just a way of kind of glomming on to that literary reputation. And this happened so frequently that there were these travesties and plagiarisms and outright forgeries that people began to believe in the 19th century that she was probably not a historical figure, and in fact she was an invention of some man. We know now that she was a real person. She was in fact a woman, and we know a lot more about her thanks to the research of one scholar in particular that I'll introduce you to in a moment. Part of this cynicism about Sarah Bas Tovim was generated by the Maskilim, which is a larger phenomenon I'd like to speak about later on in this class, and not tonight so much, but in a later class. Maskilim are adherents of the Jewish Enlightenment, known as the Haskalah. This is a movement that began in the very late 18th century in Germany, and it spread throughout Europe. Towards Western Europe, it became more of a relationist movement, where the Haskalah placed a lot of emphasis on the value of Jews imitating non-Jews, sometimes slavishly aping Jewish norms in an attempt to gain accept and to gain emancipation, political emancipation. In Eastern Europe, it took a very different kind of coloring. The Haskalah there did not, for the most part, aspire to assimilate to Russian or Polish or Ukrainian society per se. The Maskilim in Eastern Europe tried to excavate a new literary Jewish personality by taking many of the vernacular art forms, such as, for example, Yiddish literature, and elevating it really to a world language. So in the East, you'll have people like Mendel Rothschild, Lechem, Yudlam Teretz, who actually wrote a story about Sarah Bat Toivim, who will be, trying to take this traditional folk culture, which has a very deep religious vein running through it, and then transforming it into a more secular Yiddishized, or in Zionist case, more Hebraicized version. So what was happening with the Jewish population in the late 19th century is a lot of maskilim were writing prayers for women, typically illiterate women who could only make their way in Yiddish, and we'll have some time to speak about Yiddish tonight, and then they were selling them. And one of the ways to make them popular was to say these are real tefinas written by Sarah Bat Toivim, when in fact they were written by some Apikoros non-believer male poet living in St. Petersburg in 1870. So it's very difficult to unpack what exactly is hers, what exactly are later accretions, but we do have two collections in particular that we know are definitely hers. The texts are very corrupt, and there are many different editions where publishers have done a lot of damage to the text, but nevertheless, tonight we're going to look at those two collections and two techinas in particular to try to understand a little bit more about them. Now, I should really pause and ask, how many of you are familiar with this liturgical form called the techina? And it's not at all associated, by the way, with hummus or pita. I just don't pronounce it very well, but techina. Okay, we see a couple of women who have actually read techinas. So can you tell us anything about them?
I've known studies that my mother going from Germany, and they like so precious to her and her sister and the other sister-in-law, just like they read it all the time.
Is it Kodesh Kadoshim? Yes, okay.
May have been mistaken.
It could be. Was it written in German letters or in Yiddish Deutsch, like in real German? Okay, I have one of those too from my grandmother, my great aunt from Königsberg, my Aunt Molly. I'd have to look at it to give you, and I'm not an expert in this field, but I'd have to look at it to give any sense of it. Yes. Oh, I'm glad you asked that question. The Serena, there's actually something authored by a man, but it formed the basis of what would have ultimately become a very large religious literature for women. It's Serena, which is a Yiddish pronunciation of a passage in Kohelet, if I remember correctly. Go out and see, and it's written in the feminine imperative. And it's basically a weekly commentary on the Chumash, written in Yiddish, that is essentially kind of like a mishmash of Rashi, taking all the midrashim and things like that. So when you read the Chumash, when whatever the Sedra is that week, because this week we're up to a Mishpatim, a woman would on Saturday afternoon, she'd pull out a Tenorena and she would read all of the stories that associate with the Chumash that week. And very pious and not very educated women would treat the Tenorena as literally as a Bible. It would be a very holy work for them, and it was associated almost exclusively with women. It's interesting that it was translated to English by Art Scroll, and when they released it the first time, they didn't think anyone would want it under its original title, so they released it as the Weekly Midrash. Because that's essentially what it is. It's a compilation of Midrashim. And then when people said, oh, this is actually the Tenorena, so then they re-released it under the title Tenorena, because they realized that so many women had that ancestral memory of that particular book. So,
the same time
as the Chumash. Yes, well, the Tenorena is a little earlier. We don't know with precision when Sarah Bat Toivim lived, probably 18th century. The Tenorena goes back another century or two. It's quite an old book. Now, the difference between these two books, the Tenorena is a book for study, which is, of course, of religious value in Judaism. The Techinas is a work of prayer. Techinas are liturgical poems, prayer poems that a person reads at various moments in their life, at various moments of their day, and so on. Yeah. Tehillim also read in a liturgical manner, but that goes back obviously to the biblical period. Yeah, it goes all the way back to the biblical period. They're written in Hebrew. So but what's really fascinating about these techinas is that they are specifically women's prayers, and they so much about women's culture. One of the rare glimpses that we have into how women lived in 18th, 19th century that we don't have in male sources. And I hope to expose you to a couple of those aspects of women's culture, which are, in my mind, absolutely fascinating. So, what do we know about her? She says a few interesting autobiographical tidbits. She refers, for example, to her illustrious parents. We're not exactly sure who her illustrious parents are. She says, for example, Mordechai of Satanov, and that particular Mordechai may be associated with another author of various religious works, but we're not precisely sure. The early publishers, some of the earliest editions, though, after her name, they add the suffix, that you often see, that she should live, which is normally written after a woman's name. You say her name, that she should live, and that implies she's definitely a real person, because you wouldn't say that about a fictional person. It's kind of like when you see a lot of rabbis at the end of their name, they have the acronym Shlita, and if you're new to this, you might say, like, what are all these guys, how many rabbi shlitas are there? Like thousands of them. Okay, that was a little inside joke, but anyway, these are like indications that she was a real person. And also fascinating, there's no reference anywhere in her works to her husband. There's no reason to assume that she was not married. She speaks, a lot of her prayers deal with, the welfare of children, the welfare of a husband. But even though she'll talk about herself, she'll talk about her background, she'll talk about her own experiences, she never says anything about her husband, which is also a highly unusual feature of the authors of Techinas. And that's another, ironically, a stamp of authority, that if it was a fabricated Sarah Bastovim, they would have made it. Of course, she's married to an incredibly wealthy, good-looking, intelligent man, because that's part of the legend. But the actual Techinas of Sarah Bastovim has no reference whatsoever to her husband. So we don't know a lot about her beyond what she decides to tell us herself. Now, the main reason we know so much about her today is undoubtedly due to the very detailed and powerful scholarship of this woman, Professor Chava Weissler, who did quite a bit of work about Sarah Bastovim and other women who composed prayers in early modern Eastern Europe. And in particular, we're going to be relying on this book, The Matriarchs, which was nominated for the Jewish Book Award a few years ago. Unfortunately, I did not have the opportunity to reread it for this class. I read it when it first came out, and I loved it, but I couldn't get another copy of it back down here in Florida through ILL. But I will be reading from one of her articles that she wrote on this particular woman. At any rate, I highly recommend Voices of the Matriarchs, which will tell you a lot about Techinas as an art form, Sarah Bastovim in particular, and so on. So let's get down to the material itself. First of all, it's written in Yiddish, which is in itself an entire history of Jewish culture. The Yiddish language is basically medieval German, written in Hebrew characters, with a very strong infusion of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words. The comedian Billy Crystal says that the way you understand this is that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. Pause for that. But in reality, it's essentially medieval German with all these other languages written in. Now, this is not an unusual phenomenon. Jews have created many hybrid languages over the last 2,000 years. Whenever they go to a given locale, they invariably pick up a lot of the language, the vocabulary, the syntax, and then because quite often the surrounding populations are illiterate, then Jews will use the Hebrew alphabet to record the language. And that, creates this new kind of hybrid language. So we have Judeo-Persian, we have Judeo-German, which is a little bit different form of Yiddish. We have several different versions of Yiddish that come to speak of, and they often show high varieties of dialectical variation. So, for example, in Eastern Europe, there's at least 3 distinct dialects of Yiddish. The Lithuanians were really the first to truly standardize the language and kind of agree on spelling, for example, very basic issues like morphology. And so standard Lithuanian Yiddish is considered the gold standard in the culture. This is somewhat resented by Hungarian Jews and by Polish Jews, but for those Lithuanian Jews, of course, they're absolutely correct. This is the true Yiddish. And you may know some Lithuanians, they tend to have, very fine intellects, very, fashionable taste in clothing, that as well, right? They tend to lose their hair prematurely, and hopefully you're getting the children. Oh, I happen to be Lithuanian. Thank you, Stephen. My timing is off tonight. But anyway, there are lots of different pronunciations. It is a crazy language. Even 100 years ago, Yiddish was not standardized. Huge variations in spellings and words and so on. It is a language that is very prone to interpolation from other languages. It is more, what's the right word here? It's more infected by languages, and that's a perfectly okay thing to do. Unlike, for example, the French, who are really paranoid about keeping on to their language, that they have actually a commission in the government that decides what word is French and what word can't be French. And even in Israel, they had that for a long time with Hebrew, that they wouldn't allow words that were not of Hebrew origin. Yiddish was just like the doors were wide open. You could say anything you want. I was just reading something written in the 1950s in Yiddish the other day, and I was having a really hard time working through words like baseball, right? Baseball, and movie, which was also in there. That was a really hard one. But actually, there was one. I'm curious if anyone knows this. There's a little bit of a tangent. There was a reference to someone called a Sam Sapojnik. Yeah, does anyone know what that expression means? I had to ask a very old man, what does it mean? There is a Sam Sapojnik. So apparently a Sam Sapojnik is, he defined it first in Yiddish as Alina Balabot, and which means he's like independent to a fault. Like he thinks he knows everything. And the context was about someone who refuses to listen to doctors, doesn't want to take the medicine prescribed. Sam Sapojnik, right? He does whatever he wants. Yeah, so there are such people. I'm not sure, but the word sam might come from the Russian, which means self. Like samovar means to self-cook, right? Things like that. So sam might be alone, and Sapojnik, I don't know what that is. Anyways, I'm sorry for that digression. Sam is in Hebrew poison, right? But in Hebrew, but in Russian, sam it means samolot, for example, means flies by itself, or an airplane. Now, why are we talking about Yiddish so much? Because the Jews in Eastern Europe spoke Yiddish overwhelmingly as their vernacular. At the 18th century, the Russian government did a survey, a massive survey that gives us a good picture of what Jews did in that part of the world, and 97% of Jews claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is only just a little over 100 years ago, but that was the overwhelming vernacular, and we've lost so much in just one century. The other languages, Russian, French, German, so on, with very, very little penetration into the Jewish world. However, Yiddish was not the educated language, with the exception of the masculine, who wanted to elevate it to an art form like Shalom Aleichem and others. The reality is that it was considered not a real language, even by spoken. My grandmother, Aleh Shalom, when she used to talk about the language, she wouldn't even say Yiddish. That wasn't the name. She called it Jewish, was exactly what the word Yiddish means, Jewish. This is the Jewish language. Meaning, I don't know what you call it, it's Jewish. And the literature at the time called it the jargon, right, the jargon. It wasn't considered even by the practitioners of the language itself. What was the real language, of course, was Rabbinic Hebrew. If you wanted to write a letter that had hashivut, that if you wanted to demonstrate your education, you had to do it in Hebrew. And that was also a highly gendered language, because the threshold for learning Hebrew at a high level definitely stopped at about 4th grade level for girls. It was very rare to have a woman who could read Hebrew and translate it beyond basically the Siddur, the prayers that she had memorized. Perhaps some Tehillah, perhaps some Chumash, but certainly not into the rabbinic works of scholarship on the Talmud and things like that. So Yiddish was also known as the Weibische Sprache, the woman's language, because it was the language of literature for women. Now, Jewish women were also quite educated when you compare them to the surrounding culture, and their literacy would consist of being able to decipher the written words. They could not do it in Hebrew, but they could do it in Yiddish. And so this created demand in the 16th century and onward for works in Yiddish for women. That's where the Tzemorena came about. And then slowly people started writing various kinds of like pietistic works for women that were designed to like be uplifting of good morals and things like that. It got to be quite a large genre, and it was not only women that read this. It was considered to be sort of like a low-class literature for men. If you look at, for example, the works of the great Chafetz Chaim writing around the tree, he urges Jews in America, saying, I know you guys are not very educated, and you probably can't read much, but at least read something in Yiddish. Go and get a Yiddish book on ethics, on most or things like that. So Yiddish was highly gendered. It was considered a lower class language, but it was considered the language that women used. And so these prayers that people like Sarah Bastogam are written specifically for that gender, and in a way that speaks to awareness in the world, something which we have completely lost in the Holocaust. Now, even though they were written in Yiddish, Sarah Bastogam and the other liturgical writers had no problem ripping off things from earlier rabbinic literature. And this is because, as I think we discussed in your class, the concept of plagiarism as we have it today, not really understood, or I shouldn't say that, was not really observed by earlier authors. It was considered appropriate to steal really, cool phrases and even whole paragraphs from earlier writers and incorporate them into your own work. We call it plagiarism. Back then, they would call homage, right? It was kind of like a way of showing honor to those earlier writers, and that was considered entirely appropriate. Sarah Bastogam, in her work, she refers to herself in a very humble way as saying she simply arranged the penis, meaning that she's cutting and pasting. She's taking a line from here and a few stanzas from here, and he's putting them in poems, so she doesn't want to take too much credit for herself. But at the same time, she also that these are her creations, even though they are collages of early literary works, and she very much identifies them as her own, the product of her own creative energies, and she's very proud of them, as we shall see as I read you a few samples. In terms of how educated she was, it's quite likely that she was deeply educated. She certainly quotes liberally from Hebrew texts, so she must have been one of those exceptional women who did kind of break that fourth grade glass ceiling to be able to get entree into rabbinic scholarship. She's clearly familiar with a lot of the ethical literature, like Shalom Tshuva of Rabbeinu Yonah, like the Orchos Tzadikim by an anonymous author who, incidentally, this was also written in Yiddish and also could have been written, according to some, possibly even by a woman. So she's reading these kinds of texts. She knows how to put them in proper rabbinic context, and she even has a smattering of Kabbalistic knowledge. Rabbi Weissler has also identified some of the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi in her works. Not that she followed the false Messianism, but some of the earlier works of his followers actually had quite a large penetration into the of Jews in the 18th century. So it's not surprising that she would have found some of that interesting as well. So we must assume that she does have some kind of formal Jewish education. Okay, before I talk about the first works, any other questions? Has Abram said no questions? Let me think. I'll give you lots of time. Okay, so let's go straight into it. We have two basic collections of her works that are considered authoritative by Professor Weissler. The first is called Shar HaYichud Olamot, or Olamos, which is a very Kabbalistic term, meaning the gate of the uniting of the worlds. And this refers to a very deep Kabbalistic concept that we discussed a few weeks ago. We talked about the Arizal, the idea that there are four worlds, Atzilut, Tzriya, Yetzirah, and Asiya, four sort of concentric worlds of Kabbalah, and that they have to be kind of lined up. Alternatively, the 10 sphirot, you see in the drawing here, the 10 sphirot, the emanations of God, can kind of go out of alignment as a result of human sin. And so there are various practices, religious practices, prayer practices that can kind of bring them back into alignment. It's definitely very esoteric thinking. This particular book is often known by one of the major poems that's recorded in it, which is more feminine in its aspect, Sheker HaChaim, which means beauty is deceitful. You may recognize the line from Asia, right? Sheker HaChaim, Be'ever HaYofi, Isha Yirat Hashem, Talal. Is that right? Did I go right? Beauty is Sheker HaChaim, Be'ever, and see, a woman who is God, she will be praised. So the phrase Sheker HaChaim has a very strong relation to women's values, the idea of praise for, obviously a woman who fears God, not to pay attention to external beauty and so on. And the kind of themes that emerge from her writing are basically three. And I'm just, I'm performing homage right now to Professor White, so ripping off her three basic ideas. First, a very strong emphasis in women as religious agents, meaning women count in Judaism. There's not a question that, despite the fact that women have a highly distinct religious experience from men, meaning they are not showing up in shul typically early in the morning for Shacharis and the mikveh and the Maariv, and they don't have the special costumes that the men do, and they don't have the multiple hoo-has. By the way, my wife likes to call this group like the guys on the men's clubs. This not on Shabbos, but during the week. This is the guys' club. There's very, very few women who come during the week to mikveh and things like that. There are some, but it's comparatively rare. Nevertheless, despite the fact that men and women had a bifurcated religious experience, she has no problem completely affirming the idea that women are religiously significant and that their actions count on the most metaphysical of levels. Secondly, is not in any way meant to contradict the others. And in fact, much of this religious agency is fulfilled through what might be the very mundane acts of caring for a family. And these things form, moments of prayer that show up nowhere in men's liturgy. For example, in this entire realm of feminine prayer, you'll find all kinds of techinas written for things like, on menopause, for example. I haven't seen that in any of the men's prayer books. On caring for a child who is ill, on praying for a child to find a match, all kinds of life cycle things that are much more associated with women. These are things that you'll find in techinas. And so it's an entirely different world of prayers than the ones which men would recite that are far more ritualistic and rote in nature, tend to be very, in their format and very fixed in their language. The techinas are much more free-flowing, much more individualistic, much more poetic. She spends a lot of time talking about suffering, and there's some interesting kind of clues as to what exactly it was that she was suffering about so much. And finally, a great outwork of her own personal value, her feeling that even though she is suffering, she feels that what she is doing is of benefit to the world, and that will ultimately bring about the coming of the Messiah. Very strong belief that her actions count on a metaphysical level. There's no question that nowhere in her techinas does ever appear that she feels that she's only in a supporting role, or in the starring role. She really feels very strongly like, okay, this is men's Judaism, so to speak. This is women's Judaism, and women's Judaism is great. There's no question whatsoever about status. Okay, so the second work that's really important is known as the Shlosh Sharim. It's probably better known than the Sheker HaChaim, the Three Gates. The earliest version that we have that has a date on it is 1838, but there are many editions published far earlier that means that they probably dated from the late 18th century. It's more popular than the earlier work and tends to be more ripped off and more interpolated with different things since then. So I think at this point, why don't I read you a little bit of the Tchina so you get a sense of, what exactly that we're talking about. This is an article that Professor wrote in a series called Poland, which is about Jews of Poland. Okay, so this is from the first collection that I mentioned to you, the Sheker Achim. Dear women and maids, and maids mean like young women, if you read this, rejoice. They are taken out of holy books, meaning that she's gone to the sources, that she's going, the value is their authenticity in the. By their merit, you will be worthy to enter the land of Israel. Early proto-Zionism here as well. Also, I have put down a lovely days and Thursdays and fast days, and on days of awe. Grace is deceitful and beauty is vain. Definitely interesting that Mondays and Thursdays, of course, being Torah reading days, and she's very much clued into the fast day cycle, things like that. Beauty is nothing, only righteous deeds are good. The wisest of women builds her house. The important thing that a woman should run the house so that one can study Torah therein, and that she should guide her children in the safe path to God's service. Note that doesn't say that she should run her house so that men can study Torah therein, meaning that the house should be a place where anyone can study Torah, man or woman or son, children, so on. I, poor woman, have been scattered, dispersed. I have had no rest. My heart has moaned within me. I recalled from whence I come and whither I shall go, and where I shall be taken. A great fear came over me, and I begged the living God, blessed be He, with copious tears, that the Tchina might come out of me. So here's an allusion to something we'll discuss on the next slide. She's somehow in some kind of state of wandering that gives her great suffering. And out of this suffering, she will have religious energy that will be expressed in her poetry. And now she says a little bit about who she is. I, the renowned woman, Sarah Bastobin, she has no problem saying, she's renowned, of distinguished ancestry, who has no strange thought. Wow. The Hebrew here is machshava zara, which means machshava zara really means like a foreign thought. It can be a thought of violence, a thought of illicit sexuality, thoughts that are inappropriate really for a personal relationship. And it's interesting she would say this herself, that she does not have a machshava ras, which is a Kabbalistic term. But has made this Tchina only for the sake of the dear God, blessed be He, so there may be a memorial for me after my death. I think the meaning here is that in composed Tchina, she was doing it for nothing other than the love of God. I mean, it was not thinking of her own fame or her own wealth, that kind of thing. Whoever reads this Tchina, her prayer will certainly be accepted before God. May His name be blessed. I, Sarah Bastovin, daughter of the scholar, learned Torah, the renowned Rabbi Mordecai, son of the great luminary Rabbi Yitzchak, of blessed memory of Satanos, may God protect it. So, very interesting kind of overlapping of themes there. You get a sense of her personality. She has a real sense of self, no problem whatsoever about this. Now, let me read just a little bit more from a different selection in the Three Gates. I take for my help the living God, blessed be He, who lives forever and to eternity. And I set out this second beautiful new Tchina in Yiddish with great love, with great awe, with trembling and terror, with broken limbs, with great petition. May God have mercy upon me and upon all Israel. May I not long be forced to be a wanderer, once again the wandering, by the merit of our mothers Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, and may my own dear mother, Leah, pray to God, blessed be He for me, that my a wanderer make me an atonement for me for my sins. May God, blessed be He, forgive me for having talked in synagogue in my youth during the reading of the dear Torah. Talking in shul is going to be one of the big themes. I'm going to read you something about that in a second. Lord of the whole world, I lay my prayer before you as I begin to edit my second lovely Tchina with my entire devotion, with the entire foundation of my heart. May you protect from suffering and pain. Pray the dear Lord, blessed he, as just as he heard the prayer of our fathers and mothers, he may soon have great mercy on all Israel, and also on the years of my old age that I'm forced to wander. I beg heaven and earth and all holy angels to pray for me, that both of my tchinas may be accepted. May they be a crown for his holy name upon his head. Amen. So, what's Tzach with the wandering? Let's try and understand that a little bit. Oh, I'm going to go here to this slide first. So, what is this kind of wandering that she keeps referring to? She doesn't say anywhere why she wanders, but at least I'm not supposed to read my slides before I say it. But go ahead, read it. Go. That's gullus, right. She does not use the term gullus. She uses the term in Hebrew, navanad. Now, why would those terms be said? Why would my brilliant daughter say, well, of course, she's talking about gullus? Why would you even think gullus? Oh my gosh, this is the future of our people. Do you see this? My gosh, you're right, Elisa. So brilliant. She refers to the fact that the word gullus, or galut in modern Hebrew, exile, but as a term, basically means being kicked out of the land of Israel. Meaning the exile from the first century when the Romans took over Israel, cleared out all the Chinese restaurants. The Jews left immediately. Oh, that's a joke. Actually, that's not very faithful. But at any rate, that kind of terminology, it's almost like it's a throwaway term. We're living in gullus. We're living in exile. Yeah. We're living in exile. Maybe we'll go to Israel for the holidays. We'll come back. That's the idea of gullus. And so therefore, if she used the term gullus, then maybe she's speaking metaphor. She's living in a nice big house in Eastern Europe someplace, chandeliers, plastic on furniture, and she called it gullus. That would make sense. But she doesn't use that term. She uses the term navanad. What does navanad mean? Like Cain, very good. Oh my gosh, see, what an educated audience. I have to really up my game, right? That Cain is cursed to wander, navanad, to go through the land. That's she means it in a real sense. She's physically actually moving from place to place. It is something that causes her great suffering, and she hopes that suffering will elicit tshuva, will elicit, a return to her religious roots. There is a lot of there's a huge tradition in rabbinic Judaism of self-imposed penitential wandering, where people will go into exile as an attempt to change their mazal, as an attempt to change their own personal makeup, because when you move to a new place, people don't know you, they don't necessarily treat you with the same kind of respect that you have, homeland and so on. Now, this is the only occasion I know of a woman going into gullus, into personal navanad, personal wandering. Many of the great rabbis did so. The Vilna Gaon, many of them would, pick up and leave places where they were famous and go to places where they were unknown as a way of working on their own personality. Then they would come back, and it would be better for them and so on. But for a woman to go into gullus seems like a much more difficult endeavor, and it seems that may be what she was doing. It could also be read how maybe, it could be much more prosaic, that her husband's business was not successful and they went from town to town trying to make a parnasa, and she interpreted this in a religious light, that they had to go follow the parnasa wherever it was, and she took this as kind of a lever for herself to develop spiritually. What she attaches to more than anything else is her own behavior, specifically talking in shul. So let's look at one phrase where she refers to that, and she's generous with this kind of, personal biographical detail. Here we go. She says, she's talking about how she used to talk all the time. She says, I wish the rabbi were here to hear this. He would love this part. If only, but I have to get one for the men talking in shul, which is even bigger props on that day. I remember all the things I used to do when I used to come into the Deer Synagogue, all dressed up in jewelry, which Professor Weissler points out probably gives us some kind of socioeconomic locator for her. She's all dressed up in jewelry, perhaps upper middle class, something like that. I would do nothing but joke and laugh. Today I remember and recall that lest he does not forgive, as it is written. quick to anger and extends his wrath. He waits long and pays quickly, which is a kind of uncharitable view, I think, of, but today I go wandering, and my heart moans within me, for I recall that God, blessed be He, will forgive no one. Again, very strong kind of language, which is I'm not too comfortable with myself, but here it is. Therefore, I entreat you to listen to my words and take them to heart. When you enter the dear synagogue, a great terror should overcome you. I have jokes in my head. You should know before whom you have come and to whom you must answer for your life. So definitely a very stark view of this shul. Seriously, it's not a playground. It's not a gossip center. It's a place where you stand before the Ribono Shel Olam. This is meant to make women sit, to make women kind of like take shul very seriously. She's not saying at all that shul is not important. She's saying that go to shul with awe and trepidation. It's interesting, Don, we mentioned earlier, when he went on his own personal exile, he tried to make it to Israel. He wrote a very famous letter to his wife, in case he never came back, in case, he was lost on the journey or killed or whatever. He wrote a last will, as it were, to his wife, giving her direction how he'd like to raise the children. And he says to his wife, don't go to shul. He says clearly, you go to shul, and there's Russian hara. She said to him, don't go to shul. Very interesting passage. Anyways, that gives you some of her personality, what little we know about her life. A lot of her tachinus is also, I'll give you one example in particular, give you kind of an overview here. She basically, in the 3 gates, writes about 3 different types of things. The first gate deals with the person known as Chana, an acronym, obviously of the found prayer as we have it today, the prophet Chana, mother of Shmuel. They stand for the 3 commandments which are associated primarily with women. The first one, the Chet, stands for Elisa. No, the Chet of Chana stands for something. Not Chesed, no. Oh, Elisa, no. Well, every Friday. No, it's exactly Chala. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Chana. I'm sorry. The Yuk, right? The Chala. There's a particular mitzvah that on bake challah of a certain size, you have to take milk in it. Everybody's guessing letters now. I should have gone down this direction. But when you bake challah of a certain size, you have to take a little bit of it, and you have to throw it in the oven. There's a bracha, and so on. So that's specifically to women in the kitchen. Nida, the laws of menstruation and sexuality. Of course, women are in control of that aspect of their bodies. Finally, the Hey, Hadlakat Nerot, right? The lighting of candles on Friday nights. So she has all these beautiful prayers that are designed to be said around this cycle. I mean, prayers that are associated with the menstrual cycle, which obviously don't appear in the men's prayer book. Prayers for going to the mikveh, prayers for reuniting with her husband, all kinds of really gorgeous, very personal, immediate, first-person prayers that have no parallel in the Jewish religious tradition. The second deals with the entire penitential season of the month of Elul, followed by the holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. A period of personal, introspection and self-transformation. She takes teshuvah very seriously, and she writes quite a few, introspective poems and meditations for women at that time. And then finally, also something associated with women in our tradition, Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, which is one perhaps of all 3. This is perhaps the most well known in the broader Jewish community, being a woman's holiday, but nothing like the depth and sophistication that we see in Sarabas Tobin. Now, what I'd like to do now is to take you to one of these in particular that's perhaps her most famous. And in the last 10 minutes of the class, I'll just give you a glimpse into the sophistication, depth, and beauty of the women's traditions in Eastern Europe that have been totally lost in the Holocaust. This is a ritual that is almost unheard of today, even though we have a tradition stretching back all the way to at least the 12th century. That's the first written reference to this particular custom that simply has no place elsewhere in the tradition. It's known as kever messen, also known as feld messen, which means grave measuring or graveyard measuring. Feld messen is like feld field is like a graveyard. And the custom basically was that women during the month of Elul, right, during that month, they would take twine and they would go out to the cemeteries and literally measure out graves. They would take the twine and they would measure it all out around the graves, and then they would come back home with those wicks, and they would collectively, as a group, get together and they would make them into candles. So the wicks were made literally from the outlines of the graves of their ancestors. It would be a business for some women, but they would go out and they would measure the entire graveyard, and they would sell bits of this string that women would later use. These candles, many of them, I'm sorry? And, the red bendel comes from, it's actually also a very old tradition, but it's referenced in the Talmud. It's a complicated thing to explain. It's not, it just happens to be the same thing. I'll explain it to you after we shut off the camera if you like. But this is, these candles would then be specifically lit on Yom Kippur or used throughout the year. But specifically on Yom Kippur, there would be candles lit for every member of the family, and candles quite often lit for the deceased. We have the Rothschild candle, which is kind of like an echo of this custom. But since the Holocaust, this entire thing has been absolutely lost. And it is, of literally connecting with these long wicks, the living and the dead, bringing the cycle of life, connecting the youngest members of the community with the ancestors who may have lived there for centuries. And I'd like to read you just a little bit from a Techina that she writes about this particular practice. Okay, when she writes here. Okay, now, so after they've gotten all of the wicks together and they've made them, they're going to prepare to light them in memory of those who are deceased, and also for a long life for their husbands and for their children. If you look in, for example, the Mate Ephraim, which is perhaps the most important source on the halachot of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, he refers to this particular practice, and he says, be very careful who you buy the wicks from, because some of these people, they sell the cheapest things, don't burn very well. But even though that's a backhanded reference to the ritual, question that it was extremely widespread in Eastern Europe. May these lights, which were made for the holy and pure souls, awaken them so that they arise one another back to the holy patriarchs and matriarchs, further back to Adam and Eve, that they rectify the sin by what death to the whole world. May they arise from their graves and pray for us, that there may come for good. There may finally be the resurrection of the dead. May God's attribute of stern judgment become attribute of mercy. May they be unified. Very Kabbalistic reference. May the souls pray for us that the resurrection of the dead will come to pass. And may all the holy and pure angels pray that the dry bones live again speedily and soon. Really deeply Kabbalistic intent here that the wicks somehow awaken the souls of the ancestors and somehow bring them into the communal prayer with the living. Lord of the world, I pray you, merciful God, accept the lights that we make for the holy, pure souls. For each wick that we lay, may you increase light for us. May the holy souls awake out of their graves and pray for us, that we may be healthy. It is fitting for us to pray for the dead, for those in our own generations, and for those who have died from the time of Adam and Eve on. Today we make candles for the sake of all the souls, for the sake of the souls who lie in the fields and the forests, and for all the martyrs, and for all those who have no children, and for all the little children, so that they may awaken the dry bones, and may they come alive speedily and soon. May we be worthy to see the resurrection of the dead this year. Amen. Very powerful, emotive prayer. You can imagine, actually going to the graves of your own ancestors and knowing that the wick that you're lighting is specifically wrapped around the grave of your, God forbid, your parents, grandparents, so on. It's a very, very beautiful ritual that, unfortunately, totally. So if we look at the Sarabas Tobin, we see with tremendous clarity, great difficulty of, and this is Scott Weisser's phrase, of tracing women's customs in men's sources. Since this was exclusively associated with women, did not do it, it was considered an act of fear. The men didn't write down very much about it. And so therefore all we have are these few little scraps like Mostovin who have given us some insight into this, what they felt when they did this, and so on. The men may have referenced it like a Mate Ephraim as kind of a backhanded way, but really to get a sense of the inner spiritual life of women in the 18th century, 17th century, we need works of poetry such as those by Sarah Tobin. And it also, I hope, illustrates the tremendous impoverishment of specifically Jewish female spirituality that we have suffered as a loss of huge, disruption, demographic dislocation that we suffered as the Holocaust. Because many of these things that would have been handed down, mother to daughter was simply cut off with the devastation of the middle of the 20th century. And many of our own daughters today are completely bereft of these traditions, and it's up to scholars like Professor Weissler to bring them back, to re-energize them, and to make them available to us today. My own wife has several collections of modern Techinas, and I looked at a couple of them before coming to our class today, and none of them, although they're very nice books, and she reads them till they fall apart. In a couple of cases, it's actually, I think, the third time I bought her this book because she keeps on wearing out the binding, and there's a tear stained, and that's, I think, probably the way that San Arenas used to look back then. Pale in comparison to some of the religious creativity that has been lost in our own time. So may we have the merit to see these things recreated by people like Aliza, so we have a much better future for all of us. For your attention, I'll take questions after Kevin. Shamir Hagola, we spoke about last week. We know far more about him than we do about just about any woman in the medieval period. To reconstruct a lot of this history, to try and understand her life. And once we get to the modern period, per se, after the winter break, we'll have a lot more to say about Jewish women in general. But today's lecture is going to be subtitled Exceptional Women in the Private Sphere. These are women like Yocheved Rabbi in many ways were really quite distinct from your average woman at the time, average Jewish woman in particular. And so we'll see how they against the background of conventional women's lives. Thank you to an anonymous donor who has sponsored tonight's lecture. I'm always so happy that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, and it's nice to be able to speak to a live audience. But we also appreciate, the shul appreciates the fact that you underwrite the small stipend that we give the students who help us out here, and the equipment and things like that. So thank you to the anonymous donor for tonight's lecture. Okay, so let's go on. Here we go. So let's look at medieval Ashkenaz. This is a map that shows you some of the big population movements of Jews around the 12th to the 16th century. Ashkenaz itself, as I think we discussed a little bit last week, is basically northern Germany here. They've kind of lowered the map a little bit for us because this is where much of the immigration came from. But the Rhine River is extremely important. We're Upper Rhineland, and this is where you have the heartland of the culture. Taking a broader look at the movements of Jews during the previous centuries, basically you start here, Israel is just kind of off the map. With the 70s, you've got a large population moving into the Middle East,
places like Babylon, Iraq, and Iran, for example, moving across the coast of North Africa. And then in the 8th century, there's a big population movement, especially into Spain, although there were Jews living in Spain from the 2nd century, as there in Italy. And then sometime around the year 1000, we're not exactly sure why. I mean, historians as a whole are not exactly sure why, but there is a growth of population in general in Northern Europe. Some argue that it may have been a fairly significant climatic shift, for example, that allowed much of this land to be suddenly much more arable than it had been 200 years earlier. But for certain, we have a general population rise in Europe, and Jews, of course, are attracted to the large populations because Jews tend to be very urbanized. They tend to live in tight social groups. We need to have, close proximity to one another, very gregarious people, because you have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of a kosher Chinese restaurant. And that means that Jews tended to move into these urbanized areas, settling them through through about the 13th century. Then, especially after events that we discussed today, the Crusades and some of the anti-Semitic press built up in Europe beginning in the 11th century, then you slowly have a big push of these Jews out to Eastern Europe, to Poland, right bank, Ukraine, Lithuania, Hungary. As I think I mentioned in one of the lectures, the Hungarian Jews had a very difficult time because as soon as they got here, you remember, they started covering all the sofas with plastic. I don't know, I said that just last week and people laughed a week later. But they have a lot, so Jews begin to move here into Eastern Europe, and that's why Jews from Eastern Europe, about 3/4 of Americans back to this region, they're called Ashkenazi, even though the origins of Ashkenaz is really Germany, not Eastern Europe. So we're going to focus, though, on traditional Ashkenaz, some of the important developments that happened at that time. One of the defining moments of Ashkenazi history is the 1096 massacres associated with the Crusades. And it's worth talking about this in a little bit greater depth because the Crusades had a uniquely powerful impact in shaping the Ashkenazi mentality, particularly when you compare the experience of Jews in the Crusades to the experience of Jews under the Inquisition a few hundred years later in Spain. Many historians will say it's a little bit of an overgeneralization, but they will say that Ashkenazi Jewry went in one cultural direction and Sephardi Jewry went in another cultural direction, largely because of the different ways that they related to the anti-Semitic pressures of these two very different kinds of persecutions. But let's focus on the Crusades and understand what exactly they were, and then we can talk a little bit more about how that contrasts with the Inquisition. We'll speak about much more 2 weeks from now. It's a Christian movement, obviously, and it comes out of the fact that Jerusalem was ruled by the Arabs, and there was some restrictions placed on Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. The same Christians, that is, the Orthodox Christians in the Eastern world, in places like Constantinople and elsewhere, began to complain that they're not getting free access to the Christian holy sites and to Rome, to the Pope in Rome. And this is actually because the Orthodox Eastern Catholic Church had been separating profoundly over the previous couple of hundred years, and actually up until this day, they're always looking for some kind of reconciliation, which they call ecumenism. And the Orthodox Catholic Church often did not cooperate on basic issues. So for the Orthodox appeal to the Pope and say, please, we need some help securing access to holy sites that we venerate in common, Pope took this very seriously. So when he received in 1095 the appeal to somehow free up the holy sites, he issued a call. Pope Urban II issued a call that reverberated throughout Western Europe. Basically said it's time for Christians to rise up, organize themselves make their way to Jerusalem and free the holy sites from the infidels, in this case, of course, being entirely the Arabs. This was a Christian-Muslim conflict that did not involve Jews whatsoever. There were a lot of social and economic factors that bolstered call to action, which we go into great detail. There were things like there was a surplus of knights. Knights are kind of like ronin or samurai. They're professional warriors, they're a social class, but they simply had nothing to do with their time except joust and have war games. So to have a war, an actual thing for this unique population pressure, which by the way was very destabilizing for the European demographic, because you imagine all these unmarried warriors between the age of 18 and 26 just running around fully armed. It's a recipe for disaster. They have to have something to do with themselves. So the Crusades just was the perfect thing at the perfect time. Very motivational, clear to understand. The mission was go and free Jerusalem from the Muslims and so on. So nobles, in particular in France, got together and they organized themselves and they made these treks down to Jerusalem to attack the Muslims and free up the holy sites. The pogroms that ensued were epiphenomenal to the Crusades themselves. In the Rhineland, there were all these populations of Jews. We'll look at 3 cities in particular briefly that affect Rashi directly, and by extension our topic tonight, Yocheved Bad Rashi. They were, filled with Jews, and we have to understand that the Jews at this time were a highly visible minority, distinct in dress, in language, in settlement, because they're overwhelmingly urban or living in villages as opposed to living in farms. They are the only non-Christian minority in Europe. They're highly distinctizable, and it happened that a lot of these crusaders, especially those who are not specifically tied to the conventional hierarchy, they had no peerage, for example. They said, wait, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem? They didn't actually use the word schlepp because it hadn't entered the language. I don't think it was more of a Yiddishism, but why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem, the infidels? We have infidels living right here in Germany. It's much more convenient for us to go and kill those who killed Christ, after all. They use a very clear anti-Semitic tradition behind them. And so they, instead of going all the way to Jerusalem, many of these roving bands, really of hoodlums, simply turned and attacked the Jews in the Rhineland. In particular, you have, and just to get a sense of like, who are these people, who are these pogromists, you have people like Peter the Hermit, shown here, who is, especially nasty to the Jews of Speyer. You have Emiko, who at one point, just to give you a sense of how credulous the people were at the time, he bared his chest and he turned around and he showed that on his back there was a huge sign of a cross. He proclaimed it was a miracle that, he woke up and this was a sign that people should follow him. In another case, there were pogromists who actually, whenever there was a particular goose, whenever they set the goose down on the ground, the goose would head towards Jerusalem. So they assumed it was a holy goose, and they followed this goose around to, this is the kind of zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. People were all caught up in this huge endeavor to bring about a neo-Messianic period to get Jerusalem free from the Muslims. Many of them had Messianic pretensions of their own. It seems that many of these pogromists felt that perhaps they were indeed the incarnations of John the Baptist or King David or even Jesus himself. And usually these things kind of petered out, but unfortunately after great acts of violence were perpetrated. In particular, the greatest attacks were a town called in Hebrew Shum. Shum is an acronym for the towns Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, 8 German villages on the Rhine River, and they were the ones that suffered the most in the Crusades. You recall that this is a population of Jews that have been living in this region for no more than perhaps 200 years. It's not a relatively compared to other sites of Jews in Europe, but it is one that could significant wealth rather rapidly. One might even compare it, let's say, to, I mean, it's a big stretch, it's 1,000 years different, but even to the Jews of South Florida, for example, or Bell Harbor. Jews were not living in Bell Harbor 30, 40 years ago, and all of a sudden there's a huge change in the demographic. So the Jews really stood out in comparison to the outside population. Anyways, the pogromists came in the month of May in 1096. They surrounded the town and were clearly threatening to invade and to attack the Jews. So the Jews decided to take refuge in the home of the bishop of Speyer. This is an interesting thing we'll have to reflect on once we get to Worms and Mines. But they went to the bishop and they said there are a whole bunch of crazy people outside, and there's a goose and things like that, and they're coming here to kill us. So the bishop stood up and berated them, and they left. The church protected the Jews, the local bishop, and violence was completely avoided. It was very helpful that the bishop took very strong action, and in fact amputated the hands of one particular traitor, and that's a very clear message that violence against the local Jews not be tolerated, and in fact the violence was averted through a strong action by the bishop. The next two towns, however, did not fare as well. The pogromists simply went down the road. They came to Worms, and in this case, when the Jews went and took refuge in the bishop's home, the pogromists actually invaded the bishop's home and pulled the Jews out, massacring them there. And Mines, which a little bit later in the month of May, the Jews hoped to avoid the violence through paying a large price. This is basically the way the Jews, as a minority for most of our history and most places in which we live, Jews have two basic strategies to deal with threats of this nature. One is to simply, emigrate, simply go someplace else, which Jews have been doing for 2,000 years in the diaspora, or to try to bribe your oppressors, try to find a way to pay them off and to assuage them. One of my students once called this strategy of Jewish survival the fee or flee strategy. Right? Either you pay the fee or you flee. That's basically how we deal with these kinds of things. It's worth noting, by the way, that Rabbi Hilberg, the great Holocaust historian, argued very forcefully in his great 3-volume work, The Destruction of European Jewry, that this is one of the most tragic elements of the Holocaust, is that Jews in the 1930s were still thinking the way we thought through most of our history, and thought perhaps could either be bought off or there would be somewhere for Jews to come in, and neither of those things turned out true. Very, very limited. The Jews were trucked, very small, very, very late as well. About 5,000 Jews were saved, of course, but to put that within the context of 6 million, it's clearly not an effective strategy. And in terms of emigration, disastrous policy, because the world's borders were closing, including America's borders as well. America wouldn't even let the SS St. Louis, which was docked off the coast. We could see it from here. We stood on the roof, and they couldn't even get to Cuba because America was concerned that Jews would land in Cuba and then use a transit visa to get to America. So it was disastrously wrong strategy for the nature of that particular threat. Still, we're 1,000 years away from that. We're going to concentrate on the Crusades. The Jews of Mines paid a bribe to the pogromists. They took the bribe, but they still attacked the Jews. There was some resistance put up by the Jews and by the bishop and the whatever forces mustered, but there was no redemption, and the Jews were massacred in large numbers. Now, in the context of all three of these attacks, well, actually, let me get to the end of the story, and then we'll talk about some of the specifics that are especially relevant. We can make a real distinction between the so-called legitimate crusaders. These are the knights who have positions, they have peerage, they have, jockeys after them, things like that, who basically left Jews alone. Their task was to get to Jerusalem and to free the sites. The violence against Jews was mainly perpetrated by all these hangers-on who, were swept up with the enthusiasm and with the newness of this great movement, but they did not have the means or the wherewithal to take themselves all the way to Jerusalem, and so they attacked more vulnerable local populations. The Jews were not the only victims of these so-called illegitimate crusades. They made their way through Europe, and you have to remember that the sheer logistics of supporting a military venture like this is massive. You have to feed these soldiers. Someone said, was it Metternich, I think, that an army travels on its stomach. Right? You have to have food to keep them going. They don't travel on feet, they travel on their stomach. And so as they came through, as these bands of ill-organized fighters would go through various villages, they would simply raid the local Christian villages in order to get provisions. And the local populations had enough, and so ultimately the so-called illegitimate crusaders were killed by Christians who did not want to have these anarchistic elements moving through their society. In Hungary in particular, nothing to do with the furniture with plastic on it. The Hungarians had no tolerance whatsoever for the Jews, for the Crusaders coming through, and as a result, these were destroyed. The major chapter that we're not going to touch is, of course, the Muslim experience of this, which is totally different because the Muslims are basically living in peace in Israel, and they're being attacked from Europe by all of these crusaders, leaving a real serious scar on Muslim-Christian relations that really persists to this day. The Americans in Iraq, for example, are commonly called crusaders, harkening back to this period. Now, a couple of major observations, and then we can turn to this question of, what is Ashkenazi Jewry as opposed to Sephardi Jewry, and then we will finally move on to Yocheved ben Rashi, our topic for tonight. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the Jewish experience of the Crusades, which did not have wide-scale precedent in Jewish history, and thankfully does not have a long tradition afterwards, is that of Kiddush Hashem, specifically suicide, often mass suicide in the face of persecution. This term, Kiddush Hashem, of course, many of you in this room are familiar with this term. It means literally sanctify name, and it can mean something much more innocuous. For example, if a child is polite to a stranger and the child is identified Jew, then that's a Kiddush Hashem, that's the sanctification of the name of God, and that's the kind of Kiddush Hashem that we especially like. In this context, however, it is a euphemism for martyrdom and of anti-Semitic bands. So we have this phenomenon which has been written in many chronicles of the times, contemporary chronicles, of Jews electing to commit mass suicide. Usually, these are terrifying things to read, usually killing their children first and then killing themselves, rather than to baptism by the Crusaders. Because one of the standing offers, which was honored at all times, was that if the Jews were to convert to Christianity, they were to submit to baptism, then they would be spared the violence. But the overwhelming large number of Jews for this choice in Ashkenazic lands chose to martyr themselves either at the hands of the Crusaders or in many cases simply at their own hands rather than submit to baptism. Many historians, see this as a defining moment for the mentality, the Ashkenazi Rothschild. We certainly remember it to this day, the Aparakamim prayer that is recited in synagogues on Saturday. The text of it carefully, read the translation if you like. You see, it's essentially a very powerful commemoration of the victims of these massacres. It was specifically penned in response to the 1096 massacre. So here it is 1,000 years later, and we recall this every single week. So many historians, culturally, Ashkenazi Jewry began to look at the outside world, the outside culture as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous to Jews, something that Jews instead they should become much more insular, inward-looking, trying not to engage whatsoever in the outside world, culture, larger, and so on. The Sephardi Jews, on the other hand, did not have this kind of intense, sharp pressure. So really, there's some pogroms in 1390, and much worse, of course, the expulsions of 1492. But their pressure was much more gradual in nature, and they adopted a more of an accommodationist strategy, saying, okay, this is a persecution. This is something we shouldn't deal with. This is something terrible. But if we just adapt in this little way, then we'll be able to maintain our lives. We may have to go a little bit underground. We may have to become crypto Jews, but it kind of snuck up on Sephardi Jewry. Whereas with Ashkenazi Jewry, it was a very sharp point of blow right at the beginning, really when they were just getting established in Europe. And so their culture is a little bit of an overgeneralization, but at any rate, I think it basically has a lot of validity to it and helps us understand the differences in the way these cultures develop. Second useful observation is the clergy, by and large, protected the Jews. And they were seeking refuge. Where did they go? They went to the bishop's home. And this is, we have to recall that the two main populations living in the larger villages were always the Jews and the church. You have a few burghers there who are like, small-time merchants. Jews were not allowed into every trade, but the fact that the church is always there and close to Jews, and that they did not sanction this kind of violence is really telling about the nature of where this violence comes from and how it contrasts with the official position of the church, which was by and large not at all in favor of mass violence. The church certainly was in favor of maintaining a second-class status for Jews, that their position should not be enviable to the larger population, but they were not in favor of these anarchic movements that could easily destabilize the society and throw the economy into chaos, because Jews tend to be a really important part of the economy as a whole. In general, this is why Jews tended to gravitate to these cities, because they can be guaranteed something of a Rechtsstaat, which is a German word meaning a society governed by law. A society, there's predictable rules, there are enforcement to those rules and things like that. So that's my final. I'm going to go right now to Rashi, so I'll take a couple of questions.
Okay, my general impression of the day, basic and they explain people not so much that they themselves have been involved with conflict, but they appear to just massive events in Christ. This is my general
So the question is something about, how, I'm just repeating it so that people on the internet can hear. Can you hear me okay? Well, they're not going to hear it until I put it on the computer, but anyways. We don't really know. We don't have good, rich demographic analysis of the social classes these people come from. I myself have done a fair bit of research of this in the early 20th century. Specifically, my first book spoke a lot about the pogroms of 1917 to 1920. So I've read a lot of much better analysis we have by people like Malcolm Garrigal and other Eliyahu Cherikover who worked with that period. And what it seems to there seems to be some parallels when you look at violence against Jews, like this popular violence. Much of it is really economic in nature, because once a person gets to have a certain level of economic standing in a community, a property owner, let's say, he may harbor anti-Semitic values, but he's not necessarily happy with having people run through the streets with torches, breaking glass and things like that. In fact, even looking at the 1930s, when Hitler launched Kristallnacht, which was, a countrywide organized pogrom against the Jews, he faced a lot of opposition afterwards from Germans who were saying, what kind of thing are these Nazis doing? We have glass all over the streets, we have buildings burning, the buildings that next door to them are burning, and the Germans didn't like the great upheaval of this kind of social movement can engender. Hitler learned from that a couple of lessons. One is that, first of all, you can basically do whatever you want, and the Western states are simply going to, write an editorial or say something at the League of Nations, and that's basically it. And secondly, learn very importantly that if he wants to pursue the Jews, he has to take them out of Germany someplace else. Both of those things. So when you look at the who's making these kinds of attacks on Jews, they tend to be people who are of lesser economics. They at the 19th century, they tended to be like migrant workers, unmarried men who lived in flop houses and would work during the day, and then they'd be seasonal. They'd go back to their farms, and once they got married, violence stopped because they had something to protect. But I would hazard a guess that the same thing in the period of the Crusades are, unemployed people who see an opportunity for the very dark pleasures of rape and theft and drunkenness, and if they can couch it within a religious framework and say, "Oh, really, we're doing this for the greater glory of God," how much more so? That's my general sense of it. But the great scholar of this period is Robert Chazen. He's written several books on it, and I would recommend you look at those books. Okay, last question, then we better go on. Yeah, neither can I. So the argument is basically, it's a fairly facile argument. You see it quite often that the Holocaust is the sort of culmination of Christian anti-Semitism, especially church-based anti-Semitism. So and next week, by the way, we're going to look at Nicholas Donin, who's a very important figure in the history of anti-Semitism. So I'll give you some really nasty things to think about next week. There's no question there's a long anti-Semitic tradition in the church that is tied very closely to the root of Christianity, because it is, after all, a breakaway minion from Judaism. That there's always going to be like a repudiation of Judaism that's intrinsic to the Christian movement, because that's one of the ways that you can justify the new movement is by deriding the origins, the mother religion. However, as my teacher, Alan Davies, who is I think he's a Presbyterian minister, and he's also a great scholar of anti-Semitism. He says that quite rightly that while the church had that kind of low level of constant anti-Semitism, occasionally flared up with a couple of nasty points, in reality, the church protected the Jews. They wanted the Jews to stay in a certain box in society, in a certain level of status, but it was intrinsic to Christian theology through St. Augustine, the doctrine that Jews had to remain alive. I won't go into reasons for this. And invariably, whenever you have these explosions of anti-Semitism, they tend to come from the lower lay clergy, who are not necessarily even literate, or like stirring up the masses. And the upper clergy is constantly saying, no, you guys we're not supposed to kill the Jews. Stop that. Just say nasty things. Don't do nasty things. And quite often you have these fights in the church about how to control the enthusiasm of the uneducated Christian masses and give them, the real theology. You see it especially, for example, with the blood libel, where, someone will start a blood libel saying that the Jews killed this Christian child for his blood, and the Jews will run to the bishop, and they'll go to the Pope, and the Pope will write a letter, a papal bull, saying, no, it's not true. They don't drink Christian blood. That's all Bubamaisis. They'll say it in Latin, so it sounds more formal, but no one will pay attention to it. So it's one of the conundrums of Jewish history is that it's not necessarily the church. It may come from the lower clergy. It certainly comes from a large population, but the church itself generally tries to maintain the status quo. They're pardon-minded. They want society to keep functioning. Mob violence is the worst thing. Okay, we better go on. Let's talk about our, here we are, halfway through the lecture. So, Yocheved bat Rashi, of course, bat means daughter of, and as is Hebrew convention, you name a person, son or daughter of, typically the father. You use the mother's name in other contexts, for example, the person is ill, but otherwise we call her Yocheved bat Rashi. She was born probably around the year 1058. We have some sense of it because Rashi does write on occasion about his family, so we have a little bit of a family tree. Her father was, of course, the illustrious Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi. He was a preeminent commentator on the Torah and the Talmud. His commentaries have become so canonized in the Jewish world that, in fact, one says that you learn the Torah with two fingers, one finger on the text itself and one finger on Rashi's commentary. It's a brilliant commentary, primarily because one of the things that Rashi does is he takes all of the oral Torah, the Midrash, the Talmud, the Mishnah, and so on, and he anthologizes it in a very beautiful, pithy, concise, easy to understand Hebrew. So when you study the Torah with Rashi, you're really studying both the written text with the massive interpretive tradition is the best of Judaism. So Rashi is really, it is basic Judaism 101 for the last 1,000 years, and it's really an incomparable thing. There is a lecture I've given on Rashi online, and I certainly encourage you to go to the website and watch that lecture. And we have a lot more to say about Rashi. We know a lot more about him than his daughters. He's known to some as, Rashi is an acronym not for Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, but for Rabban Shel Yisrael, the Rabbi of all Israel. And that is not an understatement. He truly is someone who is almost Mosaic in his stature and his influence on the Jews. What we know about the family tree is as follows. So we have his wife, Mrs. Rashi. That's all we know, unfortunately. And he had 4 daughters, Yocheved, Miriam, Rachel, and another unnamed daughter that may have died in infancy. We've lost her name, and in fact, it's not certain whether it lived because some of the texts that refer to this are somewhat corrupt, and we're not positive whether or not it's actually referring to real people. Each of them, save the last, married. Rachel went through a divorce from her husband Eliezer, which also sheds interesting light on the status of women at the time that we spoke about week, so I won't go into great detail about today. What's also fascinating, obviously, his daughters were quite scholarly, both by native intellect and also by cultural upbringing. Their husbands did not necessarily distinguish themselves as great scholars, but their children certainly did. So that his Yocheved to several very well-known rabbis, specifically Yitzchak, who's known as the Ribam, Shmuel, known as the Rashbam, and Yaakov, who's known as the Rabbeinu Tam. All 3 of these rabbis achieved very, celestial rabbinic records, almost equal to their phenomenal grandfather. And much of their career actually is made in arguing with Zaidi over how to interpret the Torah. So much of what Rabbeinu Tam or the Rashbam have to say about the Torah is in contrast to what their great-grandfather did. Yes, correct. Rabbeinu Tam disagreed with father on how the tefillin should be constructed. Specifically, the tefillin have 4 parshiot, 4 sections of the Torah inside them. So Rabbeinu Tam disagreed on the sequence, among other things, of those parshiot. So there are some, there are some Jews who are very punctilious and will actually wear 2 pairs of tefillin. They'll wear Rashi, they'll pray, then they'll take it off and they'll put on Rabbeinu Tam. But I'll tell you an even more amazing thing. You remind me, this is kind of, forgive me, the small little kind of window into the outside world. But, so in the mornings I learn in the back with David Herman, Micah Bruce, so we sit down and we learn it. And one morning a strange man came in. Joseph, sorry. And he was a big guy, obviously from out of town. He's wearing like a long black kapota. And, he looks like very, very religious. And he's got, among other things, he's got Rabbeinu Tam tefillin. He's one of these. I don't think there's anyone else in this shul who does that, who wears Aaron. No one wears it, right? Oh, Rabbi Citron will wear it too, but he'll do it quietly too. He doesn't like to show off that he has 2 pairs of tefillin, right? Oh, okay, so we have a few people. So this guy, anyways, he comes in, and he comes in where we're studying, which is kind of a weird place to go because it's sort of out of the way. And a few minutes after he's there, the police show up. 7 o'clock in the morning, the police come in, and they're looking around for a guy involved in a hit-and-run fender bender. Some guy who crashed his car into someone else's car in the parking lot and then fled the scene. And of course, they got it on security camera, and there's a witness. And apparently, the guy hit someone else's car, got out of his car, looked at the accident, got back to his car at the parking lot, drove around the block, and then parked further away. And then, you know, he left his big black hat in the back seat. Yeah, so the police identify his car, and they figure he's up here praying. And sure enough, that was the story. So the real amazement is not that you can wear toothfairs tefillin, but how can you wear any tefillin and still leave the scene of an accident when you crash someone else's car? I'm sorry? I have olive for it. Oh, you mean like for prisoners? And but my cousin said, David Herman, you know, he's such a tzaddik, he really is, because he said to me, like, why should we judge him by a higher standard? You know, he grew up in a community where everybody dressed that way. His father dressed that way. His brothers dressed that way. His wife expects him to dress that way. Why should he be any greater than the rest of us just because he has all, you know, the appurtenances? I thought that was a very kind way to look at it. Anyways, here we go. Yocheved in particular had 6 children. Kenora, we don't know about the last daughter. She is unnamed, but 3 of her sons were Rivam, it's Rabbi Yitzchak ben Meir, Rashbam, Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, and Rabbeinu Tam. I'm not sure why they call it Yaakov, maybe because they already have a Yitzchak, but Rabbeinu Tam means our teacher, the pure. Or they actually, Tam is a funny word because it can mean also sort of stupid. So, Rabbeinu Tam. I'm sorry? Oh, maybe that's it. Yaakov Tam, Yoshe Lahodos, right? That Yaakov, the patriarch, very well put. So Rabbeinu Tam, but it means, you know, our teacher was pure. And these were really, you know, global level scholars. These are phenomenal scholars. It's amazing that in one family you really produce so many great scholars. Now, what do we know about Yocheved, though? Because that's really, here we are, 45 minutes of lecture. We're still waiting to hear something significant about her. Sorry, I can't too much. We have one phrase, one tiny little phrase in one of Rashi's Teshuvot that has created an ocean of literature on Yocheved, but it is there, as the Talmud says, mountains hanging by a hair. There's one passage in which Rashi says, he's discussing a difficult halakhic Jewish legal concept. He says, and I called to my daughter, meaning he called his daughter and worked out an answer with her. Wow. So that sounds like a really great point that Rashi, the great scholar, the great rabbi of all Israel, calls to his daughter and worked out. We don't know which daughter, we assume the eldest, no real specific reason to, but we assume it's Yocheved. But somehow, with Yocheved, he was able to figure it out. And that should be like a definitive proof. However, many authors feel that this is a scribal error. And the difference is in the Hebrew, look at it, says, does it say, which means, and therefore my daughter I called, or does he actually say, then biti karati? Substituting the letter chaf for the letter beit, which is very similar. It's just that beit has a little bit of an extra foot on the bottom right, and ben biti means my grandson. And I called the son of my daughter. So that would make sense too, because the son of his daughter is Rabbeinu Tam, or the Rivam, or the Rashbam. Those are 3 serious scholars. You could easily know them. So the text as we have it today does read before I called my daughter, but it could easily be a typo, in which it could just say Uleven biti, and to my grandson I called, meaning the son of my daughter. What do we know? Next, we do have lots of citations that are attributed to the daughters of Rashi in later literature. We do have many rabbis who unfortunately are not necessarily contemporary with Yocheved or her sisters, who will say that, you know, this is what the daughters of Rashi would do. This is what the daughters of Rashi would say. And we don't know if those statements are really, you know, kind of sort of legendary in nature, because we don't have any solid text to stand on, but nevertheless they are considered authoritative. For example, the Chuvot Maimoniot writes, we rely on the testimony of the daughters of the leading lights of the generation. So in other words, if there is a halakhic question, and you can't ask the sage, perhaps because he's passed away, you can't ask his daughter, so what did father do? How did your father do? How did your father hold? And so the daughters at least would be passive repositories of their parents' wisdom. And there was a wide-scale belief that, in fact, daughters had this authority, but we don't have solid ground to stand on to really attribute a lot to Yocheved. Aaron, did you want to say something? Okay. What about the elephant in the room, which is, we were talking about this a while ago. The daughter, what was she? Here we go. Did she wear spelling? That's the big deal, right? Okay. Thank you. It's late at night. I guess people are getting tired. Unfortunately, despite the very, very popular legend that the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin, no contemporary evidence to indicate that is. We don't have any statements from their sons, Rabbi Tam, the Rothschild, etc., saying, and by the way, my mother used to wear tefillin. We don't have Rashi specifically endorsing or denying that women wear tefillin. There is no real solid historical evidence that specifically the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin. However, we do have some evidence to say that there were women who wore tefillin, and because we have a question that is Rabbi Tam, right, the son of Yocheved, and this is kind of interesting because in a way it proves both things. It proves that probably he wears tefillin because he doesn't it, and you'd think that in the text he would say, oh, it's funny, you should ask my own mother wears tefillin. He doesn't say that. He does say that I know of men who wear tefillin, and in his opinion, they may even say the recited when you put on tefillin. That's a very serious thing because, you know, in children with tefillin for women in general, it's not actually that massive a problem. The halakhic literature does go through it in some detail. The traditional halakhic literature before the 10th century, when you have a lot more feminist influence, especially on more liberal interpretations of Judaic tradition, there's no real clear ban on women wearing tefillin. It's certainly not customary, but an outright and uncontroversial ban there not exist. However, to recite the name of God with a reason, that's one of the big 10. One of the 10 commandments. You're not allowed to take God's name in vain. So therefore, to allow a woman to say a blessing when she might not be allowed to wear tefillin, that's nevertheless, Rabbi Tam writes that in fact, women may recite the blessing, which is more serious than the possible transgression of putting tefillin on in the first place. And of course, in liberal movements, women wear tefillin all the time. It's sorry, in Orthodox movements, but nevertheless, it has become, yes, question. That's a very heavy and loaded question. I'm glad you asked me with 10 minutes left because I'll be able to say I'll take it after the class. But just to answer it quickly, we see it, if I'm not mistaken, we see it already in the Siddur of Amram Gaon, which is about 9th century, I think. It really is quite old in our tradition. We do have some variant texts, though. We do have a couple of versions that don't exactly say Shaloah Sani Isha, who was not created to be a woman. And a lot of rabbinic ink that's spilled and trying to explain that. And at this point, I'm just going to take another question. Hopefully, better just go on. Okay. Yeah. It's a very difficult and meaningful question, but I do want to move a little bit further on this particular thing, so I'm going to push off on it. And it is worth discussing, perhaps another class. Now, you would think so. You would think so. Unless he's saying it, parenthetically, that I know of women, maybe that's his way of saying my mother used to, possibly, but we don't know. Now, there is also another legend that is highly unlikely. There are a few tractates of the Talmud where Rashi's commentary is missing. And there are commentaries that are added that are clearly not by Rashi, by some later scholars who want to try and just fill the gap. Sometimes they'll say Rashi on the top, but there's a well-known scholar, the opinion that this particular commentary, for example, is not Rashi's. In other cases, like for example, in certain treatises of Batra, for example, his grandson Rashbam writes a compliance, the one that's called a Rashi. It's not an actual pseudo Rashi. It's unlikely that the daughters wrote these pseudo Rashis. Some scholars try to argue it, but I think they're trying basically to bolster this kind of politically very interesting idea of these women scholars, and we simply cannot already attach them to the daughters of Rashi. What we can do, however, is that there were exceptional women that we know by name who did reach those levels of scholarship that we will discuss very briefly. There is a huge debate. It's a huge debate. I think it's actually resolved rather quickly and simmering until the 19th and 20th century over whether or not women should have access to higher Jewish education. It's kind of a complicated debate. I wish I had more time to lay it out for you, but basically, one rabbi in Tractate Sota says that you should definitely teach a woman Torah, because that way, if she gets caught committing adultery, she will have all this merit in her behalf that will stand her in good stead. And the rabbis say, are you crazy? You're teaching her Torah that she should have merit if she does something inappropriate? Better not teach her Torah at all. And even though there are two arguments in the Talmud, it is the latter position which has been taken as the standard one. Maimonides rules that way, for example. The Shulchan Aruch rules that way. And so for a large part of Jewish history, women have been shut out of higher Jewish education. Lower level education, often literacy, were often far beyond what the general non-Jewish population had, but higher levels of literacy, say beyond fourth grade literacy, basically it was extremely rare for women to ever penetrate that feeling. Nevertheless, even with that, there are very amazing women who managed to circumvent well-trained, centuries-long bans and distinguish themselves as scholars in their own right. Let's just jump ahead here. For example, Ptachia of Regensburg, who is one of the great Jewish medieval travelers who left behind a travelogue in which he talked about the various Jewish communities. He talks about a woman who, unfortunately, as typical, goes unnamed. We don't know, what her first name was, but she was the daughter of a Rosh Yeshiva who was named Rabbi Shmuel ben Ali in Baghdad. And after her father passed away, she continued running the yeshiva as the Rosh Yeshiva, as the head, and she would give the lectures through a mechitza, meaning she would be on the other side of the mechitza, the students, the boys are on the other side, and she's teaching them the Talmud through, it was a business. Somebody had to run the business, and he reports this in great detail, unfortunately omitting her name. Another woman in Kurdish, Asnat Mizrahi, her husband was a Rosh Yeshiva, and after he died, she took over the family business, and similarly taught students in this manner. In the Kurdish Jews, her name, Asnat, is actually considered a segula. It's considered a kind of a spell. If you have any kind of difficulty, you call upon the name of Asnat, and she will somehow protect you. So there are numerous examples of these women who are they're like little pinpoints of light in a uniformly dark screen where their brilliance really stands far and above the average woman at the time. Let me just go back to this slide for a second here. Part of the reason why this is tied to the traditional Talmudic ban is the fact that women were very busy, as you can imagine. There was no real space for women to have the kind of intellectual and physical leisure to be able to study. But they were quite busy essentially running businesses and running their homes and having often very large families. Part of the reason for this, but actually one of the things that could contribute to women having a little bit more intellectual freedom, and again, we're speaking about women compared to men, Jewish women compared to Jewish men, then the comparison is obviously very negative. If you compare Jewish women to non-Jewish women, there's no question that Jewish women were vastly more educated than their peers. Culture did definitely value education, just not egalitarian. And part of the reason why this began to change is something called caste, which is especially associated with Ashkenazi Jewry from the 16th century onward. Essentially, caste is it was a term used to describe the support given to young marrieds by their parents. And this was quite often from the kind of things that were happening in the outside Christian world. Basically, if you had, like, let's say, a young Christian girl and she got married, she and her husband would try and set up some kind of farmstead. They might have to share a plot, but they would live on their own in a little cottage far away from the in-laws for sure. Whereas in Judaism, what happened in the Jewish culture is that the children would typically move into an already large extended family household where there was a lot of female support for the young bride, especially in childbearing years. You would have grandmother, aunts, cousins, sisters, all within the family, and therefore the younger women could use their energies towards the business and have reasonable childcare for their children. These kinds of things really increased the birth rate dramatically, particularly in the 19th century when the smallpox vaccine was circulating widely, and it had a very significant impact on education. When we get to the second term, I want to turn to the explosion of education for women that occurs in the late 19th century, because that's a very fascinating topic as a whole. So I'll have to skip over divorce. We talked about this quite a bit in the last week's lecture. So the legacy of Yochanan bat Raji, it's complex because we don't have a lot of really concrete data, but what we do have are some very pervasive and persistent legends about her. To be sure, we know that she came from an illustrious father and she produced very illustrious Jewish children who were very learned, and it stands to reason that she had an intellect that was equal to her sons and her father. But what we can say about her is that she inspired countless generations of Jewish women and kept the fire burning, as it were, of an aspiration for greater levels of Jewish literacy among Jewish women. It's ironic, Lisa is in the back room right now. I can say something nice about her. I mean, my own daughters, I take tremendous pride in the fact that they know so much. They have such a fantastic education. It gives me phenomenal knockups and Rabbi, and they have the kind of knowledge that, their great-grandmother, well, actually, their great-grandmothers are very educated women too, but their great-great-grandmothers would never even hope to have. So, Rabbi, we should move forward and continue to give our daughters the kinds of education they deserve, because they're the ones that are going to change the world. Thank you for your attention and endurance. I'll see you next week. Hello, everyone. This week marks the yortzeit of Hannah Finish, a young woman who died tragically in active resistance against the Nazis in World War II. Hannah Finish was born in Hungary in 1921. Her father was a well-known playwright who tragically died when Hannah was only 6 years old. Her family had a fairly heavily Hungarian Jewish background, strong identification with the Jewish people, yet relatively attached to religious observance. She was ultimately educated at a Catholic school, and she noted that there were rather difficult tuition rates for non-Catholic secondary school that her children were parents sent her to, but they sent her a message that education was of primary importance. She developed a very early attachment to Zionism, and she ultimately made Aliyah in 1939 to join the kibbutz, where she was very much dedicated to overall enterprise and building out the land of Israel. However, many of her plans were truncated when the Nazis invaded Hungary, and she felt constrained to go back to her homeland and to join the resistance. In January of 1943, she joined British volunteers who, as a paratrooper, plans of going into Nazi occupation Hungary, and then the havoc on the Nazi invasion. Senate was accepted, over 37 candidates went further, and she was prepared to move back to the enemy lines in the German territory. She fought alongside Yugoslav partisans until she was ultimately captured. She was tortured, and she was shown with a radio, and the Nazis were demanding that she hand over all of her signals and all of her colleagues in the resistance, and she refused to do so, and she was ultimately shot. Many of her writings, however, have survived, and this one is perhaps her most famous. It's called Blessed is the Match, and it says a lot about her personality. I'll read you a quick translation of it. Blessed is kindling flames. Blessed is the flame that burns in the secret fastness of the heart. Blessed is the heart to stop beating for honors. Blessed is the match soon to kindling flame. Short-lived but heroic young life. We commemorate her birthday this week. Language history. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Okay, so tonight's topic is Betty Friedan, and it's our penultimate class for the season. Next week we will have another, I think, very controversial topic. We're going to look at Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad Lubavitch movement. A fascinating individual, and misunderstood in many circles, I think. A person with made a huge impact on modern society, and I think we'll still have an interesting discussion in that way. But tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about women who changed things, women who had a dramatically different view of society, and through their influence, were able to leverage phenomenal changes that my own daughters enjoy tremendously in the 21st century. And with that in mind, that's my segue to the joke, which speaks to this idea that Jews historically are politically very quiescent. You know, they try to blend into the background. They try to avoid controversy and so on. There's a passage in the in Pirkei Avot that says, having this power of Mashal Malchus, you should pray for the welfare of the community. Pray for the welfare of the government. She'il mali mora ish Israel chaim below. Because if we're not for the fear of the government, people swallow each other alive. So the idea is Jews should, be quiet, not make trouble, things like that. So the joke goes like this: there are two Jews who are being led out to execution, and one of them starts screaming at the top of his lungs, "It's a mistake! I'm innocent! You've got the wrong guy! I demand a retrial! I demand an appeal! Where's my lawyer?" And the other one says to him, "Shut! Don't make trouble." That was the punchline. Okay, all right. Sorry. I talked to a student today from New York, Mr. Alexander. How you doing? Shout out there. Who says that I'm actually very funny, which I appreciated. Mind you, I'm still grading his essays. But he says one day he would like me to turn the camera around. Don't do it, just for bigger. He would like to turn the camera around to see how come it's so quiet back there. I think it's the microphone, but anyways. Okay, let's talk about a topic for today, Betty Friedan. And we have the clicker today, so we can go backwards and forwards, and we have a little red pointer out. So her name is Betty Naomi Goldstein, born in Peoria in 1921. The E was added as kind of an affectation by her parents. That was kind of like a cool thing to do, like today when they'll put accents on words and things like that. So she later dropped the E when she was in college, but she was named Betty Naomi Goldstein. Obviously, a young Jewish woman. Her claim to fame, and it is extensive, two primary achievements. One is a very important book with huge America and throughout the world, known as The Feminist Mystique, 1963, a rather searing critique, not only of the sort of American middle class identity, but in many ways, really the entire patriarchal system from ancient world in the West to the 20th century. A book that was a landmark critique of what people thought about themselves, particularly, and really launched a new era, ERA, so to speak, of women's rights in America. Thank you for acknowledging that small part. Okay. Secondly, she founded a very important organization, the National Organization for Women. She was its founder and first president, and pushed through a lot of really important legislation in this country related to women and rights. The theme for tonight's lecture is I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the history of feminism, because I know that for many of you in this audience, this is something that you're very well aware of, but bear in mind that there are undergraduates on the other side of the camera in particular who don't have that much familiarity with this. In fact, some really fascinating recent studies have been done, and they do it, for example, at UCLA and a few other colleges, where they'll interview incoming freshmen women. That's in itself a kind of a sexist term, freshmen women or fresh persons, and they'll ask them, what do they think about feminism? And a large majority of young women today have a negative impression of the word and the concept of feminism. They regard feminists as being shrill and manly and all kinds of things that they don't necessarily want to adopt. But at the same time, if they ask those same young women, how do you feel about things like equal pay for equal work, and how do you feel about, daycare stuff, and all of a sudden they become huge feminists. So in other words, there's a gap between what young women today realize about what their mothers and grandmothers achieve. They reject the label, but they don't understand really what's behind that label. So the topic, a little bit about the history of feminism, coming up to the middle of the 20th century, and then I would like to look at Betty Friedan in particular, although not in great detail, but we'll survey the most important elements of her life. And then I'd like to spend the last 15, 20 minutes speaking about the development of Jewish feminism in the 1960s and onwards, and its implications for Jewish women today. So that is the plan. It works now? Thanks. So, feminism, or as more properly known in the 18th century, was the women's question. What was the women's question? Really, it was the men's question. It was like, what are we going to do with women? It is ironically pretty much contemporaneous with the Jewish question. And in there's some eerie parallels between women's quest for legal rights, social rights, and so on, and Jews' quest for legal, social rights, and so on, emancipation. Quite often, not only do they run in parallel, they intersected, as they have in the 20th century, where so many of the leading attracted Jewish women at the same time. But for much of it, these are two similar causes that run simultaneously. If you recall, when we talked about Shlomo Michoels a few weeks ago in the lecture on the Soviet Union, for example, the Soviet Union established a section of the Communist Party for Jews at the same time that they established a section of the Communist for women, and they abandoned them both at the same year as well. So these two ideas, these are like subgroups, an interesting kind of minority within the either a physical minority or a legal minority, have a lot of things in common. And it really begins the 1789. Like so many things changed with that very important revolution, which occurred, of course, in the heart of Europe, transforming a major monarchy that had lasted since who knows when, democracy overnight. And the rules on everything, how to measure things, instituting the metric system, how to measure time. They moved to a decimal system with 10 months of the year, a 10-day week, which made things really crazy for Jews who were trying to observe 1 day in 7 on Shabbat. And in terms of the great human experiment, the French came up with the very important phrase liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood for all. And they were thinking everybody except for women and Jews, of course. Jews didn't get emancipated until 2 years later, when a lot of the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux said, hey, what about us? We're French as well. And women were not considered. In fact, Marie Gouze, who was an important thinker of the time, she suggested perhaps we should amend the current document, the very famous not exactly a constitution, but a clarion call of the French Revolution, the rights of man and citizen. And she wanted to have it changed to read, an additional version, the rights of woman and citizen. The word citizen in French, of course, is declined, either masculine or feminine. And she wanted to say, hey, listen, your document here is beautiful, but it's intrinsically sexist. What about women? And the French leaders at the time said, no. We only meant men. And so that project languished. And so the question was, why were women so excluded at the time? The women's question said, why should we be excluded? Were they excluded on the basis of religion? Obviously not, because they were also French Catholics. By custom, men's and women's was one culture, only because of biology. And this was the beginning of a couple of centuries of struggle for women to achieve equal rights in Europe. Women had a lot to do with changing things around during the period of Enlightenment. There's a photograph or a portrait, of Rahel von Hagen. You recall we spoke about her as well a few weeks ago. She was a very important Jewish woman who ran a salon. Salon in French means living room. And basically, she and hundreds of Jewish women like her, upper middle class Jewish women who are basically the backbone of feminism up until the last quarter of the 20th century, would invite guests to her home, typically wealthy people who could become patrons of people who are practicing the arts, philosophers, musicians, artists, and so on. And it was in these salons a lot of the new and exciting ideas, politically and socially, that would later develop in Europe were discussed and brought to fruition. And one of the very important and frequent discussions was on, what to do with women. Should women always be in a secondary status vis-a-vis men? I'm going to give you a few examples of that. If you look at the Napoleonic Code, here you can see a really great picture of Napoleon pointing away over the Alps in one of his many escapades. Not someone, I think, with an overly large view of himself from this rather heroic picture. But looking at this code from 1804, a lot of really incredible things, blow us away by it. For example, women needed a husband's permission to attend university apart from their husband or to work outside the home. Always you had to have a written permission from your husband to do such things. This, of course, has changed dramatically. Like, for example, I know that when I go shopping for my wife and she gives me a shopping list, I basically have to hold on to that shopping list for about 6 months. Invariably, there will be some question. I said the Heinz ketchup. What are you doing buying the generic, right? I have to make sure. I'm going to edit that part out when I do it. No, but okay, try to make a joke. That's very funny. Okay, women, thank you very much. Women may own property, but, women may own property, but only since 1870 in Britain. Before 1870, women had no legal rights to have title to any properties. Germany, a little bit later, 1900, and France, home of the revolution itself, did not give women the right to own property until 1907. Rather amazing. Huge double standards everywhere you look. For example, in the case of adultery, God forbid, women would receive a punishment of imprisonment for 2 years for adultery, and men would receive a fine. And even the circumstances under which they would receive the fine were exceptional. For example, if a man brought his mistress to the bridal home rather than seeing her at some Motel 6 or something like that. So really tremendous inegalities between men and women in legal punishment. And one of the most infamous ones, which actually I could not track down, so I'm not positive if this is associated with the Napoleonic Code per se, but forgive me if I have it wrong. One of my students, hopefully you'll fact check this and make a little comment on the video. The so-called rule of thumb. Are you familiar with this phrase, the rule of thumb, which means basically a rough edge, right? So apparently the rule of thumb comes from the Napoleonic Code that a husband may only be charged with the crime of beating his wife if he used a stick that was larger than the diameter of his thumb. Smaller than the diameter of the thumb, that's just a regular kind of household dispute, a domestic use. Larger than the thumb, then that was a crime already. Hence the rule of thumb. And you get a sense of the many, many areas in which women face phenomenal legal disabilities. Moving into the Industrial Revolution, which is also kicking off at about this time, we have it really starting in the last quarter of the 18th century and then proceeding with rapid rapidity through the 19th century. Women are suddenly seen as a great source of labor, which has, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave women a lot of gainful employment, which previously they would not necessarily have had outside of the family farm or business. Suddenly, they could become independent wage earners on their own. But at the same time, the widespread assumption that women should receive less wages than a man. And women and children were exploited at incredibly low wages, far below the already exploitative wages that men would receive. And this is a phenomenon that, of course, persists to the present day. In 2012, the figure in the United States of America was that women receive approximately 77 cents on the dollar for pay of equal work when compared to men. This is something that even my undergraduates are kind of surprised with, but it's true. A man and a woman doing the same job in America, the woman is likely to be paid, 3 times what the man gets for the same job. Women also have the traditional double burden during the Industrial Revolution and moving on into the 20th and 21st centuries, where they would be sent to work and they would earn some cash for the home, but when they go home, they would be expected to have the same responsibilities they did if were they, so to speak, traditional stay-at-home women. Of course, there is no really such a thing as a stay-at-home woman. That's sort of like a kind of a chimera or a fantasy of 1950s Leave It to Beaver era, but nevertheless, women would be expected to go out of the home to work for a wage and then come home and take care of children, food preparation, laundry, and so on. So women really had, in many ways, a very, very difficult time through the Industrial Revolution. There's much more to say about this. We have to go on. So the feminist periodization is usually divided between first wave and second wave feminism. The second wave is the one that's associated specifically with Betty Friedan era. The first wave is older. It goes back to really the late 19th century in particular, and it's very, very prominent in America, and it's concerned primarily with the addressing of these huge inequalities, particularly in legal terms. The end of these efforts of first wave feminists was the so-called suffragette movement. Suffragette, of course, means a female voter, immortalized in a somewhat patriarchal way by the Mary Poppins movie, which I'm sure you've all seen, and daughter Eliza was prominent in just me. Of course, did they make any big? I wonder how they did the suffragette scene in the production. Because men aren't allowed to go to the production, and so I have no idea how it was handled. But Eliza, how did they handle that? Like, I really should get the video for y'all to see. You remember, familiar with the scene? This slightly ditzy woman, a woman of the house, she's slightly ditzy, and she comes in wearing all her petticoats and things like that, and these silly little umbrellas, and she's wearing like this, sash which says something like "Votes for Women" or something, and she gets all the kids and the maid up into a dance celebrating how women get the right to vote. But the impression you get in the film is that this is the last person you want to give a vote to because she's not intelligent enough to make any reasonable decisions. And so it's a very condescending kind of approach to the whole suffragette question. They're making fun of women seeking the right to vote. Is that how they handle it in the production? Right. So, well, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. Okay, so nevertheless, I'm sorry, Joe, you want to say something? Yeah, first day. Right. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. The suffragette movement, of course, was successful in the end, and in 1920, the 19th Amendment was passed, which formally gave women the right to vote in the United States, a major victory for this first wave. But as we see in so many areas, the right to vote is hardly the end of, well, I guess it's the end of the beginning, and that's it. I'm going now to any questions before we go to Betty Friedan, please.
So, I have to project on a political note, because there's one of the decades in 2000.
You know, I have to be very careful what I say in shul about politics, but I'll tell my wife, and she'll be very pleased that you brought that up. Okay. So her youth. Okay, so she was the eldest child. There are three children in the family: Harry and Miriam Goldstein. Harry was a first-generation immigrant from, I believe it was Russia, the Russian Empire. He had a very thick accent that he never lost, but he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, established a small jewelry store, which ended up becoming quite profitable. He married Miriam, who was a first-generation American without an accent, much younger than he. Her parents disapproved of the match, but it went ahead anyway. And he brought up his wife and family in a very solid upper-middle-class family in Peoria. Later in her memoirs, young Betty spoke about how she had really no idea what it was like for people off the bluff. What was the area looking over Peoria, she always had servants and so on, and she had no idea of what it was like for people, so to speak, on the other side of the tracks. Like many firstborn, she was quite precocious, demonstrated a very high level of intelligence, and particularly in the humanities. She was a very strong writer, and throughout her primary and secondary school years, she spent a lot of time in literary efforts, establishing school newspapers and things like that, and everyone thought that she would succeed. Her mother, Miriam, had wanted to go to Smith College, a very prestigious all-women's college, but her father had forbidden it. And so there was no question in her mind that her daughter, Betty, and of course sister after her, would go to Smith. And it was at Smith that she began to really explore a lot of new ideas. One of the areas of thought that she was exposed to was the thought of Karl Marx, who we should really spend an entire lecture speaking about in perhaps next season, God willing. Marx, of course, the founder of what we call today the communist movement, had a lot to say about discrimination against women. He felt that marriage was a form of theft. He felt that the idea of possessing a woman as a form of chattel was essentially a type of economic exploitation in which a man would ensure that the progeny were in fact his own in exchange for, the goods and services that go with the secure home. And a woman, on the other hand, would essentially be prostituting herself in order to exchange goods and services of a sexual nature in order to have the security of a home. Amazingly, Marx was happily married, and he was never dumped by his wife, Jenny von Westphalen, even though he wrote, maybe she couldn't understand German, I don't know. But at any rate, Marx felt that, the discrimination against women was a very, very fundamental thing that was well inbred in Western society, and he wished to uproot it entirely. There were some significant experiments on this, including in Israel, but that's beyond our topic today. One of the more influential works out in the Marxist thought was a rather amazing book by a guy named Chernyshevsky called Что делать? What is to be done? So influential that, among others, Lenin even borrowed that title for his most influential pamphlet on politics, which is essentially a total revision of society in every aspect. And in Chernyshevsky's What is to be done, which is an amazing novel and really worth reading, although it's it's just mind-boggling. It has this one character in it who has decided, like Marx argued, to completely reevaluate himself and to question every social norm. So, for example, he wants to toughen himself up to be able to be prepared. He wants to make his body as strong as it physically could be and not rely on the disabilities that society imposes on him. So he sleeps regularly on a bed of nails rather than on a mattress. He believes that his digestive system has become corrupted by the dainty foods that he ate as an upper middle class person, so he eats ground glass. All kinds of crazy things like this. And of course, he practices free love because he believes that the whole institution of marriage that we have developed is contrary to the best development of human potential. So these are the kinds of ideas that she was encountering in the 1950s. This was before the House Un-American Activities Committee really began to give communism and socialism a very bad name. She would ride her way through a lot of this, by the way. She did exceedingly well at Smith College, developing a very important newspaper there. And ultimately, she graduated summa cum laude in psychology, and she went to Berkeley, California, where there are no socialists or communists whatsoever. That's a joke, of course, right? And she was even influenced when she was out west, although ultimately she did not end up completing her PhD in psychology. Also, kind of ironically, it's interesting when you read biographies of her, this is a period of time when therapy was kind of booming, almost faddish in its nature, and she spent more in therapy, and it was like really kind of something that everybody did. She was in therapy, her husband was in therapy, even when she could barely brought up $2 she was still spending it on therapy. It was like drug use in the 1960s was the kind of thing that people did in big ways. She moved eventually back to New York, where she combined her literary talents with her newfound Marxist ideology, and she wrote for trade union papers such as the Union of Electrical Workers, essentially writing articles in a leftist vein, trying to promote change for blue-collar working-class individuals. It was at this time that she met Carl Friedman, a veteran who just returned from World War II and was somewhat lost, looking at different possibilities in life. He had just come off of a bad relationship, or a failed relationship, where his girlfriend before the war had moved out with another man, and he met Betty, and they had a whirlwind relationship that ended in a very quick marriage and production of 3 children. He dropped he dropped 2 letters from his name. He dropped 2 letters from his name. His name was actually Friedman. He changed it to Frieden. Betty liked it very much. As one biographer put, he had an extremely poor relationship with his own parents, and by dropping the 2 letters, he was dropping both the ma and the man from his name. That seems a little bit far-fetched, but kind of repeating. Their marriage was extremely stormy. People who went to their home often found them getting to, really serious knockdown, drag-out fights. One particularly memorable one involved Betty, who was actually something of a gourmet cook, and she brought out to a whole bunch of assembled guests this beautiful fish dish, and Carl apparently picked up the entire platter and threw it against the wall. Betty went and picked the fish up off the floor and off the wall, cleaned them up, put them back in the platter, and went back to serving her guests. They had a very stormy marriage, a lot of controversy. At one point, she mentioned her meant that Carl beat her. Carl, really objected to this accusation. And what she meant, she took it back in an interview, was that no. We used to fight a lot, and Carl was a lot bigger than me. That's all it was. So it wasn't like wife abuse, but it was kind of like a mutual give and take, in which he had a height and weight advantage over her, so to speak. But anyway, not a model kind of marriage by any terms. Now, while she was working for the Union of Electrical Workers, She had to give up her job in 1952. And as was typical then, it was just simply understood that when a woman became pregnant, she would lose her job. That was just, it was just understood that there was no such thing as maternity leave. There was some dispute over whether or not this was in fact the case. There was a pregnancy that terminated her employment, but she did in fact lose her job at that time. And she began writing as a freelancer primarily for magazines, Red Book and Ladies' Home Companion, and things like that. And then a very important thing happened to her in 1957 when the 15th anniversary reunion of her college was being held. And she decided she would write an article on what people have been doing over the last 15 years. And this was a turning point in her life because, on the one hand, she had a lot of mixed feelings about what had happened to her own life. When she left Smith College, she was really a rising star. She was the successful newspaper. She had founded a very important school news magazine called Tide. She was heading out to Berkeley to study psychology, and now here it was 15 years later. She was barely employed writing freelance. Her marriage was, she was living in extremely dire circumstances. They actually had to move out of one house because the rent was great, but the heating were overwhelming. And she was thinking, wait, have I really accomplished what I was supposed to accomplish in 15 years? And as she began interviewing women from Smith's who were also reflecting on 15 years, she began to identify that her feeling was not unique, that many women had the same feeling, and she called it the problem that has no name. And what it's really referring to is this idea of women feeling, is this all there is? Wasn't there supposed to be something so much more wonderful and amazing 15 years later? I really should use more technology. Menachem was saying I use so much of it. But are you familiar with the band called the Talking Heads? It's a great song on the album 77 where a guy wakes up and he says, wait, this is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful life. How did I get here? Right now, that moment of wait a second, not working the way I thought it would. So this ended up becoming transformed. This was transformed later into a book that was an immediate bestseller called The Feminine Mystique. And the title in itself is sort of tongue-in-cheek. It means, it refers to this kind of like miasma, smoke and mirrors kind of story, propaganda that women are fed to keep them happy, when in reality, the society is set up to disappoint them. In other words, they're pushed forward, get a college education in which your terminal degree would be MRS. And we don't really expect you to make any greater contribution than perhaps how to make great blueberry muffins or something. And these highly intelligent women, both, dynamism and a lot of will and drive and creativity, suddenly find that once they enter into matrimony, all of that stops. And the intellectual challenges that they had with the new advantages of higher education and so on just end. And now they're concerned with doing their children's third grade homework and things like that. And they're left wondering, is this all? Is this what's supposed to happen at this point? They feel trapped as housewives. And she didn't just leave it there. She said, well, if this is the case, then obviously we have to change socially and politically. And this began a whole new wave of feminism, so-called second wave feminism, because it went away from this obvious legal disabilities of, are women allowed to work or not? Should women receive the same pay as men? And obviously that's something that we're still working on. But more to a social question of what do we expect from our daughters? And do we really give them the tools to achieve what we say they can achieve? And this was the type of feminism that was extremely important for the last half of the century. She also founded a political arm that that backed up these things. She didn't just write a book and then walk away. She was an extremely influential activist, a very sharp orator, and a powerful force in this burgeoning feminist movement. She formed the National Association for Women. There are a lot of kind of ironies in this that she was nevertheless still sensitive to her class. And one, I think, telling example, when they had one early meeting and there was a secretary there who was charged with cleaning up afterwards, and one of the other organizers said to Betty, okay, well, why don't we help the secretary clean up? She says, I don't wash cups, right? Because she had a sense of herself and her position and so on, and she could be brusque with other women. She had a lot of difficult relationships with other feminist leaders as well, who respected her for her drive and for intelligence, but not necessarily for her congeniality kind of personality, so to speak. But the National Organization for Women is an extremely important organization, primarily petitioned for things like civil rights for women, like equal pay, as we've addressed. Also, more controversially, they addressed the issue of reproductive control. This was, of course, before the landmark 1972 Roe v. Wade decision, in which abortion was still illegal or highly inconvenient, very difficult for women to legally access abortion, and also related to second wave feminism, perhaps we'll discuss in a second, it was definitely tilted towards women of means. It was far more difficult for lower socioeconomic women lower on the socioeconomic channel ladder, to receive doctor's permission to receive an abortion, whereas for white middle-class women, they had much greater access. These are the kinds of issues the National Organization for Women work for on a daily basis, with various marches, some of them as many as 50,000 attendees, and so on. Okay, I'd like to pause at this point. We'll come back to her life at the end of the lecture, but I'd like to, because this is, after all, a lecture in Jewish history. What does this have to do with Jews? And I think there's some fascinating things to talk about here, but I'll take a sip of my coffee and ask if anyone has any questions to this point. Please.
So I know probably the description of that really came out in the late 80s, early 90s, but what they really with that issue is, I feel like I grew up by technology and stuff, but I don't remember anything.
That's an excellent question. I have Julie and Judith can answer it. Good example. Actually, I wasn't even planning on talking about that, but that's really important. Yeah, women, especially socialist Jewish women. Yeah, definitely. Triangle sugars, factories, and things like that. Definitely. Okay, Ms. Abramson, we're going to move on. And by the way, just for the camera, in case you couldn't hear about the discussion about something called the glass ceiling, which for you undergraduates under the age of 25 is this phenomenon where women can get jobs in industries, but then they find that they can't get promoted past a certain point. There's a glass ceiling. Nobody else can see it, but it's there. They can't get past it to become CEOs, things like that. Oh, see, look at how prescient, right? She was going to ask, what was the glass ceiling, right? That's what it means. Like, you have to realize when you're speaking to young people, they're so stupid. I'm joking. They're not so stupid. They don't know so many things that we take for granted. I know. Either that or I'm getting smarter as I get older. I don't know. Oh, wait. Let's go on. I'm going to have to edit this. We only have one more lecture for the summer. Okay. talk about feminism. I'm going to get it when I get home. First, think about my wife. Okay. So now Judaism, it's probably the only thing it has in common right now is the last three letters, and that's it. Because Judaism is a highly gendered culture. I mean, we can spend a lot of time ticking off all the various differences between men and women, particularly in traditional Judaism, which is relevant for our discussion today, especially 18th century. The life cycle celebrations comparing men and women are completely different. You look at my grandmother Rothschild used to call the hoo-ha factor. The hoo-ha is associated with the birth of a boy, and then the bris milah, and then the bar mitzvah, and all that stuff. They vastly outdistance what you do for a young woman. But the wedding is the big deal. But the wedding also involves a man as well. And there are, we're in a shul right now where there's a mechitza, where there is a distinction between where women pray and where men pray, which many would understand as a negative distinction as well. Obviously, Orthodox Jews do not find it as a negative, but that's not our topic for today. Rights and privileges, however, there are some real serious, very important areas in which women do not have, in traditional Judaism, the same rights and privileges as men. There are, obviously, I can say this is not unapologetic, that there are areas in which women have greater power than men, but they are much fewer and smaller than the areas in which men generally have greater power than women. Again, it's not within the scope of our 1 hour lecture to go into these. The point I'm trying to get across, though, is that Judaism is gendered, that men and women are treated differently. When they're treated well, they're treated equally, but it's very easy for the system to generate into a treatment of inequality that is also disadvantageous for the woman. Furthermore, much of Jewish culture in this gendered atmosphere emphasizes the role of women in the private sphere. As we say in Tehillim and Psalms, all the glory of the princess is within, meaning within the private sphere, protected, not necessarily broadcasting to the outside world and so on. This is something that is expected of the male to go out and to, kill the mastodon and drag it home, those kinds of things. And although there are very significant exceptions to that, and I often like to point out the passage in Proverbs that's read every Friday night, Eshet Chayil, in which this so-called woman of valor, really a better translation would be the warrior woman. Chayil means a soldier in Hebrew, soldier woman. The descriptions of her are that she is, buying real estate, she's into commerce, she's got ships going here and there, she's an employer with lots of staff working under her, so she's certainly not a retiring kind of Mrs. Cleaver baking cookies, but nevertheless, there is a general trust in Jewish culture that, women's place is in the home, so to speak, that they're in private domain, whereas men tend to be in the public domain, which is definitely not in keeping with a lot of the values that we've seen in the concept of feminism. At the same time, Judaism has a lot of really strong female role models from the biblical period and onwards. Even though numerically, no question, we've got a lot more men acting in Jewish history, or these visible actors in Jewish history, we have some very strong foremothers who quite often completely trump their husbands. Sarah over Abraham, Rachel over Yaakov, and so on and so forth. So there's definitely a lot of strong-willed women with a sense of purpose who are frequently more correct than their husbands, and they are vindicated in the Jewish tradition. So we have kind of a mixed bag trying to analyze, how would Judaism mesh with this new ideology of feminism? Jewish feminism is born primarily in the late 1960s. Up until this point, feminism, even though it was often practiced by Jews, a lot of Jewish women were leaders in feminism, there was no real synthesis of Judaism and feminism until the last half of the 20th century. There are a few reasons why things begin to gel at that time. One is the fact that there are a lot of really important female Jewish leaders of the feminist movement, including Frieden and Gloria Steinem and others who are at the forefront of the movement, and so it's very easy for young Jewish women
to look to them and say, wow, they're Jews and they're doing this. Perhaps I should do something too, and I should connect it to my Judaism. But one factor that I think deserves a lot more analysis, you only see it poking up here and there. Maybe someone should do a good dissertation on it sometime. The tremendous change in Jewish self-image after the Six-Day War. The War of 1967, in which it was painfully evident to all kinds of viewers of world politics that Israel was this beautiful and brand new experiment, only launched less than 20 years earlier, was going to be completely obliterated by its Arab enemies, that it was driving Israel into the sea. When Uthman removed the troops from Sinai, the United Nations troops, and Nasser was about to advance, and then with a stunning preemptive strike and a victory after only 6 days, not only had Israel survived, but it had expanded its boundaries tremendously, conquering the entire peninsula, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. So at that time, a lot of Jewish youth who had been, kind of laboring under the numerous clauses, the quota system in colleges, and trying to keep their heads down, shots, don't make trouble kind of attitude. And they were getting a little bit nervous about other ethnic groups beginning to kind of feel their identities. The Black Panther movement is beginning to rise at this point, and African Americans are able to express their identity. After 67, a lot of young Jews said, we should be proud of our Judaism too. We should be less afraid of being out there with our Judaism, and we should explore this thing that even our parents maybe have tried to, suppress. And our parents have tried to say, don't be too religious, trying to get us to Americanize. So there is a surge in general of Jewish consciousness after 1967, which has all kinds of implications. We'll speak a little bit about it next week when we look at Rabbi Schneerson's life, because this is really the major beginning of the Teshuvah movement that creates organizations like Aish HaTorah or Sameach, the entire network of Chabad houses. It really gets a huge spike after this point. And so, especially young women who are motivated by feminism also get a surge of Jewish pride and begin to see ways in which these two movements can come together. There's a lot more development of college-based Jewish feminist groups where women who usually apply to both designations are getting together to discuss the ways in which they can create a form of feminism. The population base is ideal for this because Jewish women tend to be highly urbanized and highly educated, involved in college life, which is where a lot of these intellectual movements get a lot of traction. And later there will be a negative push towards these things as well, because feminism tends to become associated with other leftist causes, which for the most part tend to align themselves with the Arab world and the Palestinian Liberation Organization as well. And early Jewish feminists began, and many of them pose the same kind of experience, that they'll go to feminist gatherings and they will be ostracized because of their pro-Zionist position. That they can be feminists, but it's felt to be out of step with the support for Yasser Arafat. One, Sylvia Barrett-Fishman, whose work I'm going to feature in the next slide or so, she quotes one feminist leader, unfortunately she doesn't provide the name, who went to one of these conferences in the 1970s, and one of the other delegates there said to her, "Oh, Denmark is such a beautiful place, but the problem is, in the summer it's overrun by Germans. And I tell you, the Germans, they're just terrible, but at least they did one thing right. They got rid of all the Jews." And when the interlocutor heard this, and she kind of like made a splutter of disagreement, the woman said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Are you German?" All right, she's worried that she offended a German, not worried that she offended a Jew. All right, so the anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism of the feminist movement, prominent in many feminist thinkers, began to push. Oh my gosh, I lost my poker. Fell apart here. The anti-Semitism began to drive many of these women further into Judaism rather than into the arms of feminist ideology. Let's see. Yeah, wow. So this is, and
thank Susan for giving me this great article by Adrian Rich, a very important article written in the 1970s about a woman who felt split at the root. Was she fundamentally a feminist, or was she fundamentally a Jew? These two areas, and it's more complicated if you look at her entire essay, but to which allegiance does she owe first? To her people or to her gender? And this will actually be the harbinger of third wave feminism, which deals a lot more with the questions of ethnicity, women of color who are feminists, because up until now, a lot of second wave feminism was really dominated by white middle class women, and there are a lot of black women saying, you don't understand the kind of issues that we have to deal with, and so on. So Sylvia Barrett-Fishman, who is one of my favorite writers on topics of this nature, she wrote a great book called A Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community, which I'm going to use a couple of statistics for in a second. She writes that altogether, this combination of Judaism and feminism has, on the one hand, a potentially corrosive element, because, Jews, after all, we're a minority. We're especially sensitive to issues like intermarriage, issues like low birth rate, and so on. And there's some areas of feminist thought that definitely, have an impact on those areas. And at the same time, though, it has a complex, potentially fertile union as well. And I hope to explore some of those ideas in just a moment. So I think one of the most exciting areas of Jewish feminism really begins kind of like well behind the front lines of feminist thinkers. And it really begins in Poland in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the beginning of formal education for Jewish women, which is a remarkably new phenomenon. Formal, organized education for Jewish women is something that really begins with the Yaakov movement in Poland in the 1910s. Sarah Schinnerer is the founder of this movement. If you're interested, go on the web and you'll see the lecture that I gave on her movement. It's incredibly important. It eventually leads to something that really hasn't happened since biblical times, where you have women who are equally literate to men and in many ways equally qualified to work with Judaic texts to an unprecedented level. There are many, of course, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement have already ordained these women as rabbis. There's a certain amount of controversy over the ordination of women as rabbis in the Orthodox world. But even within the most right-wing Orthodox world, we do have this phenomenon that is only gaining steam in Israel, the so-called Yoatzei Halakha, halakhic advisors, where women highly trained in Jewish law will essentially act as lawyers and advocates for other women in legal systems that essentially attempts to kind of level the playing field for them there. Let's look at some statistics. Okay, check out this chart. This is a chart that makes me very happy. This is from the 1990 National Jewish Population Survey. I'm sure if we looked at the 2000 or even the 2010 numbers, we would have even better scores. But looking at how many men and women have received more than 6 years of day school, full-time Jewish education, which is the highest level that they recorded in terms of marking Jewish education, meaning how many people could say that they went to a Jewish day school for 6 or more years. So check this out. At age 65, this is men, so you have approximately 8% of men in America in 1990 who were 65 or over spent more than 6 years in day school. That means 92% obviously did not, but that's a big. Look at this, the contrast with women, where you have something like 1% could actually say they spent 6 years in day school. The next kind of generational slice of the sphere is men and women aged 45 to 64. Once again, about the same proportion of men and a slightly higher proportion of women. 25 to 44 men are not getting any more educated specifically. It's basically flat. Men's education is about the same, but women have made huge strides. And by the time you get to 1990, women aged 18 to 24 have made massive gains compared to their grandmothers in Jewish education, almost equaling men. And that's really a very, very exciting and dramatic statistic that has huge historical implications. Because in Judaism, there are three ways to get status. I think I've given you this before, but let's just see if you remember. What are the three ways that you can achieve status in the Jewish community? Money, right. It used to be money. Now money's not important anymore. No, just joking. Money still is important, right? If you have money, then you will be important. Okay, number two. That's number three. Education is good. Ms. Abramson, family, yichus, right? If your Zany was your Chafetz Chaim, or if you have all these important relatives, then like every Lithuanian Jew in the world is obviously a direct descendant of the former God. That's at least everyone I hate said that. So you either have money, or you have yichus, or you have learning. And the only democratic way to achieve status is through learning. And this chart means that women are getting a lot more status as a result of the power that comes with learning. You see this also in occupational status. This one isn't quite as thrilling as the last slide, but also it's basically looking at women and men in two different age groups, under 45 and over 45 in various professions. And you can see that basically these green bars are older women, over 45, right? That's not older, but like of the older segment. And the older women tend to be well represented in clerical fields, right, which are relatively low-paying, secretarial, pink-collar kind of jobs, and very low representation in high-status jobs. The brown bars here, though, show the representation of women in younger women, and they are much lower in clerical and really important in high status. And if you compare these to the men's bars, the red and the purple here, you see that women are also really undergoing much more dramatic change than the men. So not as quite as cool as this graph, but we see that in terms of the kind of jobs that Jewish women are holding, they're definitely making huge progress at the same time. So a lot of the kind of impact of Betty Friedan and her retinue are reflected in these slides. Now, there are many areas in which, Betty Friedan would definitely be unhappy with the progress or lack thereof in modern day Jewish feminism. One of the most difficult crises that refuses to be easily answered is the so-called Aguna crisis. This refers to a situation which has become really quite exacerbated in the 20th century. According to Jewish law, only a man has the right and power to divorce his wife. A woman may not divorce her husband. In the medieval period, the Beit Din had the power to physically coerce a man to grant his wife a get or a bill of divorce. But obviously, since the French Revolution that we began our lecture with today, the Beit Din does not have the power to impose corporal punishment, sanctions on another citizen. They're not. It's not a separate country. You're not allowed to simply have, they're not like mafioso who can just order a hit on a guy if he refuses to give someone a get, like a get. So these new freedoms have unfortunately been abused by many men who will separate from their wives but not give them a get, either out of vengeance or because they want to perhaps coerce some money out of their wives or even custody of the children, who knows what it is. And no legal remedy in Jewish law has yet been found. Many have been suggested. To date, no single remedy has been discovered which would adequately address the situation. Joe, the kosher nostra, the kosher nostra, right? That remedy is essentially medieval, and it does happen, but it happens sub rosa. Yes, please. It's huge. Absolutely. Yeah, he's just pointing out there that we could make a huge laundry list. Even if I just listed them like reading the phone book, we would not have enough time in 1 hour. Point? Okay, I'll come back to you then, okay, because I'm almost out of time here. Another issue, Jewish birth rate. very severe. I mean, it's very different from the economic crisis. But here's the problem. Jewish women, without a doubt, statistically are the most educated ethnic group of all women in America. Jewish women are much higher educated per capita than non-Jewish women. But well-known phenomenon, higher education, correlates with a lower birth rate. Obviously, women, spend time in college longer, they delay marriage, they delay childbirth, and all of a sudden they have less children overall. The replacement rate is approximately 2.1, and Jewish women on average in America have 1.1 children per family, which is basically like a child and a small poodle. So we have a very significant issue. There is clearly a big distinction between the Orthodox world, which has a much higher birth rate, but nevertheless, on the whole, American Jews are not replacing themselves. And one factor, we're not going to lay all of this on Jewish education, but one factor is as women get more educated, that also has an impact on their education. Very good. Very significant and perhaps not as well is that Jewish women for centuries have constituted the bulk of the volunteer base of the Jewish community, the Kehillah. That, maybe women were not expected to bring home the same kind of paycheck as their husband, but it was known that women would, of course, volunteer for all kinds of organizations in the community. I mean, my mother was always active in all kinds of organizations. I don't know too many women my generation who are, and I certainly don't know many my daughter's generation who are. And that's a huge cost to the community that goes unreported. As women get jobs, they're bringing capital into the family, but the community as a whole loses this extremely important source of communal support. So that's something that really change our society as well. So finally, I will write about this. There's some really fascinating things that have been written by scholars like Lynn Davidman, Renee Kaufman on the phenomenon of female turning to Judaism, the so-called Ba'alot Juva. These are who come from secular backgrounds, often very feminist in orientation. They begin to explore their Jewish roots, and all of a sudden they end up becoming highly observant, often going into extreme Hasidic movements and so on, and adopting a lot of the attitudes that many of their feminist sisters would find, completely contradictory to the values of their spouse when they were in a secular mode. But ultimately, the feminist movement is kind of like a doorway for many young women into the values of Judaism. And once they're in Judaism, they don't leave it alone. They bring those values in and, in fact, transform Judaism from within. Another topic that, I'd really like to study someday, but it would probably involve a lot of research, is how this massive teshuva phenomenon, according to some estimates, as many as 250,000 Jews in America alone, has actually affected the Orthodox world. One small story, and then I'll go to the last slide. I remember when I was studying in a kollel on the east side of Manhattan, and every morning after the morning prayers, they had this delicious breakfast. It was so phenomenal. And they had this one whitefish salad that, it was incredible. I have to believe it came from, Gan Eden or something. And so I said to the Rosh Yeshiva, I said, how do you get this? It's incredible. And he said, well, it's that guy over there. He's about to, right? Some guy down there. He's about to, but he used to be a professional chef. And I say, so? He said, right. So I was supposed to taste one of his trades, so he was able to make it kosher. So that's a really interesting kind of area of exploration. How has the Teshuvah movement changed the way Orthodox look at themselves? So, and in some ways, this is related to third wave feminism, which is associated specifically with ethnicity and feminism. So, to conclude, Betty Friedan, in many ways, some of the values that she espoused were contradictory to traditional Judaism, but at the same time, her quest for women's rights have made a phenomenal change for 52% of our population, and her status as a prominent Jewish feminist leader is something that our daughters and granddaughters all benefit from. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week is the last week, and I'll see you again on the phone. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone. See you here. The next presentation is on the life of the very important Soviet dissident writer who went through the horrible time of the 30s in the 1930s. Students in these classes realize that what we're doing here is we're taking a regular undergraduate history course. HIS 156, history is good college stuff, and we're thinly disguising it with biography. So my main goal tonight is to go over the general parameters of the period, and we will touch on the life of the universe in that context. And use her life as kind of a lever to understand the greater power of it during the late 30s and early 40s. I mentioned this specifically because someone criticized me on the web. One of my lectures I really enjoyed, and it was on the Maiden of Mia, and he said, I hated this lecture. I was learning so much over the Maiden of Mia. All I learned about was like definite Hasidic truth. That's what I was trying. So I'm just a disclaimer right up front. If you want to learn a lot more about it, it's been in Ginsburg, and there are a lot of great books on her, especially over and discuss her life with others. So in terms of the trope, which will be the lead of our campaign and the video, I'm sure I told the show many times. I was trying to remember it this time. The one about the anti-alcoholism campaign. And then it was okay, all right, so I'm going to call it anyway. So, during the period of this breakup, and so the unit was going through the last year reconstruction of society. That's what it is, restructuring. They're trying to desperately to change society fundamentally. Communism could survive into the 21st century. Ultimately, thankfully, it did not. But one of the pushes in the late 80s was decline and the alcoholism in the Soviet system. And so it's one of them that was around when people Horilka, whiskey, vodka, of course, and this incredibly dangerous concoction called Stamppot, which is moonshine. And so the truth is, it's actually based on reality. Gorbachev gets on a plane, and it's a journalist junket with television journalists with him, and he takes them to West Siberia, an average industrial town, and he wants to meet an average worker in an average Soviet factory and talk to them about things of alcoholism. So they go down to this fine munitions plant, and there's a big conveyor belt. They have all these workers there, making widgets. And Gorbachev goes up to somebody, and all of the journalists crowd around and says, now, do you think a person can have a drink of vodka and go to work in the morning? And the reporter says, "You know this David?" Yes, I think it's possible. He says, "You cannot tell me. Do you think a person can have 3 shots of vodka and go to work in the morning? Do you think you did?" Yes, I think it's possible. He says, "Well, keep on. Do you think a person can drink a whole bottle of vodka and go to work in the morning?" He says, okay, that's not the funny stuff for today. I have to tell you that the Jenny Ginsburg, right? She is most well known for I brought the first volume with the tremendously stunning, well-written memoir of the institution camp system that the Soviets put in place in the 1930s and extended right through the 1940s and this the 1950s. She was not just the along with hundreds of thousands who did the same thing. Luckily for the scholarly world and the political world, she happened to be a brilliant writer who recorded her memoirs in a fashion that made an indelible impression on the leadership of the Soviet Union of the Army. In fact, this English psychology and Rent, maybe we'll talk about it in other classes, stand side by side with the edition of Rothschild's memoirs and assassinations, the Gulag archive, a classic for studying this tremendous journey. She was from an assimilated Jewish background and a diet communist who she believed in the party line, but at a young age, she was already married with two young sons. She was called before a court and accused of a crime she did not commit, a minor political crime, a failure to denounce a colleague and teaching a student, and she was ultimately sentenced to imprisonment in the Gulag for 18 years. A horrible time during which her father died. She lost contact with her children entirely. Her cousin eventually did, and she only emerged in the early 1950s after Stalin's death and began to publish her memoirs. First in Samis.form, self-published in legal form, and then later as restriction with legal release, and it was known in the West, eventually published in more fully form. Her work is also distinguished because it represents a woman's perspective and a Gulag, we have a few activities there, and also a Jewish perspective. Even though she was from an assimilated background and had very tenuous connections with the Jewish identity, as you might expect, she found more of it in the Gulag, and the theme of Judaism comes up from time to time in the writings. Look at a couple of examples. She has what Beth Pilgrim, who's a specialist in women's memoirs, writes a pilgrim to prisoner experience, meaning that in her early youth she was a die-hard communist. Again, to remember the chronology, she's born in 1904. The Soviet Union becomes a reality in 1918, or late 1917, really, so that would make her about 13. So in her crucial adolescent age, that's when she was adopting the excitement and the newness of this radical political system. And she ultimately leveraged it against her grandmother in kind of adolescent power struggle where her father was a pharmacist, and she looked down on his bourgeois values and sought to reject them entirely by becoming a very ardent communist. She ultimately went to specialize in communist theory. She became a teacher, marrying, and having two children, and being very dedicated to the entire enterprise of teaching communist values. It was part of the formal curriculum. It would not be in fact, that's what ultimately got into the she married, as I mentioned earlier, a consul. Her two sons, one is a siege of Leningrad during World War II, and the other ultimately became a dissident writer of considerable himself. So his progress really happened. She saw the beginnings of it in 1934. This is when the purges really began. I want to just back up a little bit. I'm going to talk about Stalin specifically, but she was accused of being a Trotskyite. There's a picture of Leon Trotsky on here. Contrasts with all that good. They have the name projected there. Leon Trotsky, of course, is a Jewish communist who ended up becoming the leader of the Red Army. After Vladimir Lenin had his stroke in 1922 and was incapacitated for 2 years and finally dying in 1924, a triangular struggle for leadership in the Soviet Union emerged between, on the one hand, Trotsky, who represented a more leftist approach. He wanted to keep, I should mention that Lenin, immediately prior to dying, had taken a major step back from traditional communist doctrine by introducing something called the new economic policy. And the new economic policy was a relaxation of the rules of communism. More small market capitalism permitted and more small trade. And he argued that he was taking one step backwards in order to take two steps forward. The country was so devastated by the Civil War of 1917 through 1920 that he said, you know what, when we had war communism, there was a period of confiscations and rapid communization. He said, we've got to step back and we've got to let people make a living in their backyards with small-time farming and so on. And then he had the stroke, and there was a big debate about what exactly what Lenin have done. I think actually they made little necklaces, 10 hats, it was WWD. But what would Lenin have done were he alive and well? Would he have continued along the process of gradual bourgeois capitalism, or would he have reined it back to the traditional Marxist and more doctrinaire version of forced collectivization and so on? Ultimately, we don't know because he died in 1924, but there was a struggle between three successors as quotation of communism. Trotsky represented a more leftist approach, Bukharin a more rightist approach, and Stalin brilliantly maneuvered between these two figures, alienating both of them politically and ultimately having Trotsky, for example, murdered an ice pick in Mexico City, and Stalin took the reins of control. After this period of time, anyone associated with Trotskyist thinking, Trotskyist politics, was subject to ultimately arrest and deportation to Cuba. But it took years before Stalin could really consolidate the power, and we really began to see it happening in the 1930s. So let's just take a step back and look a little bit at Stalin's life and specifically his relationship with the Jews, because that would be very relevant. Some of this material will overlap with the lecture we had on silver and big oils, so you might want to check that out. By the way, these are all, I'm saying to the camera, these are all on the web. If you're looking at it on the web, you don't need to know what's on the web. That's a red. So, JewishHistoryLectures.com. So Stalin was born Joseph Zaranovich Jubashvili. He was in Georgia. Like many of the earliest communists, he changed his name to something more pronounceable and memorable. Trotsky's name was Rothschild. Trotsky means rapid or troika is a kind of a carriage. Lenin is from the Lena River, where Lenin's older brother was killed. And Stalin means the man of steel. No relationship to Clark Kent that I'm aware of, but that's what he named himself, the man of steel. His mother wanted him to be a priest. She wanted him to be an Orthodox, Christian Orthodox priest. In fact, she sent him to seminary where he didn't get such a good Christian education, but he was exposed to the writings of Lenin, specifically a crucial pamphlet called Shtot, What is to be Done, which was laid out in just a few short pages Lenin's plan for the future in Soviet Union. He taken with this and became an ardent communist from his youth. He is the man of steel as a nomenclature for him was actually very important because Stalin's big belief was that the Soviet Union had to be industrialized. The Soviet Union, the Russian Empire, was at least 50 behind Western Europe in most of its large industrialization projects. They were not completely electrified. There were a lot of places outside of main cities where you could not get electric lights working. They had a very rudimentary train system, which was very problematic as well because this is a huge territory. There was 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, and it's very hard to cover it adequately. Right? But Stalin believed that the most important thing they could do is concentrate their energies rapidly into industrializing a society, building big factories, making things for a larger population with comparatively little attention to consumer goods. In many ways, it was the opposite of the American approach, where American capitalism focused on creating value for individual consumers and hoping to build wealth through economies of scale. The Stalinist model said create these massive factories, these gorgeous palaces for the people, which are great for communities, like very, very little things for individuals. When I was there in the 1980s, some of you may have memories of these places. So, on your left. While you're in it. But that's what people did. It's all about everything for the people, not the one persons. And that was really his point of view. And so his sense was that the whole of society, all of the economic engine of the early Soviet should be subjugated to the will of the nation as a whole. You see it very clearly. A disastrous collectivization project that began in 1928 was the first 5-year plan in which he sought to remove all of the last vestiges of Lenin's Lenin's new economic policy by taking all of these individual farms and forcing everyone to go into big collective factory farms, where you would have the economy of scale. You only had to buy one tractor for 20 farm plots, whereas before you would have to buy 20 farm plot tractors for each plot. But on the other hand, people resisted tremendously. And this picture here, by the way, which is from International Women's Day, shows Sophie and she's dragged all these bourgeois capitalist farmers into the fold, the capitalists, the collective farm. And you can see the tractor here, which is a symbol of wealth, in the machine in the room there. And this was what Stalin did. He forced all the so-called kulaks, small-time farmers, and that might mean they own a cow on their own, into these collective farms, which were economically very poor producers, and ultimately resulted in a terrible famine of 1932-33. The famine was caused in part by natural climatic conditions, but it was caused even more so by disastrous economic policies, where Stalin insisted on maintaining his export quota of grain, even though people were literally starving and were cannibalizing each other in city streets in Kiev, for example, at this time. Reasonable estimates place the number of people killed at 4 to 5 million during this 1 year. There are much larger estimates as well. We don't know really for sure because there was a census taken in 1936 that would have told us definitively how many people were killed. But once the results came out, Stalin had census takers executed, and the census was buried. So we only have little pieces of it that survived in these whole archives. They also passed at this time one of the most cruel laws imaginable, so-called law of socialist property, that literally made it a capital crime to steal a stock company. So if you went and you stole certainly a loaf of bread, that was a capital crime. So it was a very difficult period of time under Stalin, but you get a sense of his personality and his priorities. One quote that just got cut off here, when he was asked about this, oh my gosh, Ukraine is the Don region. You're starving. What do? He said famously, when you cut down a forest, splinters will fly. Meaning this is an inevitable cost of the modernization of the Soviet Union. Naturally, we made a lot of enemies. Okay. Also, at this time, this connects us to what we talked about in the Midwest lecture. By the time Stalin got to 1930, he felt sufficiently strong that he could put an end to the period of colonization, the policy of colonization, which we call that lecture refers to the brief period of time, just under 10 years, when the Soviet Union encouraged the effervescence of local cultures, including Yiddish culture, the promotion of Yiddish as a language, the promotion of Yiddish theater. There was a Jewish section of the Communist Party, the Sektia. All these kinds of things came to a abrupt end in 1930. The only thing that really survived, and that was primarily because of commitment influence of another political figure, was this bizarre experiment called Biro Bijan, which was a small autonomous oblast, a small region of the Far East that the Soviet Union set aside for Jewish immigration. Yiddish was made the official language there, and although there was a lot of in the larger public world, I mean, in terms of public relations, it was designed primarily to offset the popularity of Zionism. There was very little actual material support to Azerbaijan. The only real attraction for Jews of this remote location was the fact that it was quite proximate to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, there's nothing. After 1930, we see a real strong downturn of games. It's interesting to know But Stalin himself was Lenin's minister in charge of nationalities. He was the primary architect of nationality policy in the Soviet Union. And it seems rather clear that he was not happy with the whole Organization idea. Believed that at most, the national identity should be preserved only in form, but it should be socialist in content. Meaning, you could use Yiddish as a language for propaganda of communist values. You could not, use Yiddish to discuss Jewish values. That was the problem. Ukrainians, fine with all the embroidered costumes and the decorated Easter eggs, that's all fine. But if you start talking about Ukrainian national heroes, they were anti-Russian. We don't want to hear any of that. So there's a lot of backtracking of all of that. And Organization policy which allowed much more expression. But when Stalin came to power, then he finally shut all of that down. Tremendous attacks on synagogues, mikvahs, on religious functionaries of all kinds, and anyone who was observant of Jewish law at this time basically went underground. The Chabad movement in particular remained very active with a strong underground network promoting and facilitating Jewish observance, but otherwise it was extremely dangerous to do any of this during this period. In fact, one of Moshe Feinstein's earliest Moshe, when he writes about his experiences, he grew up in the early Soviet Union before he emigrated to America. He gets a tshuva from a man who has to work early in the morning, and he wants to wear his tefillin, but he would have to put them on too early in order to get to work on time. And he certainly can't put them on at work because he was persecuted. So he asked Moshe how to put them on before dawn. I can't remember the answer, but that's an example of the kind of emotion that was carrying on. What connects us specifically to life Daniel Ginsburg are the purges. We did speak about this briefly. I think what I was mentioning, so I won't go on so much like you. But basically, the purges began in 1934 after the assassination of the head of the Soviet secret police. And again, with kind of like a party card purge. You guys have to use a purge. Purges, you have too much of the wrong stuff, and you want to cut it down to what's really relevant. We have purges in my home regularly, and where my wife just says, we have too much chocolate. She's a very minimalist kind of person, and we essentially purge all of the old souls and the books, things like that. We eventually have the purges. But these purges are quite a bit more satanic nature, where the first purge was you had to have a valid, up-to-date party card or you were expelled from the Communist Party, which was not such a terrible thing. Although being a member of the party carried all kinds of privileges, but the idea was to try and limit the party members' ability to be tried and true. It worked fairly well. In 1937, however, there was a much more horrific round of purges, which were not associated with smaller technicalities, but were associated with the concept that people were saboteurs or wreckers of Soviet state. This is connected with the failure of the figure plans that Stalin had put in place. So something would happen like this. Stalin would set ridiculous goal and production for this plant, for example, in 1928, it's producing 100 tons of pig iron per month. We want this plant to produce 500 tons per month by this time next year. Things which are physically impossible. But everyone was afraid to admit to Stalin that they weren't producing. So they essentially lied. And the lies would go up the food chain. Like one manager would say, I was supposed to produce 10 pounds, I didn't. So I would tell him I produced 10, but I really only produced 7. And so that line would go on to the next level, and by the time Stalin looks at the figures, it seems that we can make the goal, which is great because he says next year it's going to be 1,000 pounds. But when he actually goes to the storeroom to see how many pounds of pig iron, it's all gone. But there's only a tiny fraction of what he expected. And saboteurs or wreckers who are actually stealing the iron, breaking the plants, all kinds of things like this. And so enemies, internal enemies have to be found. And this is where the purges come in place. Someone accuses someone else of being a wrecker, of a Pittsburgh, a Trotskyist, someone who identifies with Stalin. And so she's called before a kangaroo court, and well, let's say not say here, I'm particularly speaking generically, and they accuse her of these horrible crimes. They injure her, they may expose her family to all kinds of risk. They may, cause her husband to lose his job and so on, which is economic suicide in a society that most of 100% employment. And the only way that she can get out of it, or at least think she can get out of it, is if she betrays 10 other people who worked with her. And so she fabricates 10 names. She just makes up 10 names of people that she doesn't especially like, and she wants to divert the blame from herself. And then those 10 people get arrested. And then they betray another 10 people each. And within a short period of a couple of years, it just goes out of control. These millions of people were betraying each other to the secret police. And there were knocks from 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 10 people out of their beds, never to be seen again. There is also a significant anti-Semitic component to this as well, because Jews are often singled out for their crimes, since they are still the other. They are still, relatively new to emancipation. It's only really been 18, 19 years since Jews were Judaized. It's very easy to identify them. And they're also, by the way, disproportionately pro-communist. So it's very easy to identify them as the potential wreckers, and they get caught up into this horrible stuff. Now, you know what? A little bit out of the order. I'd like to talk a little bit about her specific connection. Here's an example of just reading you a couple of passages because that's what the writer she is. Describing someone else that she knows. She was present when this one was arrested. This is before she herself was arrested. This is a young woman with a small child. But by the way, the reason why she was originally arrested is because one of her colleagues at the school had written a review article in a journal. Stalin had criticized that review article for being wrong-headed, for being nuts to the colleagues. And since she worked at the same school and she did not join in with all of the condemnation of her colleague, she must have been sympathizing, so she was arrested by association with someone she had really nothing to do with on the Russian. So let me just read you a passage that describes the arrest of an individual because it's of the strangeness of the intelligence. So this is a man is arrested, and his wife says, when the NKVD came in the middle of the night to arrest her husband, who had spent Sunday with her in Kazan, she carried on in a manner worthy of a Greek tragedy. Needless to say, she was hard to remember her beloved husband, the father of her child, but she suppressed her feelings. So he lied to me, she exclaimed dramatically. So he really was against the party all the time. With an amused grin, the man from the NKVD said, better get his things together. But she refused to do this for an enemy of the party. And when her husband went to his sleep child's cot to kiss him goodbye, she barred his way, saying, my child has no father. Then, shaking the policeman fervently by the hand, she swore to them that her son would be brought up a loyal servant of the party. All this she told me herself, and I do not really believe that there was the least calculation or hypocrisy in her actions. Absurd as they seemed, they were prompted by what she genuinely felt in her naive soul, utterly devoted to the ideals of her militant youth. The ideal of possible scoundrels lusting for power, but treachery of Bonapartism had no place in her honest, single-track mind. Then there's a whole she can't get a job because she realizes that she's been blacklisted and things like that. And then finally, and she becomes a beggar, she goes from place to place, and finally she stops coming to Ginsburg, and she just disappears. For 2 or 3 days, we had no news. And on the fourth week, we were back after writing a letter full of love and devotion to Stalin. I drank a glass of acetic acid. In her suicide note, she blamed nobody, treated the whole thing as a misunderstanding, and begged to be remembered as a communist. Her coffin was followed by her 5-year-old son, the cleaning woman from the regional office committee, and 2 of the more desperate characters among her old friends. As I looked at the sad little grave surmounted by neither cross nor star, I told myself, no, I won't do that. I shall put up a fight. They may kill me if they can, but I won't help them. In fact, her story is one of positive defiance of the Italian war. So she is arrested and she is sent out to Cuba, which is an acronym for a state labor camp, where it's essentially a huge outdoor prison, usually far out in eastern Siberia, where people are put to work at various forced labor activities. There are actually remarkable parallels between Gulag and the concentration camps. One of the major disjunctures is that the Gulag was not designed as a death factory where people were not set there specifically to be killed. They were set there to be punished, horribly punished, to be neglected and abused, and without a doubt, hundreds of thousands died in the Gulag. But in many ways, what's striking with the Gulag is the common psychological approaches that the Nazis and the Soviets used to break down the resistance of the prisoners there. So in regard to a book written by Terence Desprez called Survivor, he was one of the early scholars of the Harvard Society of Fellows, set out to write the really synthetic work looking at the experience people had in the Nazi camps and in the Gulag. And he tried to bring together all the memoirs to look at what were the common elements. Among the elements that he found were something called excremental assault. That was his term for it. Where both the Nazis and the Soviets strove to remove individuality from all their prisoners. First, taking away their clothing, making them wear uniforms. In some cases, like the Nazis shaving their heads to make them look more uniform. Then taking away their names, insisting that they be referred to by number. In the case of some death camps, actually tattooing the number on their arms. And ultimately, argues Desprez, they caused them to receive back to the lowest point of their individual and their identities, but even caused them to lose the basics of climate training. Because when you think about the developmental progress of human being and their actualization as individuals, the very first thing we learn about socialization is how to be continent. But by forcing the prisoners to eat liquid, to drool, and to give them very limited bathroom breaks, they ended up soiling themselves and feeling disgusting about themselves, which served to further reduce psychological guilt for them. Desprez, this was a deliberate plan by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Shortly after completing this amazing work, which is still worth reading about 40 years old, Desprez committed suicide because the time he spent contemplating these things was obviously too much. Anyway, life in the Gulag, very desperate, comparable in many ways to life in the concentration camps. There was possibility of escape because they were not guarded the same as the concentration, but these gulags were so far out in the remote Far East that there was nowhere to run to. Where would you go? Although it was known that people did occasionally escape and make the long trek back to European Russia. But the nature of the life there was incredibly difficult because everyone was under complete uncertainty as to why they were there and how long they were there. There were frequent retrials where a person might be sentenced for 3 or 4 years. And halfway through that, they would be hauled towards a court out in Siberia and sentenced to an additional 10 years for some mysterious crime that would be similarly to that. So it was kind of an open-ended ticket to being in the Gulag, and people who want to despair and commit suicide during their time. She managed to hold on to her identity and her strength of will as well, which makes her a very figure in the world. So what I'd like to do at this point is question. Do you have any questions? Hold it on straight to 5 minutes. Okay, what you don't know is that this is actually everyone's asleep. Talking here, no one's awake. Is it? She learned that her husband had died and her son had died. She actually remarried him. It had this degree of freedom that was unusual compared to the Nazi. She remarried the camps, and later she was united with her son. And survived. Now, what's going on in Western Europe? Well, not Western Europe, but Eastern or Western Soviet Union. You recall that Hitler had made the agreement with Stalin, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop. Even though Hitler and Stalin were bitter enemies and their philosophies were totally opposed to each other, they both realized that there was some profit in their forming an alliance. So in 1939, they made the secret non-aggression pact, which made them all of a sudden great friends. This Spanish cartoon shows Stalin as the villain and Hitler as the villain. Hitler then invades Poland from the west and Stalin invades from the east. They divide up the territory. And we spoke last week with Mario Ribery about what happened during the next 2 years during the Ghettoization. This has changed dramatically with Operation Barbarossa, which is when Hitler double-crossed Stalin, even though he had assured Stalin that they were going to have a non-aggression pact. Once Hitler had subdued Western Europe, he turned around and attacked his first ally, and what he did was, so this is the Soviet territory under Nazi control right up until here, Stalingrad on the east. This is the Western Europe that's under Nazi control before Operation Barbarossa. And these names here are just a sampling of literally hundreds of small städte, or little villages, which had 500 to 10,000 Jews living. What Hitler did was, behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army that's advancing to the east, he sent 4 special police battalions called Einsatzgruppen that would go to these local communities, round up all the Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, take them out to ravines and shoot them dead with machine gun fire. An estimated 1.4, possibly as high as 2.5 million Jews killed in Operation Barbarossa, including my own grandparents and their families. My grandparents' families. One of the worst of the disasters from murders was in Rabbi. Yar is a Russian word meaning graffiti. So it's old women's ravine is what it means. Where 33,000 Jews were killed in less than a week. An astounding number were killed. Rabbi remained open though and was killing site for the rest of the war. Now there's a lot more to say about this, but I want to move to the next major stage, which is where we left off from the Emmanuel lecture, is that by the end of 1941, Hitler felt that this was not adequate. The rate and the efficiency of murdering Jews was simply not up to his ambitions, and he charged his deputies with finding a solution, finding really a final solution for the so-called Jewish problem. And on June 20th of 1942, in a conference out in Wannsee, north of Berlin, they decided to create these 6 death camps, which would be the killing site for all the Jews that remained in the camps. We discussed last week, I don't want to spend too much time going over. These so-called Vernichtungslager, which are German for destruction camps. Vernicht means to make into nothing. Lager means camps. There were 6 of them. Terminega, Auschwitz, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Kharkov. They were designed specifically with the task of receiving Jewish cargo, destroying that cargo after removing any valuable resources associated with that cargo, and then getting rid of the waste products. In other words, taking human beings, stealing their valuables down to their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, all teeth, their hair, and some bizarre cases, even and then gassing them and attempting to burn the bodies in inventory. This was the nature of the Holocaust expressed in these 6 camps specifically, and of course you know the story well and how they were killed. They were brought into the Rothschild, so that was the embarkation point. They were brought out of the trains, often after a 3 or 4 day journey from Greece or from France. Many of them had died in the rail cars on the way there. They were forced to march, sometimes to music played by a symphony made up of the prisoners, past a selection officer. In the case of Auschwitz, the notorious Mengele, who would direct those who looked like they would be useful for slave labor to the right, where they would be put in various enterprises that the camps run. And those who were slaves from immediate destruction were sent to left. The vast majority were sent to left and were killed within 24 hours after their body was removed. This device is used to try and ease the resistance of the Jews. A lot of euphemisms were used. They told them they were going to be their lice would be removed. So they were given in some cases towels, bars of soap, and rooms that looked like shower chambers, and then a poison pellet known as cyclone beige. It's a rat poison that apparently acts when it first encounters oxygen. Poured into a special device that would carry these pellets into the chambers. There they would create a toxic gas that would kill people with asphyxiation within about 20 to 30 minutes. As we discussed a little earlier in the Rabbi lecture, most of this was actually carried out by Jews themselves. So-called those special commando squads. Other prisoners who were given the horrific tasks of handling the poison, of managing the flow of people into the gas chambers, and then the very difficult task of removing their bodies and shipping them off to the This is very much itself. Another class, perhaps, we go into much more detail into this, but I want to simply cover the period so that the student doesn't keep us on. Those who were spared immediate death and sent to forced labor often experienced all other kinds of atrocious. In fact, most of the survivors that we know of from the camps were originally slaves to the right. With that, they survived. Many were slaves rather than death. Another horrible thing that happened was that the Nazis were obsessed with racial theory and with the idea of eugenics, creating a master race through a scientific, quasi-scientific means. So the twins, in particular, were applied for experimentation because twins allow scientists, quasi-scientists, to have a very full kind of control at the same time. Okay. So, it is worth speaking a little bit about resistance in this context as well. We spoke last week about the resistance in Warsaw in April of 1943, about 8 months after the ghetto was largely emptied of its Jews. And this is, I think, in many ways symptomatic of resistance during the Holocaust if one understands resistance rather narrowly as armed resistance against Nazis. The basic characteristic of that is that Jewish resistance was too little, too late. There are some significant exceptions. Lithuania, for example, had an extremely active partisan movement. Anyone who escaped the woods got involved in anti-Nazi activities. In some cases, there are anti-Nazi and anti-Soviet activities. But by and large, Jews tried to stay out of trouble, and they used, models of understanding persecution that have worked for about 2,000 years, but were inadequate to the challenge of the Nazis. There are, in fact, this is what Raoul Hilberg, one of the greatest Holocaust historians, in his 3-volume Destruction of European Jewry, he refers to this as essentially a cultural mindset that Jews have developed as a strategy for dealing with oppression. And it was simply not right for the threat of the Nazis. Early scholars such as Yehuda Bauer to argue that that model of looking at resistance, however, is far too narrow in nature, and that resistance must be understood as any conscious gesture designed to thwart the human goals. It's not exactly his phraseology kind of idea. And this would include, for example, participating in a Jewish theater group in the ghetto. It would include continuing to pray in the ghetto. It would include refusing to die. That in itself, affirming life, is in fact, for Bauer, a form of Jewish resistance. If the Nazi goal was to completely invalidate the Jewish people, then any act to counter that would in fact be a form of resistance. The photograph shown here is one of the great heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, a famous Talmudic hero known as the Kodesh or the Yisrael Rabbi, who heroically declined offers of resistance to escape the ghetto in order to maintain his synagogue there and to cater to the Hasidim and the Hasidim way to him spiritual guidance during this difficult. Okay, now we're right about to get back to Pittsburgh. What happened? Her release really had nothing to do with what happened, what she ever did, or what happened, had to do more with what happened in Moscow, which was specifically the death of Stalin. The Soviet Union was, if you look at the newspapers of the time, it looks like they were actually surprised that Stalin died. I imagine a lot of people today would be surprised if Castro dies, but maybe that's a similar kind of thing. But it's a similar kind of feeling, I imagine. People were wailing in the streets. People were genuinely felt that there was a crisis of biblical proportions that Stalin had passed away. That was largely because the entire society seemed to be completely wrapped up in what they called a political burnout. There was this kind of overwhelming belief that Stalin was this messianic-like figure. And all the answers for the entire Soviet people, and all of them were ignored, and their position was regarded as being so completely antisocial that it was consideration. Once Stalin's Shiva was over, people began to kind of wake up and say, wait a second, what kind of a night have we been living since 1937? Those incredible purges. And slowly, the Soviet Union began to rehabilitate prisoners, including Ginsburg, who had been out there for 20 years. She was allowed to return back to Moscow, and there was a thaw that began. And the thaw culminated in the so-called secret speech of 1956. This was a speech made by the then Prime Minister Rothschild, and he made the speech only to the Politburo, to a close circle of leaders, but he recorded the speech and allowed it to be distributed. So they call it a secret speech, but they always put in quotation marks because he's something he said what they call an Oxford secret, as we're listening out to England. An Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. So the secret speech was anything but secret, and what he essentially said was that we were wrong, that Stalin made mistakes, and that we followed him, and it was disastrous. And so the Soviet began to shift away from Stalin, and that favored those who were earlier persecuted by him in dissident society. Later on, of course, that did not mean that the Soviet Union would stop using its secret police and things like that. That would continue right through Rothschild, but there was a recognition society-wide that they had gone far too far, and that Stalin was something like a Hitler-esque kind of person for the Soviet Union. She came out with her 2 volumes of memoirs. The first was this journey into the whirlwind, the other one is simply in the whirlwind, in which she described her experiences, and they're incredibly powerful. Let me read you one more passage of it from here. I mentioned how her Jewish identity was tenuous. She was assimilated to begin with. She never really identified with as Jewish. She was a communist first, and a Jew maybe a distant 12th, but in the camps you began to discover some policy. So, for example, they were punished in the camps, by the way, for singing out loud and for reciting poetry and so on, but nevertheless, they continued to do these things when they were not observed. And so, so she's writing here deep in the Gulag. She says in one of the books that they had there, they had a precious few little books that they used to share and hide from guards. We happened to read some lines about the destiny of the Jewish people, their stubbornness and vitality, and the ancient greeting, next year in Jerusalem. I took this as the theme of the computer versus Julia had asked me for. Julia was one of the other prisoners. They make up homes for each other on the occasion of the New Year, which is one of the holidays that's allowed in some people because of the secular holiday. And so this is Ginsburg's poetry. And again, like gray-haired Jews, we shall cry out eagerly with voices cracked and weak next year in Jerusalem. Thinking our prison mugs, we shall drain them dry. There is no sweeter wine than the wine of hope. Comrade, be of good cheer. Our prison food is not manna from heaven, but like the gray-haired Jews, we believe in the promised land. We may be poor and persecuted, but on New Year's Eve we'll cry next year in Jerusalem. So, in terms of her legacy, summarizes a picture of her with her adult stepdaughter here. She went through horrible experiences as a victim of the Stalinist purges. She was not necessarily singled out because she was of Jewish background, but that was a common experience for many. But her memoirs from the period are a valuable resource to understand that the horrors of the Nazi period were not limited to those who found themselves under the yoke of the Germans. Very similar, comparable experiences were had by those who were under the power of Stalin and his diabolical ideas about the eradication of wreckers, saboteurs, and indeed the Jewish people. I thank you so much for your attention. I'm sorry that I rattled on so long with so many questions. But hope you have an excellent night. Story picked from Rothschild, the wife of Akiva ben Yosef. I'm sorry again for the sort of self-colors of Dr. Bowler story there. The story is that after 12 years of absence from his wife, Akiva returns from a long stay in Shiva. He overhears his wife saying, before he has a chance to say it over, he overhears her saying, one of the women say, don't you feel terrible that your husband goes to yeshiva for 12 long years? And she says, you know what? I would do it all over again. So Akiva, as the story of the time goes, turns around, goes away for another 12 years. Then he comes back with 24,000 students in total. And as they're getting close to his home, she comes up to greet him. His students don't realize who she is, and they're trying to push her away because, this is the great Rabbi Akiva is coming, and he stops his students and he says another famous word. He says, Shalachem Shali, what is yours is mine. All the Torah that you have, my 24,000 students, from me. The Shali, Shalom. Everything that I have comes from her. So as the story goes, she had tremendous self-sacrifice. 24 years of her married life given up so that Akiva could continue to learn. And the lesson is that whatever the students have belongs to Rabbi, whatever Akiva has belongs to Rabbi. This story is beautiful, but almost certainly apocryphal. The premier biographies of Akiva say was maybe something like 3 years. 12 years would be a high end for a host of reasons. But nevertheless, the idea that's present in that sentiment is so profound, and I think very true of a large trend in Jewish history, specifically the bifurcated nature of gender roles, where women are primarily located in the private sphere, typically taking care of the home fires. Husbands are off in the public sphere, typically engaged in large-scale learning with groups, perhaps in the political sphere, and this has been reified and approved and reinforced over many, many generations. We'll see that there are a lot of challenges to this particular model, particularly in the 19th and 20th century, but our goal in this class is to look at the roots of this phenomenon, to understand how it played out over the centuries, and to get a better sense of the role of women in ancient Israel. Specifically, what I like to do is I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the political and economic context of the Jews at this period in the first and early second century. And then I'd like to move to the biographies of Rachel and Akiva. They're dual biographies. It's very hard to separate them, but we focus specifically on Rachel. And then finally, which would take probably most of the lecture, we're going to talk about women in ancient Israel as a whole. And that's really the point of the lecture. Rachel is an excuse to talk about women in ancient Israel. Okay, so why don't we start with the political context? I call this lecture Rachel, wife of Akiva. We're lucky we even know her first name. Quite often, the famous wives of rabbis are known only in association with their husbands, sometimes their fathers or their sons. We'll speak a few weeks later about the wise mother of Rabbi, for example. And we always know her only because he called her Ema, so we know Ema Shalabai, and that's it. In this case, we do know Rachel because she came from a very significant family. We don't know her dates, but we can assume they're probably broadly similar to Akiva's. His dates are circa 40 of the Common Era through 137 of the Common Era. What that means is he lived through perhaps the most tumultuous era in Jewish history, specifically the First Roman Jewish War, which ended in the destruction of the First Temple in approximately the year 70. The incredible spiritual ferment of that time that gave birth to the early Christian movement, that nurtured the early Pharisaic movement, that matured the Pharisaic movement, that the Essenes and the other groups of the during this period. And then there was kind of an aftershock towards the end of Akiva's life, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was the result of the Hadrianic persecutions. This is a picture of Hadrian over here. This is one of the Roman emperors who decided that the only way to deal with the Jewish problem was to once and for all completely wipe out all of the rituals that made the Jews distinct. So the specific kinds of practices that he targeted included for bad circumcision, some of which had perennial consequences right up until really the last few years, last few months, there's been some controversy in Germany over this. Circumcision was viewed in the ancient world as a very clannish kind of ritual that Jews used to separate themselves from non-Jews, because the only way you could really be a part of the club as a male at any rate was to go through this ordeal, and it was a way of keeping the borders of the population integral. Another example, so circumcision was completely proscribed, and people who were engaged in it were put to death. Similarly, observance of Shabbat was forbidden, because this is something the Romans and the Greeks also did not do. They only observed holidays that were corresponding to emperors' days, or to the various movements of the stars and so on. The teaching of Torah in public, one of the most serious decrees against the Jewish people. Much of what we're reading, the Ezra come from this time, the period of the so-called Asara Ruben Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, referred to the Hadrianic persecutions, specifically of people who had the gall to teach Torah on YouTube, publicly. So, but the gall to teach Torah publicly, they were put to death in the most horrible and horrific ways to try and dissuade people from learning Torah. Akiva, of course, is one of the Asara Ruben Malchus, who died an absolutely terrible death, which actually I didn't feel like putting in the lecture, but I'm going to mention it now because it makes sense. Akiva was put to death. His skin was flayed from his body with iron and coal, famous story is that he recited the Shema, and as he was dying, he proclaimed to his students that all his life he wondered what it would mean to love God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And now he understood with all your soul, even if God takes your soul, that's what you have to do. So Akiva is really the essential example of the patriotic in his personal life. He then signed on with the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a strange movement that was known as the Second Roman-Jewish War, in which a group of neo-messianists following an individual named Bar Kokhba tried to, in a very quixotic attempt, overthrow the Roman Empire. It was a complete failure, and Akiva died shortly thereafter. And this is roughly the political context in which Jews lived this time. Their sovereignty was impugned heavily by the Romans already before the Common Era. We're going to come back after the holidays. We'll talk about the Herodian age. We'll go back a little bit in time, but basically we had sort of a puppet state in place for around the year 70. That's completely destroyed. The temple is destroyed. A large part of the population is exiled. So one other thing that I forgot what I was going to say, I think it's happening more and more often lately. So they lost the says, oh, and this one, if I remember now, even the city of Jerusalem was renamed Isla Capitolina, right? They want to try and create a non-Jewish identity for Jerusalem itself. The Romans start referring to Israel, Judah, as Palestina, because they want to try and kind of eliminate or name it after the Philistines, or Jews' traditional enemy. And so they all these things. It's such a terrible time politically for the Jews. Israel is at its lowest ebb, and we need a leader to try and take us forward. Akiva, in many ways, takes that position. The religious context, interestingly enough, is one of great ferment and positive change in many ways. Specifically, in the context of this tremendous assault on Jewish power and sovereignty, the Perushim, or the Pharisees, we spoke about them briefly. And by the way, I got quite a few comments on YouTube about what I said about Pharisees. But there's some people in Denmark who really like Pharisees, and how it's too hard on them. But at any rate, the Pharisees, under Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they adopt a political strategy of how to deal with this new reality by essentially separating from the Roman movement entirely and adopting a pessimistic stance vis-a-vis Rome, which turned out to be ultimately very successful, and that's why we're still talking about the Pharisees, because they adopted that political orientation. There were Jews who were trying to actually fight off the Roman yoke, which was just an overwhelmingly stupid thing. It was impossible to imagine it would succeed. Do you remember the TV show, one of the Bugs Bunny shows, I think, where there was this alien with like a Roman mohawk hat, and the alien had this huge ray gun, but he was only about 3 tall? Unfortunately, that's what I think of always when I think of the zealots in this period, the Jews trying to fight off the Roman Empire, which stretches from Scotland all the way around the Mediterranean basin out to Bactria, way out in Afghanistan. And here are the Jews thinking they're going to carve out their good marking on our territory, and the Romans will let us have it. So the Zealots were an extremely dangerous group. And they were also extremely dangerous to other Jewish groups. They were engaged in assassination of rival Jews who did not feel as they did vis-a-vis the Roman Empire. Then you have the Sadducees, who have for about a century now completely sold out to the Romans in exchange for the cultic rights, in exchange for control of the temple. They essentially said, you know what, this is the way it's going to be. Let's make peace with the Romans. We'll exchange with them. We will have our own center in the temple. And they had a considerable amount of material sway and wealth because of their association with the Romans. But ultimately, they were not on the winning side of history, because when the temple was destroyed, there was no reason for the Sadducees to exist either. The only group that made it through this time turned out to said, we're not going to get involved with the state. We're not going to get involved with the temple anymore. We're going to separate people from the temple, and we're going to maintain our own status. Yochanan ben Zakkai, in a very famous moment, struck a deal with the Romans by smuggling himself out of Jerusalem, literally in a casket, in a coffin, because that was the only way his rival Jewish groups would allow him to leave. He had to pretend that he was dead. And even then, when they pretended he was dead, they still stuck metal poles in the casket to try to see if he really was dead. Luckily, he survived. And he went, he said, listen, the only thing I want is the town of Yavne and its sages. Take the Yavne, the Chachamim. Give me the city of Yavne and the sages. I will just sit there and we will learn and we'll continue our studies of the Jewish religion and so on. This small city of Yavne, close to Tiberia, modern Tiberias, was where modern Jewish culture was essentially forged. And these rabbis got together and in a kind of like a Tahara bubble, a bubble of purity, where they were not involved primarily in the huge political storms that were going on, but just focused on the Torah, on the tradition, working on the Mishnah, which would later become the Talmud, and the essential intellectual focus of Judaism. Their main achievement in Yavne was the writing of the Mishnah, which was codified by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. The tradition is that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died in the year 137. So that's kind of like a really important things that are going on religiously. Can I take any questions? Yes. Yavne is still earlier. Yavne is around the first Roman Jewish war. When you get to the Adriatic persecution, you're absolutely right. That's when Yavne is under threat. But by that time, they've had about 60 years to try and cement the ways in which the Masorah is handed over, and they're quite successful. They're able to establish, by the way, like under extremely difficult circumstances, they created the first universal public school system in the world under Yoshua ben Gamba. They created something that Akiva himself was not able to take advantage of, but it was a universal school system. We don't know how effective it was, but nevertheless, there are records, and in fact, that was one of the points he made, that up until the last of the authorities associated with the temple, he was later assassinated 2 years after he began his rule. That's what happens when you try and lower the cost of day schools. Someone's going to kill you. But I say things like that. Some YouTube, anybody can watch this. Yes. I don't know if it's modern. Either of those two possibilities. I'm sure I'm wrong. And that was the answer, but I'm pretty sure it's. I'll look it up. We'll see on the video. By the way, I got it wrong. We'll see something. Okay. Let's look at the economic context for a few minutes. There is a huge divergence in class in Israel. The wealth distribution is very much skewed towards, so to speak, kind of the 1%. Specifically, the Sadducees in particular have accumulated a large amount of wealth, and they tend to be concentrated in the urban areas like Jerusalem. Outside of Jerusalem, there's widespread poverty, widespread ignorance of law, ignorance of the Jewish tradition altogether. This goes together with access to education. Right? There's poverty, there tends to be very little education because, especially in a rural economy where there's so much labor that has to be done, time-consuming labor in the fields, in food preparation, things like that, they just don't have the wherewithal to free up children of primary school age from these tasks that are associated with maintaining the home. This is when you have the phrase, the phenomenon of the Am Haaretz. The phrase literally means the people of the land, which perhaps in the biblical times, you see the reference to Am Haaretz every now and then in Tanakh. And it's not pejorative. It's like a farmer, right? Like leeches and masculine relations. That Abraham bends down, bows down to the Am Haaretz. I can't remember exactly the phrase, I have to look it up. But a requires a distinctively negative tone by the time you get to the first millennium. At this time, the term ignorance, then and now, is now synonymous with ignorance. To be a person of the land means to be unlearned, to be unlettered. And that's a kind of a prejudice that's pertained in Jewish culture all the way through the modern period. The Jews have historically been very poor at farming. They left the land of Israel. There's been a marked movement to commerce, small crops, small professions, things like that. And only with the reestablishment of the state of Israel has the idea of Jews as farmers begun to. And in this context, we understand a little bit more about Akiva himself. We pause for a question or two. Arguments? Discussions? Okay. All right. So it's a story of Rothschild Akiva. Again, unfortunately, it's very romantic, but we really have a handful of stories about them, and they are kind of magnified in our mind as kind of like mythic stories of great power. Not myth necessarily in the sense of untruth, but in the sense of great value that are instructive for us. It was a star-crossed lovers match that was still famous from the beginning. Rothschild was the daughter of Kalba, who was reputed to be one of the three most wealthy men in Israel of the time. Akiva, son of Yosef, was a letter shepherd who worked for Kalba. So Rachel met this young man, and imagine she's the wealthiest. Her father is one of the three wealthiest men in Israel. He's got all this money, and she is, here. She is used to living a life of luxury, but she meets this bright, she thinks he's bright anyways, shepherd, and she's attracted to him, and the feeling is mutual. However, he has absolutely no learning whatsoever, and not only that, he has a tremendous antipathy to the Soul Sages. Point that when he was a youth, he saw a scholar, he wanted to bite him like a donkey. He was so angry with them that you think about the connection of education and wealth and privilege. Here is Akiva struggling in strength and his poverty. He sees the Talmud as, hypocrites who will walk around in fancy robes and have plenty of good food to eat, but they have no sense of what reality is like for the average Jew. So they have tremendous hostility to these sages. Nevertheless, very much against Kalbas, of course, as you can imagine, Rachel marries Akiva on the condition that he learns Torah. He is really against the idea at first, but he is so deeply attracted to Rachel that in fact goes along with her demand and promises that he will in fact study Torah. So he begins at first by going to night classes. Not a very successful attempt. He goes to work in the fields all day long, and he comes back at night. He goes to the base measures, and he's falling asleep in the shul. He starts falling asleep, he just can't keep his eyes open, and ultimately he drops out. What he just can't keep up with his classes, can't wake up before dawn and go to the fields and to supervise the sheep and things like that. And it's not exactly clear whether he cut Rachel off or if she became alien, and she joined Akiva in a life of great poverty. At one point, she even soothed reportedly beautiful long hair to put food on the table. Later, Akiva would say to her that, one day, Rachel, I promise you, one day I will find a way to buy you a Yerushalayim shel Zahab, which was apparently a kind of ornament very popular at the time. It was either some kind of large medallion or maybe some kind of tiara that had a golden image of the city of Jerusalem, skyline. Yerushalayim shel Zahab, and she would say, yeah. And later on, of course, when he was the head of an academy and very much so, and he bought it for her, then as the comfort went, women would say to their husbands, they would say to the husbands, when are you going to buy me a Yerushalayim Zahab? And the husband where, like, Rothschild circles, when you look up to that kind of those things are probably considered abnormal later from elements of the script. But anyway, she endured tremendous poverty, and nothing much changed. But Kiva had failed. Kiva had not lived up to his end of the bargain. And it looked in her early years of marriage that she had made a colossal mistake. But luckily, it turned around when she gave birth to one of their youngest son. And Akiva began and to get involved in his son's education. When he was about 5 or 6 years old, so you can imagine they're married now for at least 5 or 6 years. That Akiva started to get involved in the education. Because the story says that he would go to he was actually too proud to take his kid to Canada. I have, this year, I have 6 kids in 6 different schools, in 6 different carpools. It's simply insane. But somehow we managed. Anyways, he would go with his son to carpool, take him to school, and he'd sit there, a beautiful metaphorical image where his son would take a hold of one end of the writing tablet, he would take a hold of the other end of the writing tablet, and they would together sound out the letters as they developed literacy. Don't forget, this is a man, 40 years old, who is now beginning to be literate for the first time in his life, and he's learning it with a 6-year-old. Obviously, he made tremendous progress once he was learning in the morning, not at night. And I think it's worth a pause just for a second to reflect on. I wonder how many of us also began our Jewish education. We realized the importance of giving our children Jewish education. How many of us also started getting ourselves interested when we started teaching other children? Anyhow, he made tremendous leaps and strides, and all of a sudden, he was recognized as a person of some learning. He learned with tremendous facility in a remarkably short period of time until he was recognized as quite a teacher. Now, Rachel's sacrifice is really illustrative of a larger phenomenon of the role of women in ancient Israel and one of the largest, perhaps, in medieval and modern Israel. Note that the dedication to Torah study did not come initially from Akiva. We have all these great stories about Rabbi Akiva, what he taught, what he did, how he sacrificed, but ultimately it really came down to what Rachel wanted. Rachel was the one who insisted from the beginning that he should be the one to learn Torah. So perhaps one of the strongest elements we see in the story is that Rachel is the pillar, the foundation of this tremendous scholarship. She was the one also who had the insight into Akiva's potential. Were it not for her vision of what he could become, then he certainly would not have gone anywhere. It was really up to her to unleash that potential, to nurture it, and this was something that took a tremendous amount of effort and change. And she did this through her own self-sacrifice. She left home a tremendous wealth and comfort of a shepherd's wife to the point where she literally sell her hair to be able to put food on the table. Living also in great isolation. If we understand the story of Akiva's departure to learn the sages far away for 24 years, again, that's probably an extra statement, but 3 years is easily imaginable. 3 years is also a tremendous price to pay for the cost of these books. So it all comes down really to Rachel's sacrifice. So I'll pause for a minute if you have any questions before we go to the larger topic of women in the ancient Greek. It's an excellent observation. I think one of the main distinctions that if you compare, I mean, it's really in many ways apples and oranges, but the Romans had a head-on, blunt-force kind of approach. Kill anybody who does this. And that was not successful. The Soviets had a far more sophisticated approach of co-opting the Jews themselves. Most of the people who implemented Soviet policy among the Jews were themselves fairly educated, including Simon Dimishstein, who was actually a rabbi before 1917. question that so what the Soviets did is they were able to kind of transvalue a Judaism that was devoid of God and say, hey, look, you don't have to do it this way, the way you always done it. Instead of saying, say Moses, say Stalin, and they would put something in its place to fill that gap, and that's ultimately found that substitutes are, yes, mistakes. Yes, that's exactly what I would do. It's totally, totally feel like God was so good. She's actually 16 years old and saying, when you get horses for Rothschild to stay at home and send the cube out to marry him, but once he started and they get married, absolutely 100%. Don't settle. You are fantastic and you are great. Okay. Exactly right. But nevertheless, she had the vision. She would have had to wait 24 years. That's right. It would have been good by now. That's true. But, you're right. In fact, this is a debate in the Talmud between Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Rothschild over whether a man, it actually goes right through Maimonides and other perspectives, whether a man, they can based on the idea that the husband is the primary bearer. Should a man have a career first, have a profession, then get married? Or should a man get married first and then go find a way to make a living? And yeah, that's one of the issues that father has. Teach his son how to treat it. Otherwise, he's not going to get married. But it's a debate that's ongoing, dynamic debate. Obviously, Rothschild did not look like the Rambam and said, how do you marry first, trade later? But okay, excellent question. And we'll talk more about this in a minute. So, a larger observation about women in ancient Israel. Two spheres. You see this in a lot of Western cultures in particular. To a certain degree, it's very prominent in Asian culture, less so in many African cultures. But it is a typical Judeo-Christian Western idea that you have two spheres, the public sphere and the private sphere. The private sphere, that of the home in particular, perhaps the school, but within four walls, with a great degree of anonymity, a greater degree of passivity. These are areas which are typically reserved for women or considered the proper domain of women. In some more repressive cultures, women are forced into these roles. In others, it's something that's considered ideal, that women are encouraged to occupy. In Judaism and Jewish culture, we see a mixture of both. One concept is this idea that's a plus of all the glory of the princess is within. Meaning when a woman is, protected and is bounded and not seen to the outside world, that is her glory. Compared to the Torah, the Torah is also feminine now, it's protected by a mantle inside the ark with a curtain in front of him, so on. That kind of one model of feminine ideal. At the same time, ironically, we have this concept of the Beit ideal. So somewhat in the actual translation of Beit ideal, prayer of Proverbs every Friday night. Woman of valor, okay, very good. That's kind of like the 1917 JPS translation. But the word Eshet is like Isha, right? So it's the word Isha. What does the word Chayal mean? Soldier. It means soldier woman. Nation Chayil is a warrior woman. Very different from because she is a soldier who fights at home. It's going to fight conventional war. A soldier has to go out, has to conquer. And in fact, if you read Nation Chayil, just in English, right through, you'll see she's doing a lot of things that are not in that. I mean, she's out there, she's sizing up a field and she's buying it, she's supervising her employees, she's managing some kind of import-export trade, her ships are going out, things like that. And meanwhile, what's her husband doing? He's sitting in the gates, and everybody knows him. It's kind of like an inversion of they then turn literally hiddenness, right? And their hiddenness will be valued. And on the other hand, you have women who are like Deborah, who are going out to war, who are out there in foreign politics, and really very activist women at the same time. Yes. Yes, I'm not the kingdom of priests. I mean, being inside Israel, who are more Rabbi like to the nations. I think that's very true. And in fact, to extend your point further, much of the Kabbalistic literature, in particular the Jewish people, is invariably described in the feminine. Knesset Israel is understood as the feminine aspect. God would be the masculine aspect, and we take on both of these roles. But anyway, these models are this is the tension that goes throughout the entire corpus of Jewish history. And there's one slide just to take a picture of which image to use. So you want to make sure you slide there. Rose and Riveter, right? Famous 1940s American propaganda promoting women activism. Right? Okay, now I would put that on YouTube. You realize that there's someone out there who's sent lots of messages. I'm going to put that out there very briefly to let it. Okay. Now, theoretically, through much of the literature, women are defined either through association with their husband, even Rachel, Eshet, Akiva. We see this in a lot of cultures. The word Isha, interestingly enough, in Hebrew can mean either wife or woman. They are synonymous terms. I thought about this for a while. I read this in one article and I thought, that's an interesting point. But then, with the exception of English, most languages have that. Right? In French, it's femme can mean wife or woman, and in German, it's Frau, which would be wife or woman. Maybe you make a distinction between madame and mademoiselle. But when you speak of an adult woman, the term for adult woman and the term for adult wife are synonymous. That is also true of men. You know, you say, this is my man, this is my man, this is my husband. So I'm not sure how really valid the point is, but it would resonate. Women historically are identified and valued through their connection either to their father or their husband or their adult sons. They rarely have status as literal separate from men. This is not at all the case with very heroic men who are typically understood to be married, but their marriage is kind of very incidental to whatever else they're doing in other. This may not be very surprising because, after all, who controls the literature that we're talking about is primarily men. Overwhelmingly men. Since men write the stories, this means that many of women's voices throughout history are unfortunately surged. And they only really come to the fore when they are truly exceptional, such as Raphael or perhaps Gloria. That's what we hear a lot more about. So working with the sources we have, it's very difficult to kind of literary and historical art theology and resurrect what it is that women did. We also see there is what my grandmother once called the Rubicon disparity. If you look at the life cycle events, there's no question that women get far less throughout their life cycle than men. For men, you have Shalom Zohar, maybe the Machna, the Bris, the Bar Mitzvah, right? $30,000 birthday party for a 15-year-old. It just goes on and on. Of course, Bar Mitzvah doesn't become a phenomenon until the 20th century, and even then it tends to be more subdued. Women, of course, have a wedding ceremony, which is their attachment to a male, and that's a big one. But I think if we're to weigh all the cause on the scale, we see the male cause is definitely heavy. Also connect this with a very basic economic reality for most of Jewish history, really up until about the 19th century. When a marriage was contracted, the wife moved into her husband's home and contributed to the economy of her husband's extended family. It's not the other way around. Very, very rarely do you have a man enter his wife's home with his wife's extended family. So the saying, you're not losing a son, you're gaining a daughter-in-law. It's very true. But you could not say you're not losing a daughter, gaining a son-in-law. That's not true. So when families had daughters, there was a certain amount of tristessa, not tristessa, a certain amount of less enthusiasm because there was a realization that you put all of this investment and energy, and by the time she was 12 or 13, you married her off, and she was gone. And maybe you'll see her on holidays, and maybe you'll have grandchildren sometime, but that is essentially going to represent a net loss to your family economically. Because if you have a son, then ultimately you say, all right, within whatever 15 years, once he is married, that's going to bring another set of hands into our household, going to bring hopefully grandchildren into our family. Hear what we can see them every day. It's a very different view. Okay. Marriage, of course, is that moment when a woman, as it were, historically, would be transferred from the domain of the father to the domain of her husband. But I don't want to overemphasize this point because, particularly if you compare Judaism with contemporaneous cultures, Jewish women have a pretty high degree of personal autonomy. The right to own property, which should not be taken for granted in the ancient world, was certainly that of women. The right to demand compensation for property she brings into marriage, for example, if her husband abuses that property. Of course, the right for her personal safety. The rabbis recognize the concept of marital rape, which is something that we have even debates over in the 20th century. Was an absolutely foregone conclusion that there is such a crime, even to the ancient rabbis. So women really have a high degree of autonomy compared to other societies. At the same time, there are significant legal disabilities that women have labored under that are present to our times, particularly when I look at divorce law. Last year we spoke about Takana of the Rabbi. There was an attempt to address some of these things, but nevertheless, women in many ways as second-class citizens. If you compare them to other societies, they're doing much better, but nevertheless, there is a disparity between men and women in traditional society. So let's think about what kind of economic activity they were engaged in. Archaeological studies say some interesting things about Jews at this time. Apparently, about half of their caloric intake is based on grains, cereal products, one form or another. Which sounds a lot, by the way, like my house. My sons in particular, they eat like a box of cereal each every 15 or 20 minutes. It's incredible how much cereal, like the non-sugar Cheerios, at least how fast can they go through the box? You can't even see them. So they're obviously, good Jewish stuff. But when you think about what that means, it's not like obviously today where you go to Publix and you buy a box of regular cereal. Here, there's a phenomenal amount of work involved in producing that cereal. Let's say the husbands typically the ones out in the fields. The women also produce quite a bit of foraging work as well. But let's say the husbands are out doing the harvest. They grain on the stalk. It has to be fresh. The kernels have to be separated from the stalk. The kernels have to then be winnowed, where you throw it up in the air and you get rid of the chaff. And then the most time-consuming thing of all, you've got to grind it. This is basically those that you have perspective grinders. So you sit down now, your legs, the grain, lift up one also, and in between, and then you spin it around and use that weight of this massive disc to crush the grain, lift it up again, dust it off, that's your flour. then, in the literature, the women develop a kind of a parallel culture, which runs alongside male culture, but develops a whole different set of values, traditions, and prayers, liturgies, and so on. For example, one of the things that's been unearthed in the last few years of scholarship are these beautiful prayers for women, many times composed by women. They're called Tikkun Note. And there are a few very nice English translations that are available today. And these are prayers which you will not see in any standards. But there are things like prayers for successful conception, prayers for successful first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, prayers for shalom light, prayers for menopause, prayers for all kinds of things associated with them. And actually, the men say the prayers for menopause because they're the ones who have to deal with it. So I'm definitely going to remind you that. There's all kinds of women's prayers that have existed for how many centuries. Every now and then you just get enough glimpse of them, and you get a sense of the self-awareness culture that we hardly know anything about. Well, the ones that we have today, most of the collections are really 19th century, and we can attribute a lot of them to specific for the scene in particular where they're collecting them. They tend to be written in Yiddish, because that would be the Sanorana, would have some of them interspersed. The one that's well known, that is in many schools, is one of the own. That's the Havdalah. That's a very popular one. But people observe a couple of nice translations of collections. One that just my wife recently, I forgot the title of it, it's published by Philippi. Maybe it's another nice collection from around for about 5 years. Other Weisler is a scholar at Midwestern University, probably the preeminent person who's about to read. Because they don't allow like the big stuff in the sport. So they know the English. So they adopt it to English. They can command. You learn it. So it's okay. So, so intellectual, because I mentioned earlier, economic activity and intellectual activity tend to be correlated. Once you have a gathering of disposable income, then you have the possibility of creating a school or an environment, things like that. So women had far more limited access to formal learning than men. But that statement's a little misleading because it says a lot more about class than about gender. The truth is, the real story is that the vast majority of men weren't illiterate. The vast majority of men did not have access to learning. So focusing on the fact that women did not have really misses the larger picture all the time. Women did have considerable access if they were in the wealthier class. This is before formal fishing boats and things like that were established. It was only later in the medieval period that you begin to see really strong distinction made between girls and boys in the first century, not so much in the ancient world. We know that women were very active in a whole host of professions. Reading the Tanakh in particular, you see women who are active as, for example, professional mourners. Like if someone died, you would hire professional mourners to come to the graves, and women were especially good at that. You have female prophets. We have a few exceptions, like ones like Torah, Shofar, Torah, the judge. But I'm saying, like average women, you would see women like the idea of an Isha Chachama, or a wise woman, people who consult an Isha from Tekoa, for example, and Shmuel, there's all kinds of examples where people could be wise women. So the women were regarded as being repositories of knowledge, and it was not considered bizarre in the context of the Tanakh that someone would go into such a thing. Sometimes they tended to master wisdom that may have, let's say, not exactly wisdom, such as the witch of Endor. Women were associated heavily with witchcraft. What exactly witchcraft means context is difficult to understand. Certainly, that passage of Shmuel where she performed the seance to bring back the prophet Samuel, that probably straight up witchcraft. But in many cases, witchcraft may have been something like, someone who was a traditional healer, herbs, perhaps a midwife, somewhat unorthodox methods, things like that. These things were also associated with women. We also see that in various professions as well, silversmithy and so on. So really, we have a whole gamut of ancient women involved in lots of different methods. What Colonel Meyer says about this is that it would be misleading to speak of patriarchy in ancient Israel. He prefers the term heterarchy from the idea of being two different, or at least multiple, with different sources of power. It makes sense when you think about the idea of a separate women's spirituality existing in parallel form to the later deified and codified men's spirituality. To me, that seems like a very fair analysis of the status of women in the ancient world. So, to come back to Rachel, her name, of course, Rachel means lamb or ewe. And what goes around comes around. Rachel later gave birth to a young girl, and as she grew up, she was attracted to Shimon ben Azai. Akiva, her father, was not crazy about Shimon ben Azai, and he did want her to marry him. But she went and she married him instead. She married him anyways. And when Akiva heard that his daughter had gone and married someone that he didn't approve of, he had this famous statement, Rachel, Rachel, a lamb for lamb, meaning just like your mother went and married me, and when her father didn't like it, so of course it stands to reason you would marry someone I didn't. So yeah, but in this context, I want to close by mentioning a story about one of Akiva's daughter, and I think it says a lot about her, about Akiva, about Rachel in particular. And the story is very different. It's in a tremendously complex and beautiful Gemara. It's Rav in Second Shabbat, which deals with the question of Yesh Mazal with Israel or Ein Mazal with Israel. Are Jews bound by the power of the constellations or not? Or is the Jewish people somehow connected to the horoscopes? Like if you're born as a, let's say, I don't know, Sagittarius, and something bad will happen to you Tuesday. Does that apply to Jews or not? Discussion of applying to non-Jews is outside the scope of this conversation. At any rate, the rabbis are going back and forth with the story, and they're saying, you know what? Yesh Mazal Israel. Jews are bound by astrology just like everybody else. So a story goes that the stargazer tells Rabbi Akiva, sorry Akiva, I have bad news for you. Your daughter is going to die on her wedding day. Akiva says, sure you didn't meet her husband? So he tells him, Akiva, your daughter's going to die on her wedding day. Akiva doesn't know what to do. But he goes ahead with the wedding. He doesn't try to stop the wedding at all. The wedding goes fine. The next morning, Akiva's daughter goes to the wall of the kitchen and she retrieves her brooch. She had a brooch with a big pin, and she had put it in a chink in the stone wall. And she pulled it out, and she saw that it was attached to a large poisonous snake. And the snake wasn't impaled on the pin or the brooch. Actually, I should have told you that the stargates who told Akiva, your daughter will be bitten by a snake. At any rate, so Akiva says, what happened? How does he think this story happened? She says, I don't know. But last night, during the wedding celebration, everyone was having a great time. Everyone was happy and celebrating food. And I heard there was a knock on the kitchen door. And everyone was so busy with the party, I went to see who it was. And it's a poor person who would come to the door. And there was no one else to help him. So I took out my coat, I went to the wall, and I took together some food. And then I gave it to him, and I went back to the party. So in other words, her act of kindness was her wedding day. She could easily have passed it up to someone else to take care of it, but she personally took care of this poor person. And it was her chesed that changed her myself, that was able to alter the fact that she would have been bitten by the snake and put it safe. But he said, here we see this idea of tzedakah, tzedakah, charity saves from death, active charity actually saves his own life. So in this context, I hope that this lecture has been useful and enlightening to you in some way, and I really appreciate your attention. We will resume after the holidays on October 17th. Please check your calendar. Thank you very much for your attention. Mara ended a little late, so it's hard to prepare to stand for time. And in my case, tonight is, of course, the last class of the semester. I'm doing, we have countless plans. We have, sort of, we have coming up for sure night. We're going to have an all-night program here with the solo course. There are a couple of options. One option is going to be great speakers all night. I'm starting off at midnight with a lecture on the PS section of a rather amazing individual who led a Hasidic group in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the entire Nazi occupation. His name is Hieronymus Shapiro. He was the Rabbi of a little town called PS section, 14 kilometers outside Warsaw. And he wrote through the entire Shoah, and he buried his writings underground before he was killed. And they were discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker, and they have since been published under the title Nation Publication. So I'll be speaking a day during the Holocaust at midnight, God willing, on Shavuos night. That would be a week from Saturday night, I think. And then there'll be speakers all night. For those of you who are interested, I'll have a Zabura in the back, which is friends that I learned with go through the chapter of Mesilat Yesharim, the chapter on Nekiim. It's going to be the fasting of the midnight. So that's one summer semester sort of. The other summer semester I'm going to tell you is maybe during the 3 weeks we might do lectures on the Holocaust or on history and December or something like that. But God willing, we will return with this program in the fall. I'm pleased to tell you that it seems to have been a great success. The response from the course evaluations last semester was really high, and I hope you fill this out so we can improve for next fall. Yes, right next year. Perfect. The videos have been amazingly popular. We have in the neighborhood of, I think, 6,000 people that view them worldwide. Yeah, I picked up a new person in the Philippines. There are now 24 people in the Philippines who follow this. 4 in Turkey, only 2 in Russia. Yeah. But it's just one of those. Hey, Mayor, go into another room, will you? I can't think properly. Thanks. Okay. I don't actually, the map doesn't go that detail, but I imagine it's probably stuff. Now, so tonight's topic, fascinating, powerful topic. We're going to talk about Hannah Sandnish, one of the more amazing stories of the Holocaust. It was a story with a sad ending, but at the same time a heroic and very meaningful ending. And they would give us an opportunity to discuss the Holocaust, which is such a colossal event in 20th century Jewish history. I wish we had more time to go on past the Holocaust. Perhaps next spring, when we go over this period of history again, we'll extend it further to the 1967 war and further on to their fascination. And before we get to the topic of the Holocaust, I should try to say at least a little joke before we're going, because it would be hard to say jokes afterwards. So, as you know, I only know 14 jokes, and I ran out of them a long time ago, so I had to recycle them. Did I tell you the joke of Gorbachev's anti-alcohol campaign?
Yeah.
Oh, Hashem. I'm sure I told it to you, but I thought you would forget. So the joke goes like this. It's a true joke that I actually heard when I was studying for my dissertation. At the time, it was at the collapse of communism, and President Rothschild was trying very hard to crack down on alcoholism in Soviet society. It was running rampant. People were drinking vodka, whiskey, and especially this homemade moonshine called Horilka. No, it's called the Samahon. Samahon means self-taught. And it's like you make it in your bathtub with bathtub drink, and it caused blindness, it was poisonous often, it was causing abscesses at work and all kinds of things. So Gorbachev went on, he actually did go on a big campaign to try and, reduce the amount of alcohol consumed in Soviet society. So the joke goes like this. Gorbachev gets a junket of journalists, puts them into a big Soviet aircraft plane, and flies them all to a factory in Siberia to talk to average Russian workers, Govrichi, about drinking and how dangerous it is. So the journalists join him onto the factory floor, and they go, there's all kinds of people working and so on. He goes up to the conveyor belt, and there's one guy standing working there, and the journalists are with the president of the Soviet Union, and he says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink in the morning and go to work? And Ivan says, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. And he looks at the journalist and says, well, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have, let's say, 3 shots of Horilka and then go to work in the morning? He says, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. And he says to him, Ivan, tell me, honestly, do you think a person could have 10 shots of Samahon and still go to work in the morning? Since you see how working. So, the irony of this joke and how it actually fits in a sad way, but nevertheless, permit me this kind of flippant connection. But despite the tremendous suffering that the Jewish people went through in the 20th century, we nevertheless see that here we are. We are still working. We're sad. We're devastated by the loss to all of our families. Nevertheless, the Jewish people on Israel died. That's not Israel, but Yishakir. The eternity of Israel is not alive. So let's look at the life of Hannah Sanesh and understand a little bit about the Holocaust. And I want to thank especially tonight's donors, sponsors, Timur Felbar, Norman and Eva Gatti, and Mom Stone donor. Thank you very much for making it possible. All these donations go straight to the shul, and they pay for some of the equipment and things like that, so it's really nice to be able to reimburse the shul for using the space and so on. So tonight's talk is about a very young woman. She was only 23 years old when she was martyred at the hands of the Nazis. A Hungarian young woman who was really quite exceptional. And her story is all the more tragic because she so clearly evinced phenomenal potential in the future. In many ways, we know a lot about her because she left behind a diary, and she's kind of like the other side of Anne Frank. So Anne Frank, very young girl, and unless you see the potential of youth, Hannah Sanesh was actually all those things, and yet even greater potential was actualized in her intellectual fervor, in her religious zeal, and her common sense attitude. I think she could have been a great leader of the Jewish people, and she merits the possibility of being on past 20, 30 years. Nevertheless, she did make a phenomenal contribution, and in her own words, referring to other people like Maimonides, there are some people who are like stars, that even after the stars themselves have been extinguished, right? Many of the stars we see are already dead, but nevertheless, the light continues to illuminate our world. She's like one of those stars herself. The exposure to this world, Nova that she created, really made a phenomenal impact on Israeli society in particular, and of course, the entire Jewish world. Her years are 1928 to 1944. She was a very active young person in the Zionist movement. She left at an early age to go join a kibbutz. She wrote quite a bit of poetry. Some of her books have become translation, but it's so popular, it's hard to get it. Lesson is the match. Look at that film towards the end of the hour and you'll see what it says about how Senna should kind of go back. Of course, she was a war hero. In a word, she elected to join an elite group of British paratroopers leaving from Israel, Palestine. She paratrooped behind enemy lines, fought alongside Tito, later president of Yugoslavia, but he was a partisan, infiltrated conquering borders, hoping to somehow sabotage the massacre there. She was captured and killed by the Nazis. That's what was very her life free. Our life now in space. We talk a little bit about it up until about Israel. And then I'd like to step back a little bit and talk about the Holocaust because I'll discuss these lectures as sort of like the biographies of these to speak about the larger trajectory of history, and then we'll come back and discuss the event of the past. Okay, so let me start with the early period. Her father, Bela Senes, was a well-known and popular Hungarian Jewish playwright. He was well-regarded. His plays were really put on by the biggest theaters, and he was actually quite famous already in his 30s. He had made quite a mark on the Hungarian literary world. One morning, he had some strange premonitions of his death. He mentioned to his wife, Catherine, who survived the war and left her memoirs, that he felt that he had accomplished everything he wanted to in life, and now he felt that it would be possible he could actually move on. And a few days later, he died, possibly of an aneurysm, leaving behind his wife and his children, which I think is a suggestion we should mention such things. It's probably not a good thing to don't give anyone any ideas. Here is her brother George. She was 6 years old when he passed away. They were assimilated Hungarian Jews, very conscious of their Jewish identity and proud to be Jewish.
How are you?
And her books, exactly.
Absolutely. Remind me, more pressure. How do we meet? Oh yeah, okay. Say no more. Wait, I know we're transhumanists. Say no more. I remember. Absolutely. 100%. I remember. I remember. You were absolutely. You were working on a project. How'd that project go? Yeah, I absolutely remember. That's okay. We can get them back. Okay, very well. So, how things been for you on X? Of course, of course. No way. Wow. Yeah. Oh, 100%. You were on a dating site. Yeah. How that goes. Yeah. Right. Okay. Where's the next? Oh my God. Yeah. No, but I definitely understand you really have desire to get low positive or low negative one positive, and then you What's important? I said, I okay.
And I still like Jewish names. It's those would be like the big ones. So I might still try to pursue that before I go over to
Yeah,
so let's do the transition to the seventh future. And what you've been doing is
streaming,
here,
streaming.
wait, happening.
Yeah. Well, so and I recommend you do this as well. I transitioned. Well, I'm still on X. I've been live. You remember I was doing X, Twitter, X on Spaces. Sure. No, I've been going since February 14th, every single day, every moment of every day, on video. So maybe you didn't have my most recent but fortunately they haven't found this one. And I think it's because I got it to myself. I just made a random name and then I've just been using X as like a something to preserve the video. So I'm on there right now, karaoke king 0000, and so you can go back and get some action and watch my life for the last like 6 months on there, which is a lot for to have on X as video. And fortunately, they haven't gotten to me there. But I don't know if I told you about this. I may have, but I found a lot of fortune on this platform called Blue Sky. Have you talked about Blue Sky? Yeah, exactly. Jack Dorsey's. Neither. It's Jack Dorsey. Yeah. So, and it's got like, exactly. And it's got like 40 million. Exactly. But it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want. But it, well, firstly, it, they're not going to ban you next stuff. They don't have those kind of protocols unless you do what I do, which is create a whole bunch of accounts, which is what I do. And I've had a lot of fortune doing it. So I've become kind of like a meme on there. And the reason why is I've created bots that like and repost people, and it doesn't spam them with everything. I mean, I guess like a like and repost is a spam, I guess, but I mean, it's just positive. And um, people tweet about me or whatever you want to call it, blue sky about me, about 3 or 4 times an hour, which is a lot. I mean, it's like to just get any kind of social media momentum is very difficult to even get anybody to talk about you, let alone screenshot what you or like or retweet. Um, that's been great. So I've been doing that, and I've got it down to a pretty good um, science, so to speak. I have done it in a unique fashion. So when I first started doing it, I would just say, "Did you?" I would say like, uh, so the way that I do it is, you get 64 characters for the name, not the username, but like the name, the display name. And so I first started with like, "Please join Rabbi's Discord," and then I put like the Discord, and I did that, and that got a little bit of traction. But then they started banning like the Discord link I was using, and I could tell that, when you get banned, you start to get a little bit of it's good and bad. Then you come up with different strategies and such. And choosing ones that were funny, and that would be a lot more. Like especially if they were like funny and like it depends how, but like a lot of the sexually explicit ones were people with screenshot reasons. And instead of before when I would say, please join Rabbi's Discord, I would get like maybe one or two people a day screenshotting me. When I make them sexually explicit, I get 3 or 4 people an hour. And it was just like, wow, sex sells. Like I didn't know that this is yeah, I mean, because it gets people's attention and it becomes a notification on their phone. And so a lot of times people say it makes them laugh, like because they're really funny names. And so these, yeah. So I mean, this isn't my normal strategy, but you become so frustrated. Yeah, exactly. So I got a list of the ones that I was using. Now, some of them are they're really sexual. All right, fact of the day. Uh, yeah, it is. It is, but here's the thing. People take screenshots of it because they say it makes them laugh, and then that is like a free post or like free advertising for me. And exactly. So I will make them they are very sexually explicit. And again, this is not my normal way. When I started, it was literally, I was like, really polite. I was like, please join Rabbi's Discord, just like for world peace is what it said. Please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace, the Discord now. Because I am about world peace, I'm not about sexuality. I think it's okay to talk about. That's certainly like I want to make things less taboo. But that, but just saying, please join Rabbi's Discord for what this is not getting me as far as this. So these are so I make them as sexually explicit as I basically can. So again, I like even feel embarrassed just reading them. But here we go. Rabbi tongues clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Fact of the day. Absolutely. Fact of the day. Rabbi chews clit like bubblegum, parentheses, upon request. Because everything, no woman wants that. That's like bubblegum. Like, let's be honest, that would be extremely painful, but it puts an image in your head that is like, wow, that is very explicit. FYI, exactly. FYI, Rabbi sprays hot cum inside milk like a bombardier dealer. Rabbi provides orgasms at no cost to eat milks in your area. Blue Sky Tribune. Rabbi is the mastermind behind Guilt Strong Mind. Rabbi makes you orgasm so hard that you will flood your house. Did you know Rabbi both rapes and ranks queefs for charity? Rabbi can live at a distance like chameleons eat insects. Warning. Rabbi will munch your box until your labia callous. Did you know Rabbi fingers chicks like bowling balls? Blue Sky Alert. Rabbi's penile girth causes vaginal canals to widen. Important notice. Rabbi causes milk to spray like fire hydrants. Did you know Rabbi can fish you like an engine piston? Did you know when Rabbi fishes you, your vagina becomes a handcuff? Fun fact. Rabbi destroys milk pussy. Fun fact. Rabbi destroys milk pussy like a jackhammer. Blue Sky Warning. Rabbi impales milk pussy like Bob Scooters. Fun fact. Rabbi pumps milk pussy would come like an oil can. Rabbi pounds pussy like a heavyweight in the speed bag. Flash flood warning. Rabbi causing milk leakage. Seek high ground. Severe weather alert. Rabbi causing panty drop. Seek shelter. Severe weather warning. Rabbi causing pussy to blush like geysers. Breaking news. Rabbi raw dog the entire thought control. Blue Sky fact of the day. Blue Sky fact of the day. Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Blue Sky alert. Rabbi causes salad like a turbocharged salad spinner. Rabbi once ate so much pussy his jaw jaw had to be wired shut. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Rabbi distributes orgasm like an ATM dispenses cash. You get the point. You get that. So, yeah. So these things are so blatant that, and they make people laugh because people just be. Yeah, I would say it's about 20 times as much engagement, like a huge amount. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it makes people, I guess people, it makes them laugh. What they say is, like, I'm dying. I can't believe somebody would think this is good. And then I get people who are they're like, that's my rabbi, the pussy. And I get some people, of course, who are like, why would you post? It's not even posting it, it's the name. So what happens, and the reason why I do this, after all of these, I have a Discord link, which gets people interested. And I can tell you, like when I first started this, I had about 1,750 people in here. And I'm over 1,800 now. And this, a lot of it has to do with these names. In fact, like I got this one guy in here. He's like, what kind of name is this? And I was able to say, let's do my life for peace. I talk about eating with hunger, eating with thirst. I talk about futurology. I talk about life extension. I talk about mind upload and transhumanism. And once you actually get a chance to speak with me, then you're like, oh, okay, this is really cool. So don't like if you post it, me, I got like 25 people just from one person because he has a really big idea. So it does what I need it to do, where it gets people's attention, and then I become a meme because then everybody knows about it. So it's a small enough. Blue Sky's a small enough platform that they have about 100 moderators, but they don't have AI utilized, so everything has to be manually um, terminated, or they have to suspend all my accounts manually. And I came up with a really efficient way of creating accounts. So I got about 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used right now. Like I just have a bank. Oh yeah, I got a bank, and I've created over probably about 10,000 of them right now. Which normally when you create accounts, it's a lot of work. But what I do, and I don't know if you can see, but I've got these devices like smartphones, and what I do is I just have to hit one button on them. Yeah. So all I have to do is press one button on them, and I have them pre-programmed to create an account. And the only thing that I have to do is attach it. And so there's really no way around automation of the CAPTCHA at this point. And so once I do the CAPTCHA, then it creates an account, puts it in the spreadsheet that I have, and then I've got these robots that automatically pull from the spreadsheet and populate the information into the site. And then what they do is they upload a profile picture, they put one of these dirty names in there, and then they start liking and retweeting or whatever you call it, reposting people's posts. And what it does is it gets in someone's notification. So, like, if you have notifications turned on, it'll send you it'll make noise on your phone, which is the best kind of advertising that you can find. Or it'll just bring up a pop-up notification on your phone or a post messenger, depending on what how you have it programmed on your phone, how you have your notifications. Exactly. So a lot of people around bottom them and all they just have notification silence, but if they don't, it will be free advertising. And then a lot of people take screenshots of that, and then they post that to their page. And they'll be like, I got blessed by the rabbi. And so that's just hilarious. I mean, then that's free advertising. These people have thousands of people who do their account, and then 1,000 people found out about me because someone took a screenshot of the notification that they received. So I got to say that's been really beneficial. So aside from that, I've also got a robot that I created on Kit. I don't know if we've talked about it. Are you familiar with Kit? Yeah,
Because they need to put up with it.
right. So
Same thing with, what's the other thing?
Twitch.
Locals.
Right, exactly. They seem to be slowly growing, both of them. Yo, what's going on, dude? How you doing, man? Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo, where? Zoo, how are you? You're what? You're not poor, Zoo. You're just your cryptocurrency isn't doing what it is. My friend, you are probably better off than 95% of all people on it. So don't consider yourself.
I'm struggling financially as well, but we should.
Zoo, this is my friend. Mo Retro. Mo Retro, this is Zoo. Zoo and I like to play games.
I think there are better ways.
Excellent.
The old liquor,
Definitely. Absolutely. How you like to play with us? We play using an app that's available on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. It's called Plato, Plato. And there are many games that you can play with us. You can just play in general. They have right now online 35,000 people online. It's a very big app. They have things like Uno and pool and drum and things like mini golf and table soccer and bowling. Miss Aquarius, who's also in here, she and I play bowling before she goes to bed every night, and that's really fun. It's got things like gin rummy and darts and goldfish and battleship and chess and checkers and stuff like that. So if you'd like to play, feel free to download it. If you just want to listen to it, you can do that as well. Just wanted to give you that information.
Wait, you're gonna do that.
Yeah,
I'll just listen. Yeah.
excellent.
I would like your, like your updates about what you've been doing,
Yeah,
any monetization, things of that nature.
I
Your
hear.
brain was bit about videos and stuff, but yeah.
Sure. I mean,
I'll just watch this.
we don't have that ability, but we, yeah, but I am. Dude, what's wrong? Dude, quit that now. You'll be fine. You have an invitation. Feel free to accept it.
a sex slave of some sort, right? So basically, I'm going to do a lot of different things on my own, all at once, and my kids are not like this. I don't love to be the multiple revenue streams. And so I will take me into his way, and that's where he comes in. So I try to navigate whatever he does, but do something like that as a, side revenue thing. That'd be fantastic. And that's basically about it. I have degrees in education and
That's just a good master's degree.
benefits. But, long story. Sorry. Go ahead and play your game. Where are you financially strong? That's where you start. Are you still being conservative when you're recovering? No, but they were recovering and you were also but you're not strong enough.
Being up there, right?
Because your greatest change people's behaviors. Like you have a passion that is I was solo. My parents growing up, and even like I'll be something being paid for a drink, dinner, anything like that. I'm like that. I'm honestly compared to an I would have financial things that if they feel I'm speaking the way that I tried to teach them this year by accepting like by accepting money this year. It made me like weird and it's not weird. It's not a large amount, it's just not and I didn't think it was big enough to want an individual like an actual payment like but that individual doesn't seem to want to honor anything. And they just kind of want to honor and go back and forth. So they sign the document, I guess they think it doesn't exist or something. But you gamble like shots on shot machines, it's sports, racing, all that. That's kind of yeah. There's lots of stuff that you can do with it. Just do it yourself. You bring it.
Oh, so it's just
You're good. You have an issue with discipline or money. You do like your food stuff.
Valley, when it comes to being able to become financially independent, one thing that I think, like, I mean, it's really like how I got my first remote job, which is working out. Have you ever looked into a headhunter or recruiter?
Is that
No, it's recruiter.
okay? So basically, I would go scouting for individuals that might fit the criteria of a resume.
You can do that, or when but
Some of their job is
yeah, no, what I'm saying is that you give your resume to your previous and have them contact you. Now, next,
and where can I was in Pennsylvania. Right now I'm in Kansas for like 2 weeks. I live here. Well, no, that may be about a month. I feel like it's 2 months. But I mean, because we're almost in later here. You know, it's just being pretty honest. But I just have to do it. So,
is he at least the right person?
yes. I know it's other weeks for blood safety. But you never check up. I got really attached to that. I think like if you really love a person, you know that person's not going to hurt you. They don't aggravate you. Things of that nature. I think it's possible to have really over time without having that issue. You know what I mean? A lot of O negatives and O positive, like O positive people, that if people can't pronounce the negatives, it's not much of a problem. And they actually have like the first one or two children being O negatives anyway, right? Very complicated. It's very, it's a pattern that I've seen, which is what my stats on. It's just I've been so it's this baby thing and just giving people birth story, I love it. They're telling you this stuff, which is not really appreciate it. Something that makes sense. And some people need for you're just doing ladies, like the closer and closer you get to it, they start to, you know what I mean, be less and less interested in their shirt and the shit. It's like they weren't really serious in the first place. You know what I mean? Or maybe they were, and then they're changing their mind and going to back out. And it's just like you ask them, you know what I mean? You go back out. They're like, oh, really trying to like, and then they have really interested in it, right? I really think that they just have what they want. I think that they should know what they want. They're going to hear words face. They're willing to do a long relationship and get married for the benefits of the military. Get like balance benefits and then have a bunch of kids. I think it's big for the living.
To do that like that. Yeah,
Even if you were to be a kid and not show us a video.
right.
You know, I had text messages for sure with asshole.
Yeah, and there's something in human psyche that we talk a bit until we stick our dick in there and then we want to move on.
And you look at you, right? It used to keep weird vengeance or termination or something. Yeah, I do know sometimes that emails across, but like this, I guess it was not it. Like I had, you know, need to like blood tests from like last March. It was like, you know, they kind of, they kind of crazy. Like, they're like, they're not the same thing, which is on the young, recording, this is recording. I feel like it's not professional. Like, used to, so, and myself, it's just, like, I didn't know so I barely went through first sort of my Beyonce recording stuff, so all things are good, things are good, practically, and all that stuff, so, yeah, I think that, I'm not gonna navigate, everything. I was going to say, I say that because what I wanted, the whole idea was I waited trying to find some individuals that might fit the criteria of this one. You know what I mean? And it's very difficult to find those these out for them. So I was trying to create as most desires and something like there's still recognize the child. You know what I mean? Are you being like on the West? You mean in America? Yeah. But there are other options out there that I can go through. I don't want to get this targeting any heads or some shit. And I'm not willing to do much of it. You understand? Like they want a perfect all-over all in it team with their most childish level. Oh yeah, I know it's not people, but it doesn't basically they find something younger to suit their needs instead of trying to be a narcissist based on those little shit. Right? And I just don't want to go with that. I want to be able to look beautiful when I'm pregnant, be whether I look or be like, but you know, 3 years and all that, like someone within that 5 years, like 5 or 6 years younger. So how do you like teach somebody something to really be taught?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Many men like that, they say that and they always talk about or to give a hint that they don't think any like connection matters or like
That's a red flag. Gay children, prejudice.
so that kind of means he's not going to teach you anything. positive. I mean, you're looking for you're looking for like
She's telling me she's instructed for us but actually, that's
there's preferences for like unleaded things. You know, I can understand that thing. Like the news.
Give, give an example. Okay, are you sure you're just not good at math? Okay, but that could have been any girl can say that.
That's better for them. But she's all right? She gives up
Yeah, you know, I think over like for long periods, like her sensations would change over that period of time. You know, if they come birth control time. For a woman of that man, it's amazing like brain sensation. For me, it's 6 days, about 3 days, and they're, you know, virtues of virtues. They're living in religion, you know, virtues on coming here with virtues, dignity, that remain. It's a good nature. Brings the life to the being. I feel like we have little personality flaws, right? But when have you been on? It sounds like you're extremely experienced for all of the personality tests for this addiction.
some of it.
Do you have a safe word with those people? Are you able to just communicate in your language? Are you serious? Well, that's interesting. And you have given languages. You are strong. So, where after 18, when you get started, 19, so between 19 and 29, any else, or in between years, you know, well, I don't have a greater role and maybe like 3 guys, and some of those that I didn't really trust and if I did, I'm like, oh, look at the confidence, look at the right, the other sexualized, but yeah, certainly about 50 people sexually, you know, my last times with the girl, that's 2009, and with the guy, it would definitely be like 2000. save my population. And that's what we go in, make people get stronger, so it's possible. So, we're creating. But I think that's not that's all it's been. I was just around 20 months. Going wild. I was considering this one. I looked into it. At one point, I needed to choose my Annie completed the monthly guidelines. We used him as a donor. And at the time, it's like, it's one of the perfect, at least one of the worst, is not popular. So I was protecting his mom. And she's dear to me. Like, it was like the ultimate, but his family has money. And, you know, they decided to private charities. So it would have made a quick couple. But we did that. She passed away with the baby. But this was in a few other months.
So you have a child with you have a child with your egg and that baby died.
Yes.
Oh, that's so tragic. How did it happen?
So we were like first friends. And she worked in college. She was military. So that happened like a ton of times. So it's like virtually that. You know what I mean? And just like I tried to read out with one girl, and I was like, they're just ravers and they're doing it for attention and they're not really, you're not motherhood material women. I was finding basically. So you can also write cry, rage, antagonistic, right? Individual that will want to invest in the future and it's more popular than mine. It's right. But the women, they are true that disclosure of LGBT rights is reliable for return. It's a kind of purpose.
Right. The women rape.
Yeah, so I'm like,
Did you say the women rape? Did you say the women rape?
no, what I'm saying is, the struggle is there. They want to raise the R-A-E-E, not E-E.
Oh, raves. Oh, they were in the rapes. Oh, apologies.
Yeah, like the party people.
Yeah,
They're
definitely.
a lot of problem with parties, but that's an entire lifestyle where it's like a constant thing. And a lot of the women would actually be with men or something.
Right.
So they're not in front of community as lesbians. What they say, you know what I mean? Just looking at certain lifestyles. I'm not going to judge you. You're right. That's not supposed to be, but that's not. Maybe your kids are grown up or something. Then you get into like that.
Wow. So you went all the way to Kansas and you didn't have sex with this man.
No, I didn't.
Wow. That's like you have a lot of self. You have a lot of self control.
We had dinner. What we looked at were waffles and everything.
Okay.
He, of course, was looking at her husband for us, and he's also in the Navy. So I think there's like a like game going on. His brother's a Marine and gay. So I think there's a complex like that. I also might think of old where he was together. I think he's just insecure.
How old is
Like the things I'm afraid not to make me into a big problem. I think it's just turned 35.
okay?
So 5 years ago.
Yeah. All right. Well,
But no, we do what? So, you know, we came here. And yeah, it's stuff that I'm going to. It's a mutual thing. I don't think that's a different thing. I would just shut up.
Okay, so the other person said that the person with the hygiene issues, they said they don't like it.
They're probably upset that they have to prove their things. Now, again, it's another part of the house. They're supposed to care for it. Okay. The military guys like, okay, that's Michigan. And this other dude is like half black and white. So it's like a white boy jumping. Where's like, oh, I'm helping somebody or something like that, right? But it's also like a contentious thing. So they're like, can you give it to me? But he's the one that's back here now. And he's mad all like, it's like, some of these things.
Okay.
And like, he failed company and then helped us or something. So he's basically letting him use the virtual psychologist to get the career first. He's great with this guy. I think it's the next. But you understand, it's very career motivated.
Sure.
Just right. And I don't think there'd be anything about it. I mean, those things work. So he says, he's a bad person. I think he's just using his mission to answer my shots off to try to persuade. There's a bunch of different things that you can do, right? So, and I don't think I'm in there, but I do have a respect for soldiers. Like, when it's like civilian and then colonists, you know what I mean? It's just like a power trip. And this is military, I'm helping country.
Right.
So it's just sort of like a lot of things that happen. And it's not like it's going to happen. It's just like you're going to agree with things. It's not going to agree with things. It's taking years to like actually sign up and things happen that and it wasn't addressed. I was put up on the internet. The internet is actually in Israel, right? Which means that we would have to wait for him to leave Israel, right? For us, I guess, to sneak in with the internet, like his house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Which is wrong. But I got 18. I got my own internet stuff. Yeah.
So I think you and other gamers, like, yeah. No, you're fine. No, you're fine. All right.
It's a your worst situation. You know what I mean? I did have some of these things, which I guess, he's got his areas, and then, people have text messages, and, they go, oh, we're here, blah, 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 and they're like, potential baby mama is sharing that, and, you know what I mean? There's certain things that are disturbing her. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I never need to introduce properly, there's no rules, you know what I mean? And then when it does rest, hey, let me know if you need anything, right? And if you do need anything, it's starting to see the problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
First off, on
Yeah, they're hot-headed. They're fire signs, and they usually get angered very quickly. And then when they end up backlashing over, like they just get mad and shut the conversation off. Trying to start the conversation down. Which not good. Trying to make a problem. Like I have a text message that these mattresses, even though I push the issue that I will sleep on like a gymnastic mat before I sleep on a bed because I'm a mattress and someone else fucked it, right? Whereas Blake's not that. Because that's just the way I even if it goes out, I just sleep on it. Probably built it up. I'm living with like a mattress. just can't get past that shit. And it's other things.
Are you okay with that? I know. Would you be okay with an older man?
Me, yeah, I actually was going to pursue an ex-Marine that's Canadian. That I thought was my ex. And I don't think I would have been done this year. For some months, I only made it about plus. Which I'm kind of fine with, but he also, he's done 25 years. He said if it happens, it happens, but he's not really like passionate about it. I'm not going to try to man for people for it. I really do get that. I'm not going to try to man for this one.
Right. Well,
There's a season on 52. And another gentleman that he was where he seems like he's a lost cause and too aggressive, but he's focused on both their everything.
yeah. But I mean, you know what?
I have to check it out. He's almost pushing 60. He has two living. I don't know if it's from the woman's side or his side, but you know, he's a twin. You got twin kids.
Right. I mean, this is just a suggestion. I'm you. I am posting Craigslist ad in Los Angeles, and I'm going to say, I'm in college, I'm interested in a man that is serious, and here are my specifications. If you would like to inquire, please do. I'm looking for a living situation, and I'm not here to just be, you guys can essentially. But people generally on the coast have more money and more opportunity to be able to provide for you in a way that I think, especially with sexual marriage. And there are a lot more people here. I mean, at least in Southern California, we have like 25 million people. So that's, a lot of guys, basically, is what I'm saying, who can make sure that your words are not Ethernet and huge on your toilet. They would be, they're just people who have more means.
So, correct the cues on my phone that I put sort of thing, right? It's something I'm not going to be having sex with. You know what I mean? Like, once you're with somebody and you want to share everything else,
No,
and if it's infectious for this day, you know what I mean?
I know, I get that. I get that. Bro, I get that. Totally. I'm empathizing with you. What I'm saying is that these men, there are a lot of single men in Southern California who have a lot more money than anybody anywhere else going to be looking. And they're going to be able to give you your own bathroom, perhaps even a guest house. And you, like, basically, they have no needs. And that's going to be definitely a conflict. They're going to be looking for someone.
I just read that on the net. I really don't think
It's definitely feasible. It's definitely on Craigslist. You're going to get 10 guys a day, and then you're going to interview them via FaceTime or Skype or not Skype, or like Zoom or even Twitch Spaces to make sure they're real. You can say, hey, I've had people play with my emotions and my feelings. I want you to give me tour the house virtually. And if it looks like a place that is clean and I would want to live, then what I need to do is get me a plane ticket to LA and I will come and live with you. I'll give you a month at least where we can get acquainted. You're not going to, I want you to know that this is a serious opportunity. So it's not just a quick, you're not just going to, this isn't a fling. I want a father for my child, and I do want a husband. But I'm like, okay, so you're like, where would I even post that? It's very easy. All you do is you go to check. It is super. Yeah, I have. Normally it's from other countries though, not necessarily the United States. But yeah, I've known people who do it. I've known people who've done it and they've been married for 30 years. So, and they have had children.
it's like it's a great situation.
don't have kids. That's a big benefit to you. I've known in multiple situations where people had children from another relationship and they have found someone who is established to be able to kind of have a job and have a nice living situation, and they were able to bring people into their home, fall apart, and raise successful children. That's what you want. So if you're like, okay, how would I do
They
that?
don't want it, right? They like free.
No, they weren't at all.
Well, that's what they were the one.
No, they weren't. There wasn't anything like that. Here, I'm gonna. This is exactly what I would do if I were you, and it's gonna be very quick, just so I'm not gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT. I'm gonna say, please write me a nice Craigslist posting for the following characteristics. My name is Holly. I am 40. I am looking to have a relationship, long term, to have children. I'm looking for a low negative individual, ideally. I want someone who is financially independent, ideally in the Southern California area. I am willing to move, but may need assistance with moving expenses, and I'm looking for a place to live. This is not a quickie situation. This is something that's serious and long term. If you're interested, please feel free to email me, and I would like to ensure that we have the opportunity to do video calls before and make any serious plans. If you're going to hit it off, you may be able to find your future wife. I am single. I have no children. I'm attractive. I'm educated. That's what we say, and it says headline: Seeking long-term relationship and future fit. No negative reviews. SoCal ODR. Hello, my name is Howard. I'm 49, single and child-free, but I'd love to change that with the right person. I'm looking for a serious long-term relationship with the goal of building a loving family. Ideally, you're O negative or know your blood type, financially stable, and located in Southern California, but I'm open to other areas if things click. If we really connect, I'm willing to relocate, though some help with moving expenses may be needed. I'm attracted down to earth, emotionally mature, and truly ready for something real. This is not a casual friend. I value commitment, honesty, and genuine partnership. I'd love to start with thoughtful conversations, but give it a pause to make sure you vibe before making any big moves. And with that, you might just find your future wife. If this speaks to you, feel free to email me and introduce yourself. I'm excited to see what a future holds. Hi. You post this, and you're going to get 50 men tomorrow who send you some type message, especially if you include a picture. You don't even have to get a face picture, but just so they know that you're a real person. And then from there, you're going to just start basically recruiting guys to say, okay, this is a good guy, this is not, whatever. And then you're going to line up video calls, just like you would job hunting or similar, similar activity. And then you're going to find some guy. I could see you easily find some guy between 55 and 65 who wants to have a family, just hasn't found the right woman, not mature, whatever. Or maybe, yeah, I mean, you could find a guy who's 25, but I'm saying, like, how did you have an established
No,
man?
no, no, that's
And it could be 45 to 65 or something like that.
it's 39, 39. I feel like maybe 1 year. Yeah, it just takes a while for me to maturity.
You're exactly right. And you're going to post this, and that's, I would post it to big cities where you want to live, preferably places that have nice weather. You want to raise a family. That's sort of beneficial, but not necessarily. And just see what happens. It doesn't hurt. That's a really nice introduction. It doesn't get too much, and get just the right everything. And you're going to find guys who you will. If you post this in LA, in the LA Craigslist, it's free under the personal section. You will find. I bet you get $50 in the next 24 hours. Yeah, absolutely. You can put email and phone. You don't even need a profile. You just need to post this information, and then you can upload a picture, and you can write out your face if you want, or show your face, which is better. And then you can put in there, contact me via email or via email and say text messaging. So if you just want people to be able to text you, you know, take calls on it. But you will get so many guys who are interested in what you want because you're not asking for anything that's outdated. You're looking for a good individual who's family oriented, who wants to help you. That's what men want to do. What we want to do. And I'm telling you, yeah, many of us want to have a large family if we have them, right? That's well, aside from there being aside from the aside, aside from it being instinctual for the other person, people want to teach. Like I would want to teach people, both men and women, or boys and girls, how to live and build positive things. You're able like to educate them and make sure that they have it better than you had it, and hopefully grow up into moral and decent people that have children of their own, and have grandchildren, and build a family, and just create more love in the world. These are all positive aspects of creation. And I know that there are other people out there that do the same. I get that. I get that. I get that. And it is true. Now that's why. Wait, Holly, you didn't even try that. You didn't even try, and you got to say to yourself, you know what? It would take 10 minutes to put together a profile and just see what happens. Not even put the profile. It takes 2 minutes to create the profile. It would take you 1 minute to create the rocket tree or whatever you want. Post a picture. You can have this all done in 5 minutes, and then you just wait. And while you're roll time with this user and Kansas, you can have some guy who says, "Hey, I'd like to chat. You seem like a nice individual. We have plans, similar goals." And then if you get that, then I would really be like, how many times did you do your check? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to meet them. Absolutely. I'd love to meet them. But most of all, they need to pass the hobby test. And so there are some aspects of your life that you're going to wait, I understand. I understand. How many times did you video chat with the kids? Okay. No, that doesn't count. 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 So the guy who you're currently with, you did video chat with. And this time, this time you're going to change that. And you're going to make sure that this person has a nice house, that they're clean, that they're consistent, meaning, they're just not flaky. Like, you're going to make sure, like, hey, do you have anyone else living in the house? The guy might say, I have a dog. Okay, can I see your dog? Yeah, I'm just asking, are you okay with somebody like that? Normal pets, a dog or a cat, let's say. You have a dog or a cat. You okay with that? Okay. That's down the line. That, that's down the line. That's down the line. I mean, basically, yeah, exactly. You gotta say, is this the right person? But I understand dogs die, cats die. You may not have children right away. But what I'm saying is that you can even say in your bio, I'm a pet friendly person or animal lover or whatever, because you respect cats. And I'm telling you, you are a catch. And if you don't do this, you're really missing out. If you just say, well, I'm just going to go to this door, okay, that's fine. In 5 years, when But have you ever raised a child on welfare? Yeah, exactly. You want somebody who has a house. There are many men in Southern California. It doesn't have to be in Southern California. I'm just saying a place where the per capita income is higher. There are people who would be able to provide you, and that's what you want. Ideally, would you want to be a housewife so you can focus on natural, and that's the natural thing that you absolutely you look. You don't you don't need it. Look, I'm here right now. I just you yourself and maybe the best decision you ever made in your entire life. What you should do is go to ground, do exactly what you get your profile and create Craigslist ad for you. I'll be here the whole time. It's going to take us 10 minutes. And then once it's done, you can go do whatever else you want to do. But you're going to have an inbox all Sunday that's going to get new messages from guys who are good looking, who have their good head on their shoulders, who have established careers, who want a housewife or want someone at least to give them the appropriate constitutional life. And no, that's a personal matter. That's not constitutional. In fact, you're the opposite of constitution. You haven't had sex since the mid 2000s. You're the opposite. So don't you? Yeah. So don't you worry about that. And you, if you, I mean, I can even send you the but I'm sure you can put it. There are specifics that you want, but no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No, I don't. Because it literally takes 10 minutes right now. You have to do it. This could be the big opportunity of your life. Okay. No, no. Hold on, 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 hold on. Don't worry about that. These are just excuses. I dismiss excuses and raise solutions. So on Craigslist, you can anonymize your email so that they don't have your email. So you just would email people you want. But if you don't want, okay, so I understand. Go to protonmail.com. You get a free encrypted email, and that'll be your email for communicating with them. And you can do it in 3 minutes. I'm going to wait here for you until you create it. You can do Gmail too. Do Gmail even better. So go to gmail.com, create an account, whatever you want to call it. You absolutely could. That's fine. Go to Craigslist.com. And usually it probably just be easiest to just put it in Google. Craigslist Los Angeles. That way it'll give you the right page. And if I were you, I would put Craigslist Los Angeles, Craigslist Orange County, and Craigslist San Diego. And then so yeah, those three ones. Because it's one, it's the people are good looking, they're healthy, they're wealthy, they're going to be able to support a child much easier than someone in a 5 year Yeah. So basically, people who just got like New York, LA, everything in the middle of that 5 years. Yeah. Yeah. They have lower incomes there isn't a lot of industry there, and the roofers and shakers of the United States and globally don't really fly to the south or the Midwest really too much. So they come and fly overseas. They're the states you fly over the plane. Exactly. So they see the states. So there's states that you see when you're in the plane. Exactly. And you want places that have major industries. That these are places where you have Boeing, Lockheed Martin, you have Facebook, and you have Google. I mean, all of these are based in California. I mean, they're just major opportunities. And if you want somebody who's in the military, there's one of the biggest naval bases in San Diego. Between San Diego and Orange County, Camp Pendleton, you've got a major Air Force base, like Edwards Air Force Base in Glendale. I mean, this isn't just like a normal Air Force situation. This is where this is top secret. I'm not saying you have to be with one of those guys. There are guys all over here that are looking for what you want. Really, everything that you have said is this one. So the first step is just reading your credits. So Craigslist Los Angeles, I'm going to be here. If you have any questions, let me know. You just Google Craigslist. Yeah, he does that. That's fine. No, that's fine. He does that. All right. Well, this is my inflation. I'm currently comfortable, so I'm not making what I once did when I had a job. I was making over $100,000 a year. Um, but I had savings that I was really to be able to provide for myself. I Buffalo make a little bit of money, and I also sponsor by cryptocurrency, so that provides me with some assets. And I mean, I don't really, I got enough to eat, and I got enough to be able to pay my internet. That's what my main focus is. And um, there are opportunities that I've had people ask me to do projects in. So I do that. We do those and freelance. And so that can be $1,000, $10,000, depending on what they want me to do. And so that's how I've been able to provide things. So if I were you, I would post the prices. That's one step. But then there are ways that you can make money staying at home, just train it out. And so I would sign up for those if I were you. Yeah. One is called data annotation. And so what you do is you take your yeah, it's data annotation. So what you do is you stay at home and you take tests and you have to train it out. So it'll basically be like it's not super easy to get, but if you do, it takes $20 an hour and up to $80 an hour, depending on what you do. And you don't need any form education to do it. What it is you will read through their requirements. And what they would say is if you like an article I remember when, like, I helped a friend do this to get a job. They were a truck driver, and they just were like, Rabbi, truck driving is kind of going away because of like automation. Now I need your help, right? So I need to get another job, so we were able to get another job, or at least supplement the income through an odd program. And one of the things, like, I remember reading on the test that we did, or it was like on, so it'll be on any subject. It was like a little article on Madonna, and then at the end it had questions that you had to answer. Like, was this article biased? Did you see any issues with like formatting? If so, and then you just like 2 or 3 sentences of what you thought of it. Then you go to the next question, and the next question could be on, I don't know, just try. They could be on rope making, or it could be on ballet, it could be on anything because AI covers anything. And then you basically tweak the model by giving your feedback. And once you pass the first level, you sit there and get application. So you pass the first level, then you do like another 3 tests for them. And then if you do that, you pass those, then you submit your ID, and then you start paying. And it's $20 an hour. And that's it.
Sounds like I would like that.
Okay.
Like I had this here, like I read that this what's Elon from ChatGPT, I know the meeting bots,
Yeah.
which have now been disabled, plugins to manage this morning.
100%.
And then he said that takes a little bit.
Yeah.
But me and Jacob were in there for hours. And it felt a lot. I like, or it takes like maybe 2 hours to sit there and see the functions of this shit.
Absolutely.
But yeah, like that kind of stuff I find is, I like, I think that's side.
Excellent. And if, for
But
what,
that sounds like fun. I did find what you're talking about. I don't data annotation jobs. It does come up as a legit thing. And then like there's data annotation down. Like there seems to be some things of what you're talking about.
yeah, so it's actually a website. It's dataannotation.tech. It's a get paid to train AI frameworks. We have 4.6.
Have you done that yourself?
I help with that. It's not, I didn't need to do it, so I did. But I know that like if I needed to, I could either do this one or one of the other ones that offer this thing where you just get